Looking at the entire company, he is probably the only one who dares to do this. The key point is that he will not be fired even though he is so provocative. Isn't it infuriating? At this moment in the office, the well-proportioned Tsuyumo was facing the door with her back, concentrating on admiring the stick drawings on the wall. That painting was drawn by her own hands not long ago. The painting was very simple, and it was a portrait of a middle-aged Taoist priest with a vulgar and evil temperament, and it was obvious from his appearance that he was not a good person. This Taoist priest is none other than Taoist Haixuan. Originally, Feng Wei paid a large sum of money to hire him to plant the love gu, but this bastard Taoist priest violated his professional ethics and did not plant the love gu between Feng Wei and Tsuyumo. Instead, he secretly replaced Feng Shao. Taoist priest Haixuan has traveled far and wide and met countless beauties, but he has never seen a peerless beauty like Tsuyumo who could captivate a city at first sight. He was not afraid of Feng Wei's revenge. After all, he was a man of great ability. After dealing with Tsuyumo, he would immediately disappear from Linjiang City. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for Feng Wei to find him. If Feng Wei knew the truth, he would definitely skin the Taoist priest alive. Lin Fan was stunned, vaguely feeling that Tsuyumo's behavior was a little abnormal, because the other person was so absorbed in looking at the stick drawing that he didn't even notice his arrival. He did not say anything, but silently watched the icy, beautiful female president. Tsuyumo's next move made Lin Fan even more shocked. Chapter 56, Tsuyumo is possessed by evil spirits. The beautiful and cold CEO actually stretched out her hand and stroked the cheek of Taoist Haixuan in the portrait obsessively. Lin Fan knew Tsuyumo very well. She was always cold and arrogant towards the opposite sex, both on the surface and in private. But now, the other party's behavior is completely different from usual. For Tsuyumo, there is no such thing as being crazy about men. Lin Fan remained calm. Tsuyumo actually slowly approached the portrait and then kissed Taoist Haixuan. This action is just like being possessed by a demon. "Boss Su, did you draw the wrong person?" Lin Fan half joked. "I don't look like this. It won't be too late to draw a new one and kiss again. I'm right here in front of you, or you can just kiss me. I can only bear with it this time, and it won't happen again." Tsuyumo turned around, and her obsessed look surprised Lin Fan, because he had never seen such a look in the other person's eyes. It was obvious that the look was not directed at him, but was produced by looking at the portrait. Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. Tsuyumo was definitely possessed by an evil spirit. Let alone a wretched Taoist priest. Even if it was a handsome young Taoist priest, Tsuyumo would not be moved or become obsessed with him. Considering that the person in the portrait was a Taoist priest, Lin Fan seemed to have guessed something. It is very likely that the stinky Taoist priest performed some magic on Tsuyumo, such as giving her a love poison, which caused the latter to become so unconscious. Tsuyumo said, "I didn't draw it wrong. Are you worthy of being kissed by me? There is only one person in this world who is qualified, and that is him." She couldn't help but turn her head and look at the Taoist Haixuan in the portrait. "When did you go blind?" Lin Fan began to speak. "This shabby Taoist priest looks like a rat that crawled out of a sewer. Don't spit blood at me." Tsuyumo was furious. She pointed to the door, "Get out now." Lin Fan sneered. The situation was urgent, and he had to provoke the cold and arrogant female president to gain charm points, and let the increased system charm points challenge the evil love gu to see if he could make the other party change her mind. Lin Fan wasn't sure whether he would succeed, but for now he could only cross the river by feeling his way forward. As the saying goes, when you are hungry, you will eat anything you want. This is reflected vividly in you, President Su. You are not picky anymore. You are actually obsessed with a man that even a sow would not like. Today it's a Taoist priest. Tomorrow he might even kill an 80-year-old old man. You are planning to let the calf eat the dry grass. Wonderful, wonderful. Lin Fan clapped his hands as he spoke. As expected, a voice challenging the system sounded. "Bite. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target person, Tsuyumo." The system detected that Tsuyumo's emotions were obviously fluctuating, with anger mixed with irritability. The system rewards the host with 300 points of charm and 30 million RMB. Lin Fan was slightly stunned, because the one-time reward from the system just now was the sum of his 3 previous provocations against Tsuyumo. This shows how drastically the female president's emotions fluctuate. This was also the largest amount he had ever gained at one time. Lin Fan's financial gains have exceeded 200 million, and reached 210 million. And his charm value in Su Yumo's mind reached 603 points. This huge gain was completely beyond his expectations. Despite his high charm value, Su Yumo felt that Lin Fan exuded a rare attraction from head to toe. However, the power of the love goo was too strong and soon suppressed her reason. She got angry again. You know nothing. Lin Fan originally looked into the beautiful eyes of the icy female president, and the look he gave her was sparkling, but soon the enthusiasm died down and was replaced by endless indifference. It seems that I have underestimated the power of evil magic. No, we have to continue with a new round of provocations. From the observation just now, the increase in charm value has a certain effect, but the total value is not enough. It's like taking medicine when you're sick. Even if the medicine is good, if the dosage is not enough, the efficacy will be affected. You stinky Taoist priest, you dare to attack my chief potential female bootlicker. You must not fall into my hands. Lin Fan started to ridicule. If you want to find someone who looks decent. This stinky Taoist priest looks very weak at first glance. 3 minutes at most, including washing up. If you two really get together, then you, President Su, will be a living widow in the true sense of the word. Boss Su, do you want me to buy you some electronic toys in advance? At this moment, Lin Fan was completely excited, and Su Yumo was also successfully angered. Living as a widow. Electric toys. How dare the male subordinate speak so bluntly to her? I simply can't figure out my position. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Fan heard the voice of the system again, and the rewards are the same as before. 300 charm points and 30 million RMB. Oh my God. In just a short while, he made 60 million. The total amount of money gained through the system has increased to 240 million. From now on, anyone who dares to congratulate him on his annual salary of 1 million will be insulting him. And Lin Fan's charm value in Su Yumo's eyes also reached 903 points. This is the person with the highest accumulated charm value among all the opposite sex that I have provoked so far. Congratulations, host. Target Su Yumo not only admires you, but also likes you. Not enough. Lin Fan guessed that Su Yumo was struggling internally at the moment. On the one hand, she liked him, and on the other hand, she was possessed by a demon and had a special liking for the evil Taoist priest. Next, even in Su Yumo's heart, there will be an unparalleled special battle. The two sides in the battle are the provocation system and the evil magic of the mixed-up Taoist priest. See who can gain the upper hand. Lin Fan, I really want to glue your mouth shut. Su Yumo's tone couldn't help but soften. The anger in his eyes when he looked at Lin Fan also dissipated for the most part. This is getting more and more nonsense. Don't mind my business and don't interfere. Otherwise, next time, I might not be so good-tempered. Su Yumo was also unusually gentle towards Lin Fan, even when she had been provoked repeatedly. Obviously, charm plays a key role here. However, the cold female president still couldn't get rid of the control of the love poison. I have to admit that Taoist Haichuan's Taoist skills are quite amazing. Despite this, Lin Fan did not give up and decided to continue increasing his charm value. He wanted to see if he could use his charm to make Su Yumo stop and turn back. He made a move that could not be more provocative. Swishy, swishy, swishy. Lin Fan walked forward, and before Su Yumo could react, he peeled down the sketch from the wall and tore it to pieces in no time. Chapter 57, Removing the Love Poison. It's okay, I'll draw another one. Su Yumo forced herself to suppress her anger and finally chose to forgive Lin Fan. She was also very surprised that the other party had provoked her repeatedly today, but she actually chose to forgive him for the first time. It seems that she has a very broad mind. Su Yumo took out paper and pen. I actually started painting again. Lin Fan was right beside them, watching quietly. There is no rush to take the next step. With each stroke of the pen, the character that appeared on the paper was still that smelly Taoist priest. Lin Fan was secretly surprised that Su Yumo could draw the mixed-haired Taoist priest based on her impression without relying on a photo. And his appearance was almost the same as the first one, almost like a photocopy. It's really strange. The time has come. Lin Fan waved gently towards the portrait. The strong palm wind, sharp as a knife, immediately destroyed the portrait. Then he looked at the beautiful president with a deliberate smile. Su Yumo was so angry that she had worked so hard to draw the portrait. It was deliberately destroyed by Lin Fan. This bastard is so abominable. If eyes could kill people, then Lin Fan would have died 1,000 times. What are you doing? Lin Fan said slowly. Your drawing is too ugly. It's not up to standard, so why don't you draw another one? Suyumo indifferently ordered him to leave. Get out of the room. Don't you want to look at me a few more times when I'm so handsome? In order to prevent you from missing me, I'd better stay a little longer. Lin Fan began to point fingers. I've been here for quite some time, and I don't even have a glass of water. I'm thirsty now, so hurry up and make me a cup of tea. Are you ordering me around? Remember who you are talking to. Suyumo frowned. I'm your boss. You've got the relationship reversed. Don't keep looking so stern, as if I owe you a fortune. Lin Fan walked up to her and pinched her cheek. Smile. There is a saying that goes, a smile makes you 10 years younger. If you want to stay young and beautiful, smiling often is essential. Suyumo was shocked. The male subordinate dared to pinch her face. How audacious. It's outrageous to the extreme. The anger in Suyumo's heart burned to the extreme. Her chest rose and fell. The sense of rhythm is very strong. The visuals are equally stunning. It makes one think a lot, looking at Lin Fan's unrestrained eyes and the very annoying smile on his face. Suyumo really wanted to strangle the other person to death. But the host performed very well today. The continuous provocations have had a significant effect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 points of charm and 30 million RMB. Today is a really auspicious day. What a great harvest. I wonder how many people will envy Jill for making money this fast. Lin Fan was overjoyed and quickly calculated 270 million, the total amount of money gained through provocations. And his charm value in front of Suyumo continued to rise, reaching 1203 points. Good job. Lin Fan was immediately overjoyed. He couldn't help humming a little tune. Today is a good day, everything I want can come true. With the help of her charm, the icy female president finally stopped being so cold. You sang well, don't sing again next time. At this moment, she looked at Lin Fan's features and felt that he was so handsome no matter how she looked at him. He was much more handsome than any other male celebrities at home or abroad. Lin Fan winked and said, praise me as much as you can. Suyumo said, a 70-year-old man can fly over eaves and walk on walls after listening to your singing. After listening to your song, the cows in the fields can plow 2 more acres of land. The coffin lid can barely hold the person inside. All drivers on the road have to step on the accelerator and run red lights. Lin Fan said with concern, you are finally feeling better. From Suyumo's performance, he guessed that in the contest between the provocation system and the love goo, after several unremitting efforts, the system finally gained the upper hand. The evil spell has been lifted from the cold female president. However, this difficult tug-of-war gave Suyumo a splitting headache. I feel a little sick. She held her fair forehead with her hand, sweating profusely, and then fell into Lin Fan's arms. Her body is very soft, and it is most appropriate to describe it as warm, fragrant, and soft like jade. However, Lin Fan had no time to appreciate the feeling at the moment. He was preparing to send Suyumo to the hospital. The other party's starry eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened. It took a long while for the latter to come back to his senses. She stood up from Lin Fan's embrace, tidied her clothes, and then looked at the painting on the table and asked in confusion, who drew this? Seeing that Suyumo was getting better, Lin Fan was in the mood to joke. Drawn by a dog. Suyumo pretended to be angry and glared at him. I think you are a dog that can't spit out ivory. Who else could it be but you? Lin Fan said, I don't know this Taoist priest. He was very curious. You drew it yourself, can't remember it. Suyumo shook her head gently, still looking confused. It seems that the evil spell you have been struck by is very unusual. Not only did you paint his portrait, you kissed him. Suyumo heard this and thought the male subordinate was talking nonsense. You are so frivolous every day, why would I kiss him? You are insulting my vision and taste. Lin Fan pointed to the surveillance camera in a corner of the room and said, just take a look and you'll understand. Well, you dare to slander me, you will suffer the consequences. Lin Fan said with a playful smile. If I haven't slandered you, can you draw a picture of me, hang it on the wall, and then kiss it? A kiss is out of the question. I can burn some incense for you. As Suyumo spoke, she opened her phone and looked through the camera records. The more she looked, the more her brows furrowed. It seems that I have indeed wronged Lin Fan. The other party was not talking nonsense. How could I do such a thing and not have any impression of it? Suyumo had a strong feeling that her consciousness in the surveillance video seemed to be controlled by someone. She knew this Taoist priest. This morning, when she was queuing to buy breakfast, the other party patted her on the shoulder. At that time, the Taoist explained that he had recognized the wrong person. Now it seems that the other party lied, and at the moment he patted his shoulder, he cast an evil spell on him. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said, "There are many evil and crooked magic in this world. There are many talented people among the people, and the skills they possess are far more terrifying than you can imagine. It is said that there is a kind of goo magic in the world called love goo. If I am not mistaken, this bastard Taoist priest secretly tampered with you and planted a love goo in you, which is why you are behaving abnormally." Su Yumo suddenly realized, no wonder it's like this. This stinky Taoist priest is extremely abominable. You actually used such despicable and vulgar means. I heard that the love poison can only be removed by the person who put it in. How did you make it disappear? Su Yumo was suspicious. Lin Fan, could it be that you also understand Taoism? Chapter 58, Lin Fan Evolution. Lin Fan teased, "Yeah, I know about double cultivation, do you want to try it?" Su Yumo rolled her eyes and said, "You are so frivolous. Tell me quickly, how did you do it?" Her curiosity was piqued, because it is just as she said, love goo is not something that can be removed by ordinary people, and it is almost impossible for those who do not understand Taoist techniques to do so. In fact, Lin Fan was also surprised that the love goo was finally defeated by the system. It was the provocation system that accidentally defeated the evil magic of the Taoist priest. This was totally an accident. Please beg me. You're doing this again. Aren't you tired of doing this every day? Why would I be tired? Lin Fan smiled evilly. I am full of energy with endless strength and vigor. Even a virgin boy can't compare to me. If you don't brag for a day, you'll suffocate to death. Forget it. Su Yumo said this angrily. She guessed maybe you and that stinky Taoist priest are the same kind of people. Because there are a lot of things wrong with you. Lin Fan opened his arms and said, "Something is wrong. Do you want me to search you? If you're embarrassed, I can take it off myself." He deliberately made a move to undress. "Why?" Su Yumo quickly stopped him. Okay, everything is fine with you, okay." She was really worried that Lin Fan would act on impulse and show her everything without reservation. That bastard is so shameless that he can do anything shameless. However, she still felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fan. For example, she herself could feel her liking for this bastard growing day by day. Even though the other party provokes me repeatedly, I can still stay in the company safely. This in itself is strange and not in line with her original style. But no matter what, Lin Fan saved himself this time. Save yourself from the brink, literally. The more Su Yumo thought about it, the more frightened she became, and she broke out in a cold sweat. If I were really controlled by the mysterious Taoist priest with a love poison, the consequences would be disastrous. I think this Taoist priest will not give up. Lin Fan guessed, I really hope I can meet him. You want to plant the love poison with the other person, so that you can be together forever. Su Yumo rarely made a joke. I am a male and I like women. Lin Fan deduced, if I'm not mistaken, that bastard Taoist priest will come to my door soon. Su Yumo wanted to take revenge, but she was secretly attacked by the shaggy Taoist priest. She pondered and said, by then will you be able to deal with him? After all, that Taoist priest is different from others. He knows Taoist magic. One force conquers all things. Lin Fan was not worried. Even if I can't do anything to him, he can't get any advantage from me. Su Yumo's eyes were burning. I hope you have a good performance. The company will reward you. What about the individual? What do you want? You know. Lin Fan's eyes fell openly on Su Yumo's extremely silky black stockings. You. Su Yumo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll barely satisfy you once. The relationship between her and Lin Fan is quite weird. One of them set his eyes on the clothes she was wearing, and the other, although not very willing, finally chose to satisfy her. Soon after Lin Fan got the black silk stockings, the system congratulated him. Bite. Congratulations to the host for increasing your punching power to 1,700 points. The host's strength, defense, and speed are all 170,000 times that of an ordinary person. After his punching power increased this time, Lin Fan felt excruciating pain all over his body from the inside out, as if needles were piercing every pore of his skin and daggers were poking every muscle. Even the pupils felt extremely painful and felt like they would burst at any time. The blood is boiling. In the blink of an eye, the flames burn. The last time he transformed his body was in his own residence. It was night time at that time, and Lin Fan couldn't help but roared, causing the female landlady in another bedroom to mistakenly think that he was doing something bad. This time it was even more embarrassing, because it happened in the company and in the president's office. This time the pain was several times more severe than the last time, so much so that Lin Fan tried to hold it back again and again, but still couldn't. Oh, hiss, A few simple pronunciations made Su Yumo blush, and she hurriedly reminded him, Lin Fan, be careful. Don't worry about your image, I still need it. You made such a noise in my office. I can't wash it off even if I jump into the yellow river. She hurried forward and covered Lin Fan's mouth with her hand. When she got closer, she noticed that Lin Fan's pupils were red and looked a little weird and ferocious. The exposed skin was covered with spider web-like cracks, which then healed and then tore apart in an endless cycle. The icy female CEO took a breath and said, What are you doing? Could it be possible that he has also fallen under the spell of that Taoist priest? You tell me. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Slowly, all the abnormalities on Lin Fan's body disappeared, as if the stormy sea had returned to calm. He took Su Yumo's hand away from his mouth. You are blocking my mouth, what can you say? The other party was embarrassed. Sorry, I was in a hurry and forgot. Lin Fan sighed, What a stupid teammate. You are becoming more and more bold and disrespectful to me. Su Yumo pretended to be angry, but she couldn't help but care about him in her heart. Are you okay? It's okay. My body is like a peerless sword. It needs to be tempered and forged by fierce fire. What you just saw was the tempering process. Only in this way can I become stronger and unrivaled in the world. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Su Yumo seemed to understand a lot. No wonder you are so good at fighting. It turns out you have been hiding your abilities all along. She suddenly felt that this increasingly handsome male subordinate in front of her gave her a sense of security. She couldn't help but praise him. You are the type who will make a big splash if you don't make any noise. Lin Fan grinned. I didn't expect President Su to praise people. I always thought that a dog can't spit out ivory. You want to be beaten? Who are you calling a dog mouth? Su Yumo clenched her fists and punched the other person wildly, but it was just like tickling him. While Lin Fan was dodging, he came to the window and asked in a low voice, System, what happened to me just now? Why did my eyes hurt so much? Host, there is no need to panic. This is a good thing. After the upgrade, your telekinetic attack distance has been increased, and your field of vision has also become wider. So, the change just now was a transformation of your pupils. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be able to see farther now. After hearing the introduction of the system, Lin Fan subconsciously looked down, and soon made a surprising and significant discovery. Chapter 59. Follow the beautiful CEO to the women's restroom. A few hundred meters away on the ground, a fly was lying on the back of another fly. What's even more exaggerated is that Lin Fan can clearly distinguish between males and females. His pupils have become so awesome. This means that his eyes can accurately locate objects from a long distance, and then he can make a move and kill with one strike. Lin Fan secretly marveled in amazement. Such eyes were truly amazing. In time, being able to see 1,000 miles away will be no problem. The provocation system seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and spoke first. Don't act like you've never seen the world. When you continue to evolve in the future, you will understand that the skills you have now are nothing at all. In the future, even if you stand still with your hands behind your back, you may be able to kill someone easily. When Lin Fan heard this, he was filled with anticipation. 100 meters away, a fallen leaf slowly fell to the ground, and he subconsciously snapped his fingers. Swish! No one noticed that the fallen leaf was blown into pieces in mid-air before it hit the ground. Lin Fan showed a look of delight. From behind, Su Yumo's curious voice came, What are you doing? He turned around and responded, I'm watching a pair of flies fall in love. I don't believe you. To prevent the stinking Taoist priest from secretly harming you, stay in my sight recently. I will follow you everywhere. Lin Fan suggested. Su Yumo asked back, I'm going to the bathroom, do you want to follow me? Congratulations, Mr. Su, you guessed it right. Is the situation so serious? I wonder if you are taking advantage of me. I'm not as dirty as that Taoist priest. I'm always honest and upright. If I want to take advantage of you, I'll do it openly. Besides, I prefer being taken advantage of by beautiful women. Lin Fan started to brag about himself again. After all, I am considered a handsome man in Linjiang City. Male gods. Su Yumo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't you have a mirror installed at home? Not only is it installed, but it's also a magic mirror. To be honest, every morning I wake up because of how handsome I am. Then walk to the mirror and ask, Mirror, mirror, who is the most handsome man in the world? My handsome face will appear in the mirror. It works every time. No doubt. Suyumo was also convinced. Okay, you are the most handsome in the world. Even crickets are not as handsome as you. Lin Fan regained his composure and got back to the point. You have experienced it yourself, how powerful that Taoist priest is. He was able to perform his evil magic on you without anyone noticing. So this is a unique and strong enemy, and we must not be careless. Suyumo nodded. I want to go to the bathroom now. Walk. Lin Fan made an enthusiastic gesture. The beautiful CEO laughed in silence. Are you serious? Certainly. I risked everything to save you. Lin Fan said seriously. If you want to consider me, why not come with me to the men's bathroom? Get lost. Suyumo denied it without even thinking about it. I only go into the women's bathroom. You can go there if you want. Lin Fan sighed deliberately. Ah, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, then who will? Afterwards, he followed Suyumo, and the two of them walked towards the company's public toilet, one in front and one behind. Lin Fan said as he walked, I've never been there before, President Su. I'm giving my first time in my life to you. Stop disgusting me. Suyumo turned her head and gave him a look of contempt. I think some people are already very happy. She asked, we're about to go into the women's room. Are you nervous? Lin Fan nodded. Yeah, I'm worried. I can't see it at all. Instead, I can see that he can't wait. Soon, they entered the women's bathroom. Suyumo reminded, don't peek. I am very particular about my hobbies. I don't care about peeking at others. It only pollutes my eyes. Lin Fan leaned against the wall near the door, smoking a cigarette leisurely. At this time, a fat cleaning lady in her 50s walked in. The moment she saw Lin Fan, she immediately covered her chest with her hands and howled like a wolf. Someone come here, this is indecent. 4 words popped up in Lin Fan's mind. Are you polite? He didn't do anything, so how could it be considered indecent assault? And even if it is indecent, it is not indecent to the other person. That old lady looked like a toad spirit, and her face was an inverted triangle. After just a few glances, it becomes boring, as if life has lost all its fun. Auntie, could you please keep your voice down? The old lady seemed to be stimulated by something, and shouted especially loudly. Even without a loudspeaker, it has the power of a lion's roar. Nima. Lin Fan was also drunk. Day by day, I encounter strange people and things. Does this lady think that she is the only woman in the world, and that she is so charming that all men in the world have to revolve around her? He quickly persuaded, Auntie, don't be impulsive. Hurry up, there are hooligans. The old lady ignored Lin Fan's advice, and her loud voice soon attracted a lot of people to watch. She usually likes to apply 3 or 4 layers of foundation and scarlet lipstick, the kind that scares people to death without paying for it. If you act in a horror movie, you will be interviewed immediately. I have lived a pure and innocent life, but now I am ruined in my old age by you. I want to call the police. The aunt became more and more arrogant and actually called yelling. Suyumo heard the noise outside and hurriedly finished using the toilet. She pushed open the baffle and said gloomily, Aunt, what are you doing? The auntie said excitedly, Mr. Su. Lin Fan peeked at me. Suyumo thought the other party was making trouble. You haven't had time to go to the bathroom yet, how could he peek at you? The aunt quickly corrected herself. Oh, I was so excited that I said something wrong. He was peeking at you. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I have already called the police. This pervert will be punished accordingly. Who told you to call the police? Suyumo was also convinced. The other party was indiscriminate and only wanted to create chaos in the world. Lin Fan helped her out of kindness, but was wrongly accused. Everyone should go away. Suyumo asked the crowd to disperse. Everyone returned to their seats and started gossiping. Lin Fan is getting bolder and bolder. He even went to the bathroom to peek at Auntie and President Su. It's okay to peek at my aunt, but peeking at President Su is a dead end. Even if the police spare Lin Fan, President Su will not let him go. You can only know a person's face, but not his heart. I never thought Lin Fan was so despicable that he ran to the women's bathroom in broad daylight. About 20 minutes later, the police arrived. It was Yang Tao. When the policewoman saw Lin Fan, she was stunned at first, and then she couldn't believe it. How could you do such a dirty thing? He looks like an ordinary person, but he doesn't do anything human. Chapter 60, Clit Kick. Seeing the policewoman, Lin Fan was secretly delighted. It's time to provoke the other party. You can't just fleece one person, you have to take turns. Be serious. When the policewoman saw Lin Fan, she saw that he had no remorse at all. Instead, he smiled nonchalantly and carelessly. She immediately became angry. If the situation is true, you will be placed under administrative detention. They say Big Bear is brainless. You're not that old, how come you're brainless? Lin Fan said lazily, my aunt looks like this, would I peek at her? Who are you calling brainless? The policewoman was very angry because Lin Fan not only mocked her for being brainless in public, but also said that she was small. She is indeed not very old, so she cares a lot about other people's opinions. No one had ever dared to point it out to his face, but Lin Fan was unexpectedly so bold and outspoken. The system voice sounded. Next, something happened that Lin Fan had not expected. Congratulations to the host for angering the target person Liu Kuihua. Liu Kuihua, what the hell? Lin Fan was completely confused. System, are you malfunctioning or out of order? This system is extremely robust and never fails. You heard it right. Liu Kuihua is that middle-aged woman. Oh. Lin Fan suddenly realized that he had just insulted the old lady's appearance. Women care a lot about how they look. It's no less than a man caring about whether he is capable or not. If a woman gives a bad evaluation to a man, the man will most likely get angry. Similarly, if you say a woman is ugly, it would be strange if she doesn't get angry. Lin Fan was also drunk, and his provocative words, by some strange coincidence, succeeded in arousing Aunt Liu Kuihua's emotions. The host has received 10 million RMB and 100 points of charm. This is such an unexpected surprise. Because of his accidental success in provoking the old lady, Lin Fan earned 10 million. He wanted the money, but he didn't want to be attractive in the eyes of the aunt. However, many things are not what you want them to be. It's like you want 2 hours, but often you end the battle in 7 or 8 minutes. The system continued. The host's charm value is with Liu Kuihua, which is 103. Lin Fan, Auntie shouldn't have treated you like that just now. My dear, you are not still angry with me. Little darling, take a closer look. Auntie is not as bad as you say, she still has her charm. Under the effect of charm, Liu Kuihua's attitude softened. Her words, good boy, made Lin Fan sweat profusely, and his whole body was covered with goose bumps. Aunt, do you have any misunderstanding about the term, still charming? Lin Fan was furious. Also, please don't call me little darling. This time it was Su Yumo, and the policewoman's turn to be dumbfounded. What's going on? My aunt had called the police before, so why did her attitude suddenly change 360 degrees? Even the way he looked at Lin Fan was not right. Like a sow in heat. Yang Tao asked seriously, Aunt, did Lin Fan peek at you? Liu Kuihua assured solemnly. No, Lin Fan is a decent person, how could he do such a thing? I misunderstood him. He was just smoking a cigarette in the bathroom. When I got there, he was already inside. After hearing this, the policewoman said to Lin Fan, it seems like you are trying to peek at others. I can testify that he didn't peek at anyone. At this time, Su Yumo stood up. I was the only woman in the bathroom at the time. Besides, I was the one who called him in. Because someone wanted to harm me recently, I asked Lin Fan to protect me at all times. So that's how it is. Yang Tao finally figured out what was going on. The bad impression of Lin Fan faded away instantly. However, she was still upset about what Lin Fan had just said. Humph, you say I'm stupid, you're still young. The policewoman walked up to Lin Fan angrily, and without warning, she kneed him and kicked him in the crotch, hitting him right in the face. Lin Fan, I'll remember what you said just now. Hiss. Lin Fan deliberately took a breath of cold air. This is a kick that will cut off your progeny and exterminate your descendants. This little girl is really cruel. In fact, he didn't feel any pain at all, because his body is very strong from head to toe. Even if the policewoman increased her strength 10 times, her punches and kicks would only be like tickling him. Instead, the policewoman couldn't help but frown. Because her knee hurt a lot. You deserve it. After Yang Tao said this, he limped away. She used a crotch kick and ended up getting hurt. Where can she go to seek justice? When the policewoman was feeling depressed, she suddenly became concerned about Lin Fan for some unknown reason. I hope that kid is not seriously injured. After all, her knee was like that. It would be strange if Lin Fan wasn't injured. She couldn't help but call Lin Fan. Lin Fan deliberately didn't answer it. I called several times in a row, but none of them went through. As a result, the policewoman was always feeling uneasy and guilty. At the same time, she was a little puzzled. Why should I care about that bastard? What does the other person's life or death have to do with her? Even if Lin Fan was injured, it was his own fault. Who made him speak so harshly? Despite this truth, the policewoman's guilt never subsided. Jiaoying Group, Su Yumo asked, have you ever done anything to offend the policewoman? Otherwise, why would she be so cruel? Lin Fan sighed deeply. She turned her love into hatred. Since she couldn't get me, she didn't want another woman to occupy me, so she took this opportunity to do this. Go to the hospital, don't delay. Su Yumo's suggestion was not unreasonable, because most people would not be able to withstand the kick from the policewoman just now. After all, it was a kick to the crotch, hitting a special place. Lin Fan frowned. There is no need to go to the hospital anymore. Su Yumo was secretly surprised. It scrapped. Lin Fan smiled, because I'm not injured at all. You might as well be scrapped. After realizing that she was being tricked, Su Yumo glared fiercely. However, she still felt that Lin Fan might be holding on for the sake of face, so she planned to go to the pharmacy. A pharmacy near Jiaoying Group. Yang Tao and Su Yumo appeared one after another. Boss, I want some white medicine to treat injuries from falls. Give me a bottle of white medicine, too. Both of them knew the truth, but neither of them asked the other why they bought Beiyao. The policewoman bought the white medicine to give to Lin Fan. The same is true for Su Yumo. Please help me deliver this box of medicine to Lin Fan. Thank you very much. Yang Tao handed the white medicine she had just bought to the cold female president, then got into the police car and drove away. Not long after, Su Yumo gave 2 boxes of medicine to Lin Fan. One of them was bought by the female police officer. I won't be able to use this thing if it expires. Lin Fan sighed. Oh, heaven and earth, please don't let my whole body be as strong as iron. Su Yumo was speechless. If you don't behave like Versailles for a day, you will die. Chapter 61, Meeting Taoist Priest Haixuan. Meanwhile, Yang Tao couldn't help but send a text message to Lin Fan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so harsh. The policewoman thought that since Su Yumo came out to buy medicine, it meant that Lin Fan must have been injured. What a sin. It's better not to use the crotch kick on Lin Fan so easily in the future. After all, that place is very special and the most vulnerable. If you are not careful, it will be really painful, or even nothing at all. You need to apply the medicine on time, don't do strenuous exercise, and rest is the most important thing. In a policewoman's life, it is rare for her to care so much about a member of the opposite sex. After sending the message, Yang Tao held the phone and looked at the text message, unable to believe it. It's hard to believe that I sent that message myself. Why should she care about that brat named Lin? I don't need medicine. Soon, the policewoman received Lin Fan's reply. She was shocked, completely useless. No need to take medicine anymore. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Is that all I have to say sorry? I originally wanted you to be responsible for the rest of your life. However, you are not worthy for now. After all, I am the most handsome man in the world. Can you remove the pretty boy? I think the term eccentric is more suitable for you. Yang Tao comforted him. You don't have to be discouraged. Medicine is so advanced nowadays. It will help you to regain your vitality. Even with the development of medical technology in the future, it won't be a problem to install an intelligent prosthesis. At the same time, Su Yumo beside Lin Fan was also showing concern. Are you really okay? I noticed that the female police officer's knee was injured when she left. How come you are okay? Don't be so stubborn and suffer. There are no outsiders here, and I promise not to leak the secret. If you don't believe me, why don't you check it yourself? Lin Fan smiled. You're delusional. You deserve to be hurt. I want to kick you twice. Facing Lin Fan's teasing, Su Yumo was not polite at all and did not give him a good look. While Lin Fan and Su Yumo were joking, the cleaning lady Liu Qiuhua showed up. Lin Fan, can you be more aggressive with me? I found it very enjoyable. Lin Fan looked at the other person's serious expression and couldn't help but sigh. Aunt, I think something is wrong with you. Come on, you're welcome. Be fierce to me. Liu Qiuhua urged, scold me a few words. Looking at the aunt, Lin Fan really didn't want such a person to appear among the female lickspittle candidates. Aunt, please respect yourself. I'm a well-educated person. I'm not even as old as your son. Just let me go. Lin Fan never thought that the charm value would have such a strong effect on Liu Qiuhua. He then smiled at Su Yumo, who was stunned, and said, See, my handsomeness has shocked middle-aged and elderly women. Su Yumo couldn't help laughing. You deserve it. She seldom smiles, but at this moment she looks even more charming. One smile can conquer a city, another smile can conquer a country, and a third smile can conquer my heart. Su Yumo made up an excuse to send Liu Qiuhua away and called Lin Fan to her office. She was worried. When will that evil Taoist priest appear? Lin Fan walked to the window and looked into the distance. Although it was some distance away from the gate, his vision could still reach there. The mixed-haired Taoist priest looks very lustful. Since he has planted the love poison in you, he will be eager to get you. If nothing unexpected happens before tonight. As long as I'm here, I won't let you lose your virginity. Why do I feel like the words coming out of your mouth sound weird? If Su Yumo hadn't considered that she needed Lin Fan's protection, she would have chased him away long ago. Not long after, Lin Fan made a discovery. He saw the figure of Taoist Haixuan appear near the gate. Based on Su Yumo's previous portrait, he was sure that this person was the shabby Taoist priest who was secretly practicing evil magic. As expected, he guessed it right. What Lin Fan didn't know was that the reason why Taoist Haixuan was so impatient, besides being lustful himself, there was another very important reason, which was that he was afraid that the night would be long and dreams would arise, and he was afraid that Feng Wei would know the truth in advance. Let's go meet the man of your dreams. Su Yumo was stunned. My dream lover, who? That shabby Taoist priest. You can't spit out tiger teeth from a pig's mouth. I don't have a dream lover. Even if I do, it can't be him. I was under a spell before. If you continue to make things worse, I will ask the cleaning lady Liu Kuehua to deal with you. Wait, you said you wanted to meet that Taoist priest. Where is he? Su Yumo walked to the window, very puzzled because she saw nothing. Just follow me. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he walked out the door and Su Yumo followed him. Although she was still unclear about how Lin Fan guessed that Taoist Haixuan had appeared, she could not see that he was joking. After leaving Jiaoying group, Su Yumo saw Taoist Haixuan standing not far away. It was the evil Taoist priest. It seems that Lin Fan is still quite capable. Lin Fan walked straight towards Taoist Haixuan. Master, your Taoism is not good enough. The love poison has been removed. Have you removed the love poison? Taoist priest Haixuan was shocked when he heard this. That's impossible. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. No one except me can untie the love poison in this woman. Lin Fan said slowly, there are always exceptions in this world. You also know Taoism, won't you? Then how did you break my magic? Taoist Haixuan was very confused, and then looked at Su Yumo. He found that the way the beautiful president stared at him was full of anger, and it didn't look like she was under a love spell at all. It seems that, just as Lin Fan said, the love poison has really been removed. His face changed drastically. Su Yumo said indifferently, you don't want to be a good Taoist priest, but you have to do despicable things. You have brought shame to the Taoist sect. Taoist Haixuan snorted coldly. Beauty, don't think this boy can save you. You are already in my pocket. Let me deal with this guy first, then we can have a good time. A silver smile appeared on his face. Taoist priest Haixuan said to Lin Fan with a look of displeasure, I don't care who you are, you ruined my good deeds. I will never let you off easily. He came to Jiaoying group this time just to pick up Su Yumo. Before he came, the hotel room had already been booked, and he also prepared some things to liven up the party. As a result, Lin Fan's unexpected appearance spoiled everything. Lin Fan didn't take the other party's threat seriously at all. Damn Taoist priest, you are just a grasshopper after autumn. You won't be able to jump for much longer. Taoist priest Haixuan was furious. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak rudely to me. You little brat, I will let you watch me take Su Yumo away, and you will be powerless to do anything. Chapter 62. Make an appointment with Mr. Feng. I am gifted with extraordinary talents and amazing internal strength. I can kill a bear with just one palm. Today I'll show you how powerful I am. After saying this, Taoist Haixuan raised his palm and chopped. Whoosh! Lin Fan immediately ran away. Taoist priest Haixuan was very pleased with himself. Are you scared now? Lin Fan raised his index finger and thumb, making a pistol shape, pointed his index finger at Taoist Haixuan's crotch, and beat him in the air. You think you can? Ugh. Taoist Haixuan had just said half of his words when he immediately screamed in pain and bent over. He was hit precisely in the vitals by a powerful shock wave. Although the chicken hasn't flown, the egg has been laid. Lin's one yang finger, click wherever you're unhappy. Bio. Lin Fan flicked his fingers and sent out several invisible energy waves. Because the energy wave came at an extremely fast speed, even a skilled fighter like Taoist Haixuan was unable to dodge it. Of course, this was also largely related to the fact that he was seriously injured. There were 2 holes on his chest, one on each side, and they were quite symmetrical. That miserable look is so embarrassing that one can't help but laugh. Taoist Haixuan was terrified. Even though he had expected Lin Fan to be an expert, he had never expected him to be so ridiculously strong. He turned and ran. Lin Fan slapped him from the air. Taoist Haixuan felt a pain in his butt and was immediately thrown to the ground. There happened to be a pile of dog shit on the ground, which filled up his teeth. Run, keep running. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Taoist Haixuan didn't dare to say anything out loud, and just wanted to go back to his mother as soon as possible. He was sure that if he didn't give in, he would be beaten and cry. Lin Fan walked up to the other person and extended his hand. Hand over your phone. Taoist priest Haixuan said, I only add rich women. Get lost. Lin Fan kicked him so hard that he saw his great-grandmother. This time Taoist Haixuan was completely obedient. He handed over his phone and unlocked it. Lin Fan found the chat records and call records between the other party and Feng Wei. The truth is out. It turned out to be that beast. I never thought that a rich second generation would use such dirty tricks behind people's backs. Su Yumo gritted her teeth. Lin Fan joked, the richer a person is, the more shady things they do. But you, a Taoist priest, are not authentic either. Lin Fan gently patted Taoist Haixuan's face. You took the money but didn't do the job, and you used the love poison randomly. If you take the money and run away, nothing will happen. Just treat it as a lesson for Master Feng. But you just secretly wanted to turn Su Yumo into your own doll, which made a big mistake. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Ask Master Feng to come out. Taoist priest Haixuan hesitated. According to the rules of our sect, we cannot betray our employer's information. You have no rules. You are the biggest rule breaker. Don't you know what bad things you have done? You don't have any other choice. Or I'll give you a ride. Lin Fan aimed his palm at Taoist Haixuan's crown. Wait a moment. Taoist priest Haixuan had no choice but to give in. I'll do as you say. Then he called Feng Wei. Master Haixuan, how is the matter going? As soon as the call was connected, Feng Wei's impatient voice came from the other end. It's almost there, but I still need to provide you with some hair. Taoist priest Haixuan lied. Let's talk in detail when we meet. Good. Soon the two agreed to meet outside the gate of Jiaoyang Group. Lin Fan took Taoist Haixuan to the guard room and found some ropes to tie him up. The other party was terrified. Brother, I made an appointment with Master Feng according to your instructions. Why don't you let me go? Lin Fan grinned. Did I say I would let you go? You shameless. Compared to you, my skills are still a little behind. But for a shameless person like you, shameless means should be used. Lin Fan gloated. I want to watch you and Master Feng fight each other until you're all covered in fur. I, the great Taoist Haixuan, have a great reputation in my life, but I ended up falling into the hands of an unknown person. Taoist Haixuan sighed endlessly. Lin Fan called Wang Laohu again. Hu Zai, is it convenient? Wang Laohu was flattered. When Master Lin calls me, I'll be there any time. I'll trouble you a thing. It's not a bother at all. It's my lifelong honor to serve Master Lin. Wang Laohu's flattery became more and more proficient. You can buy an old sow and send it to Jiaoyang Group. Okay. About half an hour later, Feng Wei appeared in sight with high spirits. He was wondering why Taoist Haixuan hadn't appeared yet. At this moment, a figure appeared and scared him. Lin Fan. Feng Wei had a bad feeling in his heart that the truth might be exposed. Otherwise, why would Lin Fan appear here? That doesn't make sense. Taoist Haixuan is very skilled in Taoism. It's impossible for him to be defeated. Mr. Feng, how come you are more scared of me than a grandson seeing his grandfather? Don't be nervous. I'm here to give you a gift. Lin Fan then threw the bound Taoist Haixuan in front of Feng Wei. Soon after, Su Yumo also showed up. What does this mean? Feng Wei acted crazy and stupid, pretending that he didn't know Taoist Haixuan. It has come to this, what's the point of pretending? If Su Yumo hadn't been present, Lin Fan would probably have cursed and called her a jerk. Feng Xiao ran away. Because this matter was kept confidential, he came alone to see Taoist Haixuan. He was regretting his decision so much now. He should have brought more men with him so that he would have had a chance to escape. He had only run a few steps when Lin Fan kicked him to the ground. Mr. Feng, why are you so rude? I gave you a gift, but you didn't even say a word of thanks. I thank you. In fact, there were also the words, 18 generations of ancestors at the end. But Feng Wei didn't dare say them out loud to avoid being beaten again. Master Haixuan, you are such a piece of shit. You actually betrayed me. You don't know the rules of the underworld at all. Young Master Feng took out all his anger on Taoist Master Haixuan. Lin Fan handed Feng Wei a stick. Vent your anger as much as you can, he can't move now. What kind of play are you acting in? Feng Wei was a little confused and dazed for a moment, not knowing whether Lin Fan was an enemy or a friend. I told you guys I want to see you guys fight each other and get covered in fur. Feng Wei took the stick and swung it hard at Taoist Haixuan. What I hate most is people who take money but don't do anything. Who gave you the courage to betray me? Taoist Haixuan was howling. Mr. Feng, I really have no choice. If I don't do this, Lin Fan won't let me go. You're still feeling wronged. Lin Fan added fuel to the fire. Mr. Feng, do you know that this bastard Taoist priest did something immoral that hurt you? Chapter 63, Dog Bites Dog, Mouth Full of Fur. Lin Fan continued. He planted the love poison in him and Su Yumo. What do you mean? Feng Wei stopped and was stunned. That means the love poison has nothing to do with you. Su Yumo will love Taoist Haixuan for the rest of her life. Master Dog, I fuck you, Master Nai. Seeing Taoist Haixuan's expression, Feng Wei understood everything. Lin Fan wouldn't have said that if he didn't have sufficient evidence. That's the girl I liked. I spent 200,000 yuan to ask you for help, and you actually did something like this. Are you still worthy of being a human being? Don't you have any professional ethics? After saying that, Feng Wei swung the stick in his hand towards Taoist Haixuan again. If he was soft-handed just now, this time he was much more severe. The other party was beaten so hard that he screamed and howled. Taoist priest Haixuan was also furious and started to curse back. Mr. Feng, what kind of a person are you? You asked me to use a love poison on you. This despicable method really brings shame to your ancestors for 18 generations. Su Yumo is such a beautiful lady. Are you worthy of being with her? You don't even have the qualifications to think about her. If you have the guts to chase her openly, it means you have no ability at all. Stop talking nonsense. Feng Wei was enraged by Taoist Haixuan's words, and he swung the stick with even more force. Fortunately, Taoist Haixuan had some skills. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been beaten to pieces long ago. Lin Fan crossed his arms leisurely and watched the show. He even asked Su Yumo, "This play is quite exciting, right?" The icy female president nodded happily and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. She felt extremely relieved when she saw Taoist Haixuan being beaten badly. Feng Wei didn't stop until he was exhausted and out of breath. Taoist priest Haixuan's body was covered in bruises and purples, and he looked as miserable as could be. Seeing that it was almost done, Lin Fan untied Taoist Haixuan. Seeing this, Feng Wei quickly asked, "Mr. Lin, what do you mean? I was the one who tied up this stinky Taoist priest. Now I'm untying him. Is there any problem?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Feng, I don't need your permission to do anything." Feng Wei was immediately anxious. "I just beat up Taoist Haixuan. If you untie him now, wouldn't that give him a chance to take revenge? You have a stick in your hand, so why should you be afraid of a hammer? I am not afraid of anything with my bare hands." Feng Wei was so angry that he almost vomited blood, thinking to himself, how can I compete with you? I'm not as good at fighting as you. After regaining his freedom, Taoist priest Haixuan roared at Feng Wei, "Come on, you little bastard, keep fighting." Now the situation is different. He is free and has become completely different. Feng Wei was holding a stick, hesitant. "You were pretty awesome, weren't you? Now you're useless. Who the hell is this trash?" Feng Wei was also extremely anxious. He swung the stick again. Taoist Haixuan raised his hand, and with a bang, the stick broke instantly. "I asked you to continue, how dare you?" Taoist priest Haixuan slapped Feng Wei so hard that he saw stars. "I am your employer, how dare you attack me?" Feng Wei was furious. "Return the 200,000. Taoist priest Haixuan snorted coldly. "I am a pixie. Once I have something in my mouth, I will never spit it out." Feng Wei looked at the man's mouth full of yellow teeth and said, "No wonder you have dog poop in your mouth and you don't want to spit it out. Damn Taoist priest, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's not that easy to make money for me. Be careful that you may earn money but not spend it. Threaten me? Do you think I'll be afraid?" Taoist Haixuan slapped Feng Wei several times. "Wonderful, wonderful." Not far away, Lin Fan praised. "Mr. Feng, you are the one who started what Taoist Haixuan did. You were the one who found him and tried to put a love poison on Su Yumo. If nothing unexpected had happened, I'm afraid you would have succeeded. Your tricks are shameless. Since you like to use evil magic on others so much, why not let you experience it yourself?" What do you mean?" When Feng Wei heard Lin Fan's words, he felt a bad premonition. "Don't worry." Lin Fan looked at the time and thought Wang Lao who should be arriving soon. Not long after, a pickup truck drove up, loaded with a fat sow weighing several hundred pounds. Wang Lao, who stopped the car, jumped out and said respectfully, "Master Lin, I brought you what you wanted." Taoist Haixuan and Feng Wei looked at each other, confused as to what Lin Fan was up to. In such a serious scene, what's the point of bringing a big fat pig? Lin Fan instructed Taoist Hai Xuan. Give young Master Feng a love poison and make him fall in love with this pig. When Feng Wei heard this, he immediately shouted angrily, Mr. Lin, don't go too far. Lin Fan snorted coldly. For a loser like you, no matter what means I use, it's not excessive. Su Yumo was both amused and confused when she saw this, and thought to herself, Lin Fan, you are really amazing. Most people would never think of such a prank. At first, she didn't understand why Lin Fan asked Wang Lao who to send an old sow over. It turned out that this was his intention. My male subordinate is so bad. But she likes it. Feng Wei threatened. Master Hai Xuan, don't listen to him. If you dare to do that, I will never let you go. Lin Fan said calmly, Damn Taoist priest, if you don't do it, I guarantee that your only way to survive will be gone. At this moment, there are two paths before Taoist Hai Xuan. He was furious at the beating Feng Wei had just given him, and was holding a grudge against him. He also knew very well that if he didn't follow Lin Fan's arrangements, he would most likely die. Therefore, Taoist Hai Xuan already has the answer in his mind as to how to choose. I'm sorry, Mr. Feng. There is nothing I can do about your situation. Feng Wei yelled, There's nothing I can do, you maggot. After being scolded, Taoist Hai Xuan changed his tone. I suddenly feel that you have brought this upon yourself. Then he began to cast a spell. Feng Wei was shocked and panicked. Damn Taoist priest, it's not too late for you to stop now. Taoist Hai Xuan ignored it. Feng Wei pleaded with Lin Fan again. Hurry up and ask him to stop. Lin Fan shook his head. My hand is on someone else's body. I can't stop him from doing anything he wants to do. Not long after, Taoist Hai Xuan said to Lin Fan, Done. Feng Wei's eyes inadvertently swept over the white and strong sow. There was a look of obsession on his face. There was also a look of infatuation in his eyes. Su Yumo couldn't believe the scene. The love goo is indeed powerful. It can make Feng Wei become like this. This evil Taoist priest does have some skills, but he met Lin Fan, otherwise he would not have failed. Mr. Feng will love this pig to death. Taoist Hai Xuan finished speaking. Can I leave now? Chapter 64 Dogs, and you are not allowed to enter. Lin Fan said expressionlessly. Go away, I don't want to see you in Linjiang City again. Understood. Taoist priest Hai Xuan nodded hurriedly. Thank you for sparing my life. Soon he disappeared from everyone's sight. Feng Wei then called the moving company and pointed at the big fat pig and said to the workers, Please bring it to my house and drive slowly so the baby doesn't get carsick. The love poison took effect very quickly. The way he addressed the sow changed to baby, which made people laugh. On that day, the Feng residence was in chaos. Feng Wei insisted on letting the big fat pig live in his bedroom, which drove the Feng family crazy. When Lin Fan was about to get off work, he unexpectedly received a call from an unknown number. After the call was connected, a young man's voice was heard from the microphone. My name is Feng Xiang, and I am Feng Wei's elder brother. I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. Bring Taoist Hai Xuan to me. Also, prepare 10 million as compensation for my brother's mental damages. Are you Feng family so useless? Can't even find a Taoist priest? Lin Fan laughed. You also want to mate with the old sow, so you seek the help of Taoist Hai Xuan. I also advise you not to try to take my money, or you might get into trouble. I just like young people like you who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Feng Xiang sneered. I prefer the way you bow your head and admit your mistakes in no time. Give you 3 days to prepare. No. Lin Fan refused without even thinking. I don't have the money, and I don't have the time to look for Taoist Hai Xuan. Then you are determined to confront my Feng family. Very good, let's ride the donkey and read the opera, we'll see. At the Feng mansion, Feng Xiang hung up the phone angrily. He was a tall young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, like a character from a novel about a domineering president. As the eldest son of the Feng group, he was a true domineering president. Feng Wei reminded, Brother Lin Fan is very good at fighting. Feng Xiang said disapprovingly, There is never a shortage of people who can fight in this world. When I was studying in Fuso, I met a friend nicknamed Big Elephant. He is a professional sumo wrestler with great strength and first-rate sumo skills. I think that in front of him, Lin Fan is just a chick in front of an eagle. Feng Xiang already had an idea in mind. It just so happens that the big dumb elephant is coming to Dragon Country for a tour. I will invite him over to deal with Lin Fan. Feng Wei became energetic after hearing this. Well, Lin Fan's good days are over. After get off work, Su Yumo said to Lin Fan, That stinky Taoist priest has been scared away. I guess he doesn't dare to go back to Linjiang City, because even if you don't deal with him, Master Feng won't let him off easily. So there's no need for you to follow me around like a shadow. If you are so shameless as me, you must stay in the same bedroom with me if you follow me home. Lin Fan joked. You are wrong, it means staying on a bed. Su Yumo pretended to be angry. I knew you would be like this. Lin Fan pretended to be relieved. All right, a man and a woman are together in the middle of the night. I'm afraid you won't be able to resist my beauty and your heart will be in turmoil. If you force yourself on me, I'll be at a big disadvantage. After all, I'm still a virgin. You are daydreaming all day long. There is no hope for you. Su Yumo shook her head and left. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he had never visited the magnificent KTV that Sister Hong had given him before, and now he had the time to go over and take a look. Soon he arrived at the KTV. The store's magnificent hall and fashionable decoration style everywhere showed its high-end style, which was several levels higher than ordinary KTVs. I really don't know what Sister Hong was thinking at the time. Was she kicked in the head by a donkey that she gave the store to him? Upon hearing that the new boss was coming, the magnificent store manager Yu Feng hurried over. He couldn't imagine that Lin Fan was so young. Hello, boss. The fact that Lin Fan was able to get Sister Hong to give away the magnificent KTV meant that he was definitely extraordinary. Yu Feng was also knowledgeable and experienced. He knew that many powerful people often looked plain-looking, but were more powerful than those who looked extraordinary at first glance. Everything is running normally at the KTV. The original staff will remain in place. You are still in charge. Lin Fan did not make any major personnel adjustments. Thank you for your trust, boss. Yu Feng was extremely grateful. At this time, Han Chi and a middle-aged foreign woman also came to the KTV. The foreign woman's name was Jenny, and she was Han Chi's immediate superior. The two of them were secretly having an affair, and that was why Han Chi was promoted in the company. Jenny was dark and fat. From a distance, one would think she was a big fat pig running down the mountain or a coal spirit. Han Chi is really not picky about food. Baby, it's okay. Jenny felt very distressed when she saw the bruises on Han Chi's face. Han Chi forced a smile. It doesn't matter. His injuries were caused by Kaiyingzi. He had previously contacted Kaiyingzi to ask him to teach Lin Fan a lesson, but unexpectedly the other party surrendered to the latter. And find him and give him a good beating. Let me feel the pain. Jenny kissed him with her sausage-like mouth, and Han Chi didn't refuse. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, The squad leader has a very unique taste. Why are you here? Han Chi was very surprised, and he subconsciously kept his distance from Jenny. He didn't expect to meet Lin Fan again here. Then it dawned on him, I understand. I asked you about your job at a class reunion dinner earlier, which hurt your self-esteem. You don't want to work as a cleaner or gatekeeper in my company. So you came here for the interview, right? But with your conditions, you can't be a male model. You can only be a waiter. Han Chi laughed and said, I will come to Jinbihuiwang more often in the future. You must serve your old classmate well. But don't worry, I'll give you a tip. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. A dog will never stop eating shit, and you will never stop looking down on people. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to come here again. Even a dog can enter, but you can't. Han Chi was furious. How dare you laugh at me for being worse than a dog? Who do you think you are? The boss here, you won't let me in. Do you have the authority to do that? Lin Fan smiled. Congratulations, you guessed it right. A low-level salesperson who earns 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month and could be unemployed at any time came here to apply for a waiter job and now claims to be the owner of a KTV. It's really laughable. Just as Han Chi was mocking him, Yu Feng spoke. My boss asked you to get out, and then you will be blacklisted forever by Jin by Huey. Your boss? Han Chi recognized Yu Feng, the manager of this store. Manager Yu, you can't make such a joke. Lin Fan is my classmate, how can I not understand him? He is a loser. Do you think I'm joking? My boss is someone you can mock. If you dare to say any more nonsense, I will throw you out of here. As Yu Feng spoke coldly, several security guards ran up to Han Chi. Chapter 65, Not Giving Forth Master Face. Lin Fan ordered them to leave. You can either leave by yourself or ask them to help you. How come you are the boss of the Golden Splendor? Han Chi said in a daze that it was difficult for him to accept this fact. After all, Jinbihuiwang was a KTV that made a fortune every day. I am afraid that my classmates are having a hard time, and I am also afraid that they are driving a Land Rover. What's more, he had a very bad relationship with Lin Fan, and didn't want the latter to live a glorious life. Now hearing that Lin Fan is rich and powerful, Han Chi feels so upset, even more miserable than if he were bankrupt. Why should the Lin guy live better than me? It turns out that Lin Fan was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Otherwise, how could Kyingzi submit to him? Otherwise, why would the school beauty Liu Chuxia take him out alone during a dinner party, and most likely book a room with her? Why? Han Chi was almost going insane. Why did his old classmate, whom he looked down upon, live better than him? I will go on my own. Han Chi stepped out of the magnificent palace in a daze. For a moment, he was extremely jealous of Lin Fan. How proud he was before, how upset he is now. Just as Yu Feng was taking Lin Fan on a tour, a waiter ran over in a hurry. Oh no, there's a guest causing trouble in box 8180. What's going on? Yu Feng frowned slightly. In his impression, no one had dared to act tough here for a long time. Moreover, as soon as the new boss came to inspect, someone started making trouble, making it very difficult for him as the store manager to step down. The customer reported that there were cockroaches in the fruit plate, but we checked the corridor surveillance and found that when the waiter brought the fruit plate in, there were no cockroaches on it. This is the first time I've heard of cockroaches in the fruit bowl in our store. Yu Feng seemed to have thought of something. Boss, please wait a moment, I'll take care of it. Lin Fan smiled and said, let's go and take a look together. Good. Led by the waiter, Lin Fan and Yu Feng soon arrived at box 8180. Inside the box, there were several young men from society, exuding a strong sense of hostility. Yu Feng took out the surveillance video and said politely, Boss, our Jinbihui Wang has always had a high reputation in this city. This kind of thing has never happened before. Not to mention in our restaurant, even if you go to other KTVs, I don't think you can eat cockroaches. I would believe it even if I found a fly in my food. As for cockroaches, how is that possible? A triangular-eyed thug was shouting and glaring. You mean I put it there on purpose? Who can prove that I was the one who put it there? You or you? He pointed at the people in the box with bared teeth, and his attitude was particularly arrogant. Yu Feng was about to respond, but Lin Fan said calmly, I can give you 1,000 yuan in compensation. Lin Fan knew very well what kind of people Triangle Eyes and others were, but he planned to use courtesy first and force later. If these guys were shameless, don't blame him for being rude. Triangle Eyes stepped on the coffee table and held up 2 fingers. No, I want this number. Lin Fan guessed 2,000. No, it's 200,000. Hearing the amount quoted by the other party, Lin Fan confirmed his guess that this group of people came here specifically to cause trouble. Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? So what? Your grandfather is Cao Sixi's man. The other party directly gave his name. Yu Feng exclaimed, Fourth Master. Cao Sixi is very well known in Linjiang City, and is a man who can make things happen. Apart from Sister Hong, I'm afraid no one can be on equal footing with him. Cao Sixi has been competing with Hong Jai for business over the years, but he has always been outshined by the latter, and is considered the eternal runner-up in the entertainment industry. He didn't know where he got the news from, but he heard that Jinbihui Wang had changed owners, so he planned to give the new boss a warning, even ready to swallow up the splendor. And the man with triangular eyes was sent by Cao Sixi. As long as the people from Jinbihui Wang don't give money or dare to attack Triangle Eyes, then Cao Sixi can have a legitimate reason to come and show off his power. Triangle Eyes said smugly, If you are afraid, just pay the money and we will all be in peace. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan pointed at the cockroach in the fruit plate and said calmly, Eat it. Triangle Eyes was annoyed. Are you talking to me? Yes, but I found that I was talking to a wall. I don't want to eat. I'm sure you'll eat it. Boy, you are tired of living. How dare you offend the Fourth Master? I don't care whether you are the Fourth Master, the Fifth Master, or the Eighth Master's man. Even if your Fourth Master shows up in person, you're still in trouble. The man with the triangular eyes said arrogantly, Where did this young man come from? In Linjiang City, no one dares not to give face to the Fourth Master. Lin Fan suddenly pressed down on the head of the man with triangular eyes, and his mouth hit the table heavily. 2 front teeth were missing. Yu Feng was stunned. The new boss was so cruel. Didn't he really worry about Cao Sixi's revenge? He began to feel uneasy. The boss has already taken action, and it will be difficult to end the situation. Alas, tonight's splendor may be followed by a bloody storm. Fuck you! The man with triangular eyes started cursing, but before he could finish his words, his mouth was pressed onto the coffee table again. Blood spurted out, and his entire mouth was filled with blood. Seeing that the situation was not good, The other people picked up the wine bottles and smashed them fiercely on Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the triangular-eyed man's head to fight back. Banged, banged, banged. None of the wine bottles hit the target, but all of them landed on Triangle Eye's head, which was immediately cut open, and blood flowed freely and meandered down. Several people looked at each other and grabbed the wine bottles again in dissatisfaction and smashed them again. Lin Fan did the same thing and hit Triangle Eye's head with the bottle again. "Can you guys hit it right?" Triangle Eyes was furious. What a bunch of stupid teammates. Lin Fan kicked a few times and knocked all of Triangle Eye's accomplices to the ground. Then he warned, "Your teeth will continue to be knocked out." Triangle Eyes struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Lin Fan's control. "You're brave enough to eat it." Triangle Eyes had no choice but to give in. He picked up the cockroach, put it in his mouth, chewed it several times, and forced it to swallow. "I will settle this account with you today." He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and had no intention of leaving. The boat capsized in the ditch, and he must make Lin Fan pay a heavier price. "Boss, Cow Sixy is very difficult to deal with," Yu Feng hurriedly reminded. "Why don't you go out and hide first to avoid their attack?" Lin Fan said calmly, "I want him to know that his brilliance will be suppressed by me and become as small as the eye of a needle." Yu Feng was stunned when he heard this. He wondered if the new boss was being too pretentious. There were not many people in the entire Linjiang city who dared to look down on Cow Sixy like this. Triangle Eyes took out his cell phone and called for help. "Fourth Master, the other party was ungrateful and we got beaten. And they don't even take your reputation seriously." A cold reply came from the other end. "Tonight, we will destroy the magnificent splendor." Chapter 66, Firefight. Seeing that the matter had become serious, Yu Feng quietly walked out of the box and quickly made a phone call. "Sister Hong, without your protection, Cow Sixy's people started to come to the store to cause trouble, but they were taught a lesson by the new boss. I've offended Cow Sixy. I'm worried that the new boss won't be able to deal with it. No matter what Jinbai Hui Huang is your hard work, Sister Hong. I can't bear to see it destroyed, especially falling into the hands of the enemy. The current boss of Jinbai Hui Huang is Lin Fan. I can't control that much. But," Sister Hong changed the subject and said, "He is my benefactor. If he is bullied, I Chu Hong will never sit idly by and watch." She knew that Cow Sixy had been eyeing the fat piece of meat of Jinbai Hui Huang for a long time. But even if the man named Cow eats this piece of fat meat, she will make him spit it out from his mouth. Soon, troops from both sides arrived at the magnificent place. Because there were so many people, they all crowded at the entrance of the KTV. There are more than 100 people on each side of the confrontation. The scene was a sea of black heads, majestic and spectacular and extremely rare. Even the vehicles they were riding in formed a long queue along the street. Cow Sixy was holding a dragon-headed cane, holding a Cohiba cigar in his mouth, and wearing a black windbreaker looking like a real big brother. "Sister Hong, I advise you to mind your own business. As far as I know, the owner of Jinbai Hui Huang has changed. It no longer belongs to you. If you intervene in this matter, you are deliberately going against me, Cow Sixy." He didn't expect that Sister Hong would come to help Lin Fan and bring so many people with her. At this moment, Sister Hong is wearing a purple long dress, showing off her graceful figure. An elegant and beautiful woman, she is one of the most beautiful women of her age. The old A8 is really good. Considerate, passionate, and hot, they can provide you with emotional value beyond your imagination and bring you the ultimate enjoyment of body and mind. Just like aged wine, once opened, the fragrance spreads everywhere. After tasting it, I was even more intoxicated. It is hard to imagine that such a beautiful lady in the mortal world could be a local overlord and a terrifying female godfather. Sister Hong rebuked coldly. "You are so awesome. You are the fourth master, but you actually bully an unknown young man. This really broadens my horizons." Cow Sixy blew out a smoke ring arrogantly. "It has nothing to do with you. Mr. Lin is my benefactor. Do you think I will stay out of this? You're planning to touch me. Sister Hong, it's not worth it to fight for this kid, and both of us will get hurt." In order to compete with Sister Hong, Cow Sixy has been recruiting soldiers and expanding his power in recent years, which gives him full confidence. "I'm different from you. I'm a person who knows how to be grateful. Unlike you, who betrayed your eldest brother to get the position. Sister Hong is indeed a grateful person. Leal, the child she adopted, was the son of a brave general who died to protect her, and her wife was also hacked to death. Leal became an orphan with no one to rely on. She couldn't bear to see him go to an orphanage, so she adopted him and treated him as her own child. Cao Sixie's expression changed, because what Sister Hong said was true. The reason why he was able to sit in the position he is in today was, indeed, because he used means that were condemned by thousands of people and were inhumane and unjust. Mr. Lin's kindness to me is as great as a mountain. If I just stand by and watch, how will people in the underworld view me? Sister Hong made the final decision. I will take care of today's matter. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. Then I will kill 2 birds with 1 stone today, and take care of both of you at the same time. Cao Sixie blew a whistle, and a dozen more people appeared outside. It turned out that there were 2 groups of people following him. He took into consideration that Sister Hong might intervene in this matter, so he specially arranged for some of his men to hide and keep silent. Until he gave the signal, these dozen people all held pistols in their hands. The pitch-black muzzles were aimed at Lin Fan and Sister Hong in unison. Cao Sixie said with determination, the people brought by Sister Hong were all carrying cold weapons, and no one had a gun, so the situation was extremely serious for them. Sister Hong, it's time for Linjiang's true big brother to change hands. You are a woman not suitable. If you are willing to reduce your power and move away, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't blame my men. Bullets don't have eyes. Sister Hong looked calm and prepared for a fight. Do you know why I, a woman, have been able to sit firmly in the position of godfather for so many years? Because I, Chu Hong, will never back down. She then calmed herself down and said, Mr. Lin, you go first. You guys escort Mr. Lin out. Sister Hong looked at Lin Fan with burning eyes. If we never have the chance to meet again in the future, I have a favor to ask of you. I hope you can take care of Lil for me. She handed over a card and said, the money here is enough for you to spend for several lifetimes. What? Lin Fan scolded without any hesitation. Sister Hong, the people on the other side are just a bunch of trash, yet they actually make you feel bad. Have you been wasting all these years? With me here, how big a wave can they make? You completely deny and disrespect my abilities. Apologize to me. Everyone looked at each other. Who is Sister Hong? The godfather of this city, even more powerful than Cao Sixie, a fierce dragon crossing the river, calling the wind and rain. If you stomp your feet, a major earthquake will occur in Linjiang City. Lin Fan actually dared to scold her in public. This is a complete provocation to the godfather. Is this kid trying to commit suicide? You know, Sister Hong is here to help him. Not only did he not appreciate it, he also criticized the other party. Everyone was completely confused by Lin Fan's ridiculous actions. Even Sister Hong herself was confused. The system's voice rang in Lin Fan's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully angering the target person, Sister Hong. It aroused strong confusion in the other party. The host gains 100 points of charm and 10 million RMB. The host's charm value in Sister Hong's eyes has increased to 203. The system has detected that Sister Hong has developed admiration and appreciation for the host. Just when everyone thought that Sister Hong would turn against Lin Fan, the female godfather spoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. As you said, I shouldn't have underestimated your abilities. She recalled that Lin Fan was able to stop a runaway truck with just his arms, which made him no ordinary person. But the reason why she was worried just now was because Cao Sixie had more than a dozen guns and cannons, which was really difficult to deal with. No matter how strong Lin Fan is, can he withstand the bullets? In all her years of life, she had never seen anyone do this. Lin Fan smiled and said, Sister Hong, count to 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you a magic trick. Good. Although Sister Hong had no idea what Lin Fan was up to, she still prayed secretly that he could create a miracle. Cao Sixie thought Lin Fan was going to take the opportunity to run away, so he teased. What? After you say 1, 2, 3, you want to be a sprinter. He pointed to his pants and said, if you want to escape, you can just crawl under here. A strong man can let go of his dignity. Han Xin could endure the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch, so I believe you can do it too. His men burst into laughter. In their view, Lin Fan was already a grasshopper under Cao Sixie's feet that could be trampled on at will. Surrounded by so many gunmen, as long as Cao Sixie gave the order, even a god could not save Lin Fan. From Sister Hong's red lips came a voice. 1. She began to count according to Lin Fan's instructions. Chapter 67, Unrivaled. Swish. In everyone's sight, Lin Fan disappeared like a streak of white light at lightning speed. 2, 3, whoosh. Just as Sister Hong counted to 3, Lin Fan returned to his original position at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Done. He threw a dozen guns in front of Sister Hong. Lin Fan snatched away all the pistols held by the gunmen brought by Cao Sixi. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. The only martial arts in the world that is indestructible is the hard one. Lin Fan fast and strong. Sister Hong was pleasantly surprised. Lin Fan's martial arts skills were simply at the pinnacle. This young man refreshed her understanding of the limits of human martial arts time and time again. Previously, she had thought of recruiting Lin Fan under her command. Now this thought has completely disappeared. I dare not even think about it, because she doesn't deserve it. With Lin Fan's current skills, he is his own king and no one can control him. Cao Sixi was dumbfounded. He didn't even see clearly when Lin Fan made his move, but he was able to disarm all the gunmen in a flash. Fast, too fast indeed. He is simply the fastest man in the world. The gunmen were also dumbfounded. They only saw a figure flash before their eyes, and then the hand holding the gun became empty. Moreover, the gunmen's encirclement was over 100 meters in size. Considering the round-trip distance and the time it takes to seize the gun, no one can successfully seize the gun within a few seconds. How could Lin Fan accomplish this so easily? Everyone was puzzled. There were huge waves in everyone's heart. Why is Lin Fan so fast? It's so fast that even the naked eye can't keep up with his speed. With such a speed, he would surely win many gold medals in the Olympic sprint competitions. If he is a thief, even the police dogs will tire themselves out and still cannot catch him. Sister Hong praised sincerely. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Lin Fan responded, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Not all aspects are fast. Sister Hong smiled when she heard this. I thought to myself, of course, with your incredible physique, 3 days and 3 nights might not be your limit. Surround him. Cao Sixi came to his senses and hurriedly ordered his men. Sister Hong asked, Mr. Lin, what do you want me to do? Everyone looked at each other. I didn't expect that the female godfather would ask Lin Fan for his opinion before doing anything. Sister Hong actually intended to confront Cao Sixi's men, but she was afraid that Lin Fan would criticize her for underestimating their strength. In this world, there is only one person who criticized her in public, but she never got angry. That person was Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, let all your brothers retreat 100 meters away. Yes. Withdraw. After witnessing Lin Fan's skills just now, Sister Hong was completely conquered. Crash. Soon, hundreds of Sister Hong's men retreated, and she was the only one left by Lin Fan's side. Cao Sixi couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. Boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are fast. My brothers are not vegetarians. Lin Fan said calmly, if they can touch even a corner of my clothes, I lose. Haha, you really think you are a god from heaven. Come, let me open my eyes. Cao Sixi thought Lin Fan was just talking nonsense. Brothers, kill him. Hundreds of people raised their shining machetes, and the storm was about to come. The battle formation is like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, threatening to destroy it. Lin Fan lazily raised his 2 index fingers. He said simply, it has begun. His index finger flicked toward the crowd. Puff! Along with a strong aura, a blood hole as thick as a finger pierced through the shoulder blade of the person in front, and the shoulders of more than 10 people behind him were also pierced. One finger pierced through dozens of people. Sister Hong's face was full of disbelief. Cao Sixi was also frightened by what he saw. Who exactly is Lin Fan? I have never heard of such a strong man in Linjiang City. In the blink of an eye, he can start a massacre from a distance. Even if it is a bullet, it is impossible for a bullet to penetrate more than 10 people. This means that the lethality and destructive power caused by a casual flick of Lin Fan's index finger is many times stronger than that of a bullet. It's so horrible. The surging crowd fell one after another before they even got close to Lin Fan. After more than 10 seconds, the ground was covered with a sea of people. The few people who were still standing were also injured and barely holding on. Hundreds of pairs of pupils showed fear. In their eyes, Lin Fan was like a god of death. In the blink of an eye, he can kill everyone. Cooperate with me. Lin Fan held Sister Hong in his arms. Sister Hong didn't know why, but it was the first time in all these years that she was hugged like this. Her face was flushed, a color she hadn't had in decades. This young man is extremely courageous. In Linjiang City, when the opposite sex heard her name, they were all terrified and dared not have any thoughts about it. Lin Fan, on the other hand, not only criticized her twice, but now he also hugged her. What Sister Hong herself did not expect was that, in the face of Lin Fan's extraordinary behavior, she was not angry, but instead felt a little fascinated. Lin Fan stomped his foot violently. The ground shook instantly. Under the powerful shock wave, all the people on Cao Sixie's side were instantly blown into the air, as high as 5 or 6 meters. That scene made Sister Hong and her group stunned. Lin Fan just stomped his feet and sent more than 100 people flying. The momentum is as high as a rainbow. Sweep through the enemy. This is what a god might do when he descends to earth. If Lin Fan can't be the unrivaled one in the world, who else can be? Sister Hong was in Lin Fan's arms, looking up at the sky a few meters high around her, which was filled with bodies. That scene shocked people so much that it was like a tsunami. She immediately understood Lin Fan's intention of hugging her. If Lin Fan hadn't protected her, she would probably have been blown into the sky. It was hard for Sister Hong to imagine how powerful Lin Fan was. Just like the vast ocean, it is endless. Even if a shell fell into the crowd, its power would be less than Lin Fan's kick. Such men are born to conquer others. Hundreds of people in the sky fell to the ground one after another, each of them looking like their bodies were falling apart. Some fainted, some wailed. It was a horrible sight. Cao Sixie was not much better off. The dragon-headed crutch in his hand disappeared, his leg was broken, and his face was severely distorted with pain. He couldn't believe it. Were Lin Fan's feet made of missiles? They were so powerful. His group of people usually killed people everywhere and were feared by everyone. Even the female godfather Sister Hong was afraid of them. However, in front of Lin Fan, they were as small as ants under the feet of a giant. A giant sneeze could kill them. Not to mention Linjiang City, even in the entire Jiangnan province and even Long Country, the strongest masters would be ruthlessly attacked by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's strength is already that of a strong man from other dimensions. Chapter 68, The Landlady's Ex-Husband's Provocation. For the first time in decades, Cao Sixie felt powerless. He knew that even if he gathered more people and rushed forward, he would be killed instantly. "Mr. Lin, you should let me go," Sister Hong reminded in a soft tone. Lin Fan put it down with a smile. "Sorry." Sister Hong looked at the bodies lying all over the ground and murmured, "God's power is invincible." In her mind, this is the highest evaluation of a person's martial arts ability. Lin Fan asked Cao Sixie, "Are you surprised or not?" The other party didn't know how to describe the turmoil in his heart. With the help of his men, Cao Sixie managed to stand with difficulty. The cigar in his mouth was gone. His previous arrogance and domineering attitude were long gone. Lin Fan looked at the other person with a sharp gaze. "You are bent on swallowing up Jinbihuiwang and using me to establish your authority. What do you think I will do to you? Mr. Lin, you injured so many of my brothers. The medical expenses alone will cost millions. Let's write off the accounts between us." Cao Sixie's tone softened a lot. "We can say that we are strangers to each other. If you let me go today, if you need me in the future, just let me know." Lin Fan picked up the opponent's dragon-headed cane from the ground and poked his chest. "Your calculations are quite good. You wanted to step on me, but when you found you couldn't, you tried to get away unscathed. Do you think that's possible? We have no grudges against each other, but you want to bully me and play the game of big fish eats small fish." He said slowly, "Sorry, I'm a shark. Take out half of your place and give it to Sister Hong. The specific venue will be chosen by Sister Hong." Lin Fan planned to return the favor. After all, Sister Hong had given him the magnificent house that made him a fortune without hesitation. Sister Hong was slightly distracted when she heard this. She didn't expect that Lin Fan was going to give her such a generous gift. Cao Sixie's face turned pale. He never expected that Lin Fan would dare to ask for such a high price. If his half of the place were to be divided up, it would be like costing him half his life. That was the empire he had fought for over many years in the bloody storm. Lin Fan said indifferently, "I'm not worried. How dare you disobey me? It's easy to kill you. I'll spare your life because you're not worthy of being my soul." Cao Sixie was extremely terrified. The young man in front of him crushed hundreds of his subordinates with his own strength. The most important thing is that these hundreds of thugs didn't even touch a corner of Lin Fan's clothes. The disparity in strength is like heaven and earth. "My patience is limited. I will only give you 5 seconds to consider." Lin Fan reminded, "As time goes by, my appetite will grow beyond this." Cao Sixie's heart trembled. He believed that Lin Fan could definitely do it, because if he had the other person's ability, he would not hesitate to swallow up all of Sister Hong's property, leaving no one behind. Although the choice was difficult, Cao Sixi already had the answer in his mind. Don't think about it, I agree to your terms. After saying this, Cao Sixi felt like a deflated ball. Lin Fan added, You'd better not play tricks when you are connecting with Sister Hong, otherwise I will make you lose everything, including your life. Clear? Cao Sixi didn't dare to disobey, as his strength was no match for Lin Fan. He knew he had lost completely. The army of thugs that he was so proud of was completely routed and defeated miserably in front of the opponent. Lin Fan is a mountain that countless people, including Cao Sixi himself, can never cross. Sister Hong said hurriedly, Mr. Lin, I can't accept this generous gift. If she had half of Cao Sixi's business, her entertainment industry would be more consolidated in this city, and she would even have a place in Jiangnan province. Sister Hong felt more and more that Lin Fan was not an ordinary person. A normal person would have wanted to keep the fat meat from Cao Sixi for himself, but Lin Fan actually gave it all away. Lin Fan really didn't care because he had his own way to make money. With the system, he was an eternal cash cow. He insisted, It's just some places, don't miss it. Then I will respectfully obey your command. But I have a favor to ask, and I hope Mr. Lin won't refuse. We'll split the profits from these places 40% to 60% each. You get 60% and I get 40%. The reason why Sister Hong is willing to suffer some losses is that without Lin Fan, she would not have obtained these places from Cao Sixi. Not to mention 40% to 60% of the total. Even if it was 30% to 70%, it would be worthy of Lin Fan's contribution. As you wish. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and left gracefully. 5 words echoed in Sister Hong's mind. What a cool man. Yu Feng was also surprised and happy. The new boss was simply too awesome. He could defeat thousands of troops alone. Lin Fan became a god in one battle. After this battle, I believe that from now on, no one will dare to cause trouble in the magnificent place. Even Cao Sixi can't do it, let alone others. Not long after leaving Jimbihuiwang, Lin Fan suddenly received a call from his female landlord Chen Meijiao. Oh no, little brother, something happened, come back soon. What happened? You'll know when we meet. Not long after, Lin Fan returned to his residence. Chen Meijiao stood in the corridor and did not dare to go into the house because there was a woven bag full of snakes at the door of the room. Seeing Lin Fan, Chen Meijiao breathed a sigh of relief. My ex-husband did this. He just called to provoke me. Brother, why don't we move to a new place? I have many houses, don't worry, I won't charge you extra rent. Lin Fan smiled and said, It seems your ex-husband is still not convinced. He doesn't dare to compete with you face to face, so he resorts to such dirty tricks. He is such a complete villain. Besides, he holds a grudge against you for punishing him so much last time. At this time, Chen Meijiao's cell phone rang. After the call was connected, Jiang Junfei's shameless voice came. How is it I didn't scare you too, did I? Lin Fan, I hold grudges very well. You treated me like that last time, I promise. I will always pay you back double. This is just the beginning. You are in the open and I am in the dark. Let's see who can outlast the other. I will definitely make you collapse, especially Lin Fan. Lin Fan said calmly, You can't hide for long. Are you eager to find me now? Come on, I'm in the casino. There are so many casinos and card rooms in Linjiang City. Do you know where I am? Jiang Junfei smiled arrogantly and said, If you can't find me, you'll be mad to death. Lin Fan's face was as calm as water. Don't worry, I will find you soon. The other party was very arrogant. Haha, even if you are a cop, you wouldn't be so confident. Who do you think you are? Do you have any special abilities in this city? Lin Fan gave the answer, Not until tonight. Really? If you can find me, you can ask me to do anything you want. I see you must be very thirsty after talking so much. When the time comes, give me all the water in the toilet to drink. Lin Fan hung up the phone and started contacting Sister Hong. With Sister Hong's connections in the underworld, it is not difficult to find Jiang Junfei in a short period of time. Chapter 69 completely surrendered. Jiang Junfei was too arrogant. He thought that Lin Fan was just an ordinary person with some mediocre kung fu skills. He definitely didn't have extraordinary abilities and would not mobilize so many people to search for him. However, how could he have expected that Lin Fan had such a close relationship with Linjiang City's female godfather, Chu Hong? Lin Fan said simply, Sister Hong, help me find someone. Okay, it's a piece of cake. Lin Fan then told the other party the relevant information about Jiang Junfei. Sister Hong responded, I will personally send him to your residence within 2 hours. Thanks for your hard work. I am always happy to help Mr. Lin. After Lin Fan ended the call, Chen Meijio asked curiously, "Brother, can you really find Jiang Junfei?" Lin Fan nodded. "That's right, let's just wait." He then opened the door and waited for good news. About an hour and a half later, Sister Hong's voice was heard at the door. "Mr. Lin, I brought the person to you." Sister Hong brought 3 people, 2 of whom were her subordinates, and they took Jiang Junfei away. Jiang Junfei's face was bruised and swollen, probably because he had been beaten and kicked because of his struggle. Even though he is a bodybuilder, he is nothing in front of Sister Hong's men. "Zyro Feifei, we meet again." Lin Fan checked the time and said, "It took less than 2 hours to find you." "Who is this woman?" Jiang Junfei asked unwillingly. He knew that Lin Fan found him through Sister Hong. Sister Hong said, "Chu Hong, people in the martial arts world, please give me some face and call me Sister Hong." "Hong, Sister Hong." Jiang Junfei suddenly thought of something. In Linjiang City, there was only one Sister Hong, and she was a tycoon-level tycoon. Dominate one side. He was so scared that his pants were wet. "I was so scared that I peed my pants on the spot." Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Look at how little you have accomplished. You should wear diapers when you go out from now on." Jiang Junfei was puzzled. How can you, who doesn't even have a house, know a big shot like Sister Hong? Lin Fan didn't explain too much. "If you're not low-key, how can I let you show off?" He then grabbed a few snakes from the woven bag and put them into the other person's pants. Ugh. Jiang Junfei's face turned pale with fear, and soon he wet his pants again. The arrogance he showed on the phone before is gone. Sister Hong also spoke coldly. "If you dare to cause trouble for Mr. Lin, I can make you disappear from Linjiang City completely at any time. I can give you 100 ways to die. You can choose any one of them. Whether it's throwing yourself into the river to feed the fish, committing suicide, being buried in a sea of fire, or something else." "Sister Hong, I was wrong." "Oh no, Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I am blind and I didn't recognize the great man. I shouldn't have deliberately caused trouble for you." Jiang Junfei knelt down and begged for mercy. If it were in the past, he would have been very dissatisfied with Lin Fan and held a grudge against him. But now, he had completely surrendered, and most of his souls had been scared away. No one can afford to mess with Sister Hong. Lin Fan has a special relationship with Sister Hong. Only a fool would cause trouble for the former, unless he thinks his life is too long. Lin Fan asked, "Where is the landlord?" Jiang Junfei made a solemn promise. "I will never bother her again. From now on, she and I will have nothing to do with each other." Sister Hong said, "I'm not as kind as Mr. Lin. If it happens again, I will not let you have the chance to speak again." Jiang Junfei nodded frantically. I understand. Lin Fan said, "Go to the bathroom and drink all the water in the toilet." "Yes." Jiang Junfei didn't dare to disobey at all. He went to the bathroom obediently, lay down beside the toilet, and put his head in. Gyudong. Drink to your heart's content." After drinking, he raised his head and burped. After he had completed his punishment, he was kicked out. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Sister Hong, thank you very much." "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Compared to your great kindness, no matter how much I do, it's just a drop in the bucket. It's getting late, I won't bother you anymore." Sister Hong took the initiative to resign. For some reason, she had some suspicion about the relationship between Lin Fan and Chen Meijiao. Logically speaking, a boss of her level shouldn't have such speculations. She also couldn't figure out why she had such a special concern and affection for Lin Fan. Chu Hong, you haven't paid attention to the opposite sex for many years. What happened today?" "Good." Lin Fan sent Sister Hong downstairs and then turned back. After seeing him, Chen Meijio praised him highly. "Little brother, you are really amazing. You actually found a way to find Jiang Junfei. The first time I saw my ex-husband, I pissed my pants. That Sister Hong must be very powerful." Lin Fan replied casually, "It should be okay." Chen Meijio asked tentatively, "Little brother, does Sister Hong like you? How could a big shot like her personally come to you? She is more than 10 years older than me." "Little brother, you don't understand this, right? These days, it's popular for old men to date young girls, and sister-brother relationships are the most common." Chen Meijio's eyes were burning. "Just like your sister, I am also full of expectations for sister-brother relationships. By the way, little brother, what do you think of my new yoga pants?" Having completely gotten rid of the entanglement of her ex-husband, Chen Meijio was in a good mood. She first returned to the bedroom, and when she came out again, she was wearing a pair of light gray shark pants. The shark pants are very elastic, outlining her plump and hot figure perfectly. 360 degrees without blind spots. Every angle you look at it is a sexy visual feast. Especially Chen Meijio, who was kneeling on the yoga mat with her back to Lin Fan, was about to burst her shark pants. Lin Fan's nose felt hot, and he felt that this woman did it on purpose. Such a light and mature style, coupled with a proud figure, is so sexy that it almost takes your breath away. What a killer look from behind. Lin Fan thought to himself, "Sister, don't you know that you are the 115th in the village? You are kneeling like this, obviously trying to confuse your brother's mind." He half joked, "Sister, you're kneeling in the wrong direction. You should be kneeling facing me, and I haven't prepared the red envelope yet. You just know how to take advantage of me with your mouth." Chen Meijio looked back and smiled, thinking to herself, "Do you dare to use more than just your mouth? Since when did I start to look forward to this male tenant? Think about Sister Hong. Such a charming woman, she would have special feelings for Lin Fan, so it is reasonable for her to take the initiative. This shows that Lin Fan is a popular guy, and women with taste are eager to try him out. Little brother, let me show you some aerial yoga." Chen Meijio stood up and said that the last time she demonstrated ground yoga, it was already amazing and made people excited. Nowadays, aerial yoga is even more exciting and full of expectations. Chapter 70, Big Elephant. On the aerial yoga hammock, Chen Meijio shows off her specialties. Splits, vertical splits, inverted hooks, dancing. It's so beautiful. Flexibility combined with strength. Every gesture is full of beautiful art, passion, vitality, and heat. She is worthy of being the ceiling for young women. When the opposite sex sees it, they wish they had 4 kidneys. Lin Fan admired it for a while and felt that if he didn't look away, his nose would bleed. After Chen Meijio got down from the hammock, she was sweating slightly. It was obvious that she had worked very hard. "Little brother, to thank you for helping me, I will cook for you myself, and we can have a midnight snack together." Chen Meijio went to the living room and went to the kitchen, and soon began to get busy. Soon the table was filled with steaming delicious dishes, a full banquet. Lin Fan took a closer look, and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Fried river shrimp with leeks, steamed oysters with garlic paste, stir-fried bullwhip, stir-fried kidney, braised eel, farewell my concubine, chicken stewed with turtle, pigeon soup with ginseng and cordyceps. Wow, these are all very nutritious things. Which man wouldn't feel dizzy after eating them? "Sister, do I look weak? Little brother, you don't understand this. Even if you have 6 kidneys, it will be useless. You will be defeated by us women. As the saying goes, there is no land that is plowed to death, only cows that are worked to death. Listen to me, eat more, it won't go wrong," Chen Meijio said, as she put some pork kidney into Lin Fan's bowl. What a caring and considerate sister. Chen Meijio took out some jinju again. While from food to drinks, everything is replenishing. Lin Fan feels that the female landlord came prepared. "The point is, you bastard, you're having your period, and you made me eat so many raw and fierce things, it's pure torture." Lin Fan was very excited after eating this meal. He didn't sleep well that night and had a dream. What surprised him was that it was not a messy dream. Instead, he dreamed that his fist created a white air wave, which condensed into a small boat. It traveled thousands of miles without dissipating, and the air wave boat shuttled through endless mountains and hills. The boat has passed through thousands of mountains. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Fan recalled the scene in his dream, his blood boiling, and he looked forward to the day when he could achieve such martial arts power. Banged! Lin Fan had just put on his clothes when he heard a loud noise outside. He and Chen Meijio opened the bedroom door at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. I found that the front door had been broken down, and 3 people were standing in the hall. Feng Wei and his brother Feng Xiang, and another person who was fat and huge, were the helper Feng Xiang invited Nakata Hiko. Chen Meijio frowned. "The one my ex-husband brought here." Lin Fan responded, "No, they are coming for me." Feng Wei challenged Lin Fan. "Boy, you never thought we would find this place. The Feng family is much more powerful than you can imagine." Lin Fan deliberately teased, "Mr. Feng, why didn't you bring your plump girlfriend with you?" The plump white girlfriend he was referring to was naturally the fat pig that had been poisoned with love by Feng Wei. At this time, Feng Xiang spoke up. "Lin Fan, when I find Taoist Hai Xuan, what happened to my brother will be your fate. Of course, you won't be able to jump around for long, because the elephant will trample you down." The big stupid elephant that Feng Xiang mentioned was none other than Nakata Hiko, who weighed over 500 kilograms and had legs thicker than Lin Fan's waist. He was hailed as a rising star in the Fuso sumo world. The big stupid elephant has defeated many famous and powerful predecessors in the sumo world, which shows his superb level. He even declared that when it comes to sumo wrestling, no one in the entire dragon country can be his match. Just now he just pushed the door open with a light bump, which shows how strong he is. After Feng Xiang finished speaking, the big stupid elephant shook his chest arrogantly towards Lin Fan. For a skinny guy like you, I can defeat him with one move. He didn't take Lin Fan seriously at all. Chen Meijia was extremely anxious. Little brother, quickly ask your sister Hong for help. Lin Fan said calmly, it's just a big fat pig, it's easy to deal with. What's more, I never need help when I fight. Although the big stupid elephant was a Japanese, he could understand the language of the Dragon Kingdom. When he heard Lin Fan calling him a fat pig, he immediately became furious. Boy, I will kill you in one move. In his eyes, as long as Lin Fan got close to him, he would throw him to the ground and knock him out directly. With the giant elephant's sturdy body, he is like a huge anaconda. Once he entangles his prey, the prey will be unable to break free. Of course, there are easier ways. As soon as the two sides started fighting, the big elephant charged directly and knocked Lin Fan away cleanly. He had the impact force of a tank, so he was quite confident. The big, stupid elephant raised his trunk to the sky and said, You'd better admit your mistake now and do what Master Feng tells you to do. This way you can avoid being beaten. Feng Xiang added, Lin Fan, as long as you can defeat him, I will forgive my brother's past. But if you lose, you will lose everything you have. Of course, if you pay my brother 10 million right now, I can make the big elephant stop. Lin Fan said disapprovingly, You should let him do it. Feng Wei couldn't help but say, Mr. Lin, you will soon realize that there are always people better than you. The big stupid elephant will teach you how to be a good person. And today, I want to make you understand one thing. You can't afford to offend the Feng family. Lin Fan's expression did not change at all. I don't mind being a witness to the decline of a family. Just you. Feng Xiang was furious. How dare a brat like you who is still wet behind the ears say such outrageous things? His fierce eyes shone through the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses. Little brother, do you really not need to call someone? Chen Meijia looked at the big elephant and felt unsure. After all, the opponent was too powerful to break open the door in one go. If Lin Fan was defeated by the opponent, he would be in imminent danger. Because judging from the attitudes of the two young masters of the Feng family, they had no intention of letting Lin Fan go. Chen Meijia is still thinking about how to proceed step by step so that she can win the heart of the male tenant in the future, so she doesn't want anything unexpected to happen to him. Lin Fan said with a smile, Sister, the food you cooked last night was too strong. I have so much strength now. Let's see who will run into the gun first. He seemed not to take the sumo wrestler elephant seriously. Chen Meijiao's face turned red and she thought to herself, the situation is urgent, but this little bastard is still driving and at a very fast speed. The big stupid elephant originally thought that Lin Fan would be frightened by him and tremble with fear, but unexpectedly, the other party repeatedly ignored him and he was completely enraged. So he let out a loud roar, took a step forward, and rushed towards Lin Fan like a tank. Chapter 71, Su Yumo. You need to be a little more romantic. Feng Xiang and Feng Wei looked at each other silently, with expectant smiles on their faces. They seemed to have seen the embarrassing scene of Lin Fan being knocked flying. You came just in time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan took a step forward, turned his head slightly, and used his shoulder as a charging weapon to charge forward. When two brave men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! The moment the big stupid elephant collided with Lin Fan's shoulder, the whole person disappeared from the living room. Feng Xiang and Feng Wei looked at each other. Where are the people? From their sight, the big elephant had disappeared. How could a sumo wrestler weighing more than 500 pounds disappear just like that, in the blink of an eye? They searched for a while before they found it. The door of the neighbor opposite was knocked down with a loud bang. The big stupid elephant was lying on the ground at this moment. He had just regained consciousness and was groaning in pain. The second young master of the Feng family's expression changed in shock. Because they know very well the strength of the big elephant, he is definitely a super sumo wrestler. However, after just a collision with Lin Fan, he was knocked more than 10 meters away from the other party's residence to the neighbor's house. This is too incredible. Feng Xiang and Feng Wei blinked their eyes vigorously several times. They were not under any illusion. The big elephant was lying on the floor tiles of the neighbor's house. Lin Fan's impact force is like a torrent of steel. Even a huge elephant weighing hundreds of pounds would become as light as a feather and vulnerable in front of it. Not only did it break the big elephant's defense, but it also made a girlish voice come out, humming from time to time. I heard that you are going to kill me in one move. Lin Fan shook his head. Big stupid pig, you really disappoint me. Then he slapped Feng Xiang and Feng Wei on the face with his hands left and right. You two look down on me by inviting third-rate players. The two people on the other side were angry but did not dare to fight back. They did not want to be like the big stupid elephant and fall into the neighbor's house. Feng Xiang said sinisterly, Lin Fan, remember this, every time you slap me, I will pay you back in the future. Lin Fan smiled and said, I was planning to stop, but if that's the case, I'll give you two a few more slaps. He slapped the other brothers without mercy. Feng Xiang shouted, Big dumb elephant, can you still continue to fight? The big dumb elephant responded weakly. I'm sorry, Mr. Feng, I disappoint you. I'm lucky enough to still be able to breathe. I can't stand up for a while. He felt that all his internal organs seemed to be displaced, as a result of Lin Fan's seemingly light impact just now. Lin Fan, who looked frail, unleashed such powerful force just by moving his shoulders. It's really scary, Feng Wei said with a sad face. Brother, don't talk back to him. If you continue like this, we will be beaten to death. Feng Xiang didn't dare to argue anymore and quickly pulled his brother to help the big elephant. The three of them fled like dogs that had lost their homes. When Lin Fan arrived at the company, he found that Su Yumo was wearing gray stockings today, which gave her a unique look. Those slender legs illustrate what wine glass legs are, and they are even more sexy against the backdrop of gray stockings and high heels. The legs have more flesh than in the comics, but at the same time they are more sexy. Such a queen is truly a beauty on earth. Coupled with her cool and aloof demeanor, it makes people want to conquer her. For the goddess who is indifferent to everyone, I am just a female licker of one person. Lin Fan vowed to become that person. Inside the office, Lin Fan became more and more shameless. Old rules. Su Yumo showed a trace of confusion. What old rules? Lin Fan looked at her gray hair. You know. Obviously, he wanted to get the pair of stockings to increase the power of the first divine fist. In the future, you can wear all kinds of them in different ways, and then give them to me. Wait a minute, I'm going to call a classmate who has a doctorate in medicine. If she says you're normal, I'll give it to you. Otherwise, no way. And if she says you are sick, come with me to the hospital today to get treatment. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and started contacting her classmates. After the call was connected, after a few pleasantries, Su Yumo started to get down to business. I have a friend who likes women to wear all kinds of clothes, and then asks them to go back. Is it too much? Yumo, this phenomenon actually happens quite often. There's no need to look at them with tinted glasses. In fact, privately, this type of man is more popular with us women, because they are more sentimental and romantic. It's much better than those stupid, dull, and incomprehensible men. On the other end of the phone, a female doctor of medicine spoke half-jokingly. Yumo, you are asking for your boyfriend, right? Congratulations. There's a little romance in your life. It's a good romance. It makes couples closer and last longer. What? I don't have any boyfriend, Su Yumo said firmly. If we really talk about it, I will definitely not talk about something abnormal like this. The female doctor of medicine advised earnestly. Yumo, you are too conservative sometimes. What era are we in now? It's time to change some of your ideas. Who are all the uniforms sold to online? They're just couples. The huge market speaks for itself. We are good friends who can talk about anything. To be honest, the content you are consulting about is actually what my previous boyfriends have experienced, and I am happy to cooperate. You can try it if you have time. It will open up a wonderful new world. The words of the female doctor of medicine became more and more unbearable to listen to, and Su Yumo's ears turned red. The latter quickly changed the subject and chatted for a few words before ending the call. What? Lin Fan said with a smile. You heard it, your medical doctor friend said that my hobby is perfectly normal. Su, you have to change yourself, otherwise your life will be less fun. As the saying goes, change leads to communication, and communication leads to success. Absurdity, heresy. Su Yumo did not agree with Lin Fan's point of view. You are clearly just trying to excuse your special hobby. Hey, looks like I need to wholesale a batch of stockings in the office. Although the cold female president firmly believed that Lin Fan's habit was abnormal, she eventually gave the gray silk to him. Lin Fan received the expected congratulations from the provocative system. Congratulations to the host. The fist power value of the first divine fist has reached 1900 points. The host's strength, defense, and speed are all 190,000 times that of an ordinary person. As the power of the first divine fist increased, Lin Fan felt a burning pain in his pupils, as if pepper water had entered his eyes. He blinked hard, and when the severe pain slowly subsided, he accidentally looked at the icy female president and soon found something wrong. Oh my God! Chapter 72, Ex-Wife's New Boyfriend. The reason why Lin Fan was surprised was that, through her outer clothes, he could actually see what Su Yumo was wearing underneath. What shape, what color, it's clear. No obstacles. I remember that the last time his punching power increased, his eyes changed, and his field of vision increased greatly. Now, not only does the field of vision become wider, but you also have the legendary X-ray vision. He blinked a few times doubtfully, and confirmed that he was not having any illusions. The icy female president was wearing black inside, which was sexy and made her skin look even whiter. Lin Fan never thought that he would suddenly possess the ability to see through things. He even discovered that Su Yumo had a dimple on her waist, and there was a very cute sesame-sized mole below her lumbar muscle. Lin Fan openly scanned Su Yumo from 360 degrees without any blind spots, and the other party didn't notice anything at all. He almost tutted his praise. After all, people often can't help but praise beautiful works of art. System, do I have X-ray vision? The system confirmed. That's right. From now on, your enemies will have nowhere to hide. Your pupils are more powerful than thermal imaging. Lin Fan noticed that his sight could indeed penetrate the wall and see every scene, object, blade of grass and tree outside. If you stay in a hotel room and look around, you will definitely gain a lot. Su Yumo asked curiously, Lin Fan, what are you looking at? Just take a look. Lin Fan did not reveal the secret of his X-ray vision. Needless to say, if Su Yumo knew about it, she would be furious. After all, if the cold goddess is seen through, she will definitely fight him to the death. Accompany me to a celebrity auction tonight. Now come with me to the mall and I'll get you some new clothes. Although Su Yumo didn't care about Lin Fan's clothes, he would definitely be ridiculed if he appeared at the party wearing cheap goods. Soon the two arrived at a large high-end shopping mall in the city. At the door of a high-end clothing store of a global first-line brand, Lin Fan accidentally ran into his ex-wife, Jiang Yan. At this moment, Jiang Yan was accompanied by a young, rich second generation. It was a strange face, one that Lin Fan had never seen before. The day before, Jiang Yan wanted to change her mind but was rejected. Now she has immediately caught a new rich man. I change boyfriends faster than I change clothes. Lin Fan secretly felt lucky that he had rejected the other party. Otherwise, it is very likely that he would be sitting at home, and a hat would fall from the sky, and it would be green. Jiang Yan began to show off with joy. Lin Fan, didn't you say that the man I find will definitely not be as good as you? Let me introduce you to my new boyfriend, Li Wenhai. Wenhai is much better than you. His father is the vice president of a fund management association in Linjiang City. Wenhai has a bright future, unlike you who only stays where you are and has no future at all. Congratulations then. Lin Fan didn't want to get too entangled with Jiang Yan, because in his mind, the other party had long been insignificant. Therefore, he did not even have the thought of provoking the other party. After all, the more he provoked, the higher his charm would be. If his ex-wife changed her mind again, it would only make him disgusted. Li Wenhai asked, "Who is this?" Jiang Yan answered succinctly, "My ex-husband Lin Fan." "Then your vision was too poor before." Li Wenhai curled his lips, not disguising his mockery. "Excuse me, but your ex-husband looks like a country bumpkin from the mountains who has come to the city. What does he do for a living? He is just an ordinary wage earner. You can't even compare to Wenhai." As Jiang Yan spoke, she enthusiastically took Li Wenhai's arm, looking like a smug villain. She hooked up with a rich second-generation guy. Look how proud she is. I wish I could use a loudspeaker to spread the word so that the whole world would know. So vulgar, Li Wenhai said arrogantly. Of course. Lin Fan smiled. Whether a man is successful or not depends on whether the girl next to him is good or not. Excuse me, Mr. Li. The girl next to me is the city flower of Linjiang City. When Su Yumo saw Lin Fan being humiliated, she took the initiative to cooperate and held the hand of the male subordinate. Li Wenhai looked at the cold female president. She was a woman who was so beautiful that she overshadowed Jiang Yan. He was so angry that Lin Fan could actually eat swan meat. Why? He is the son of the vice chairman of the fund management committee. a child of destiny, a typical tall, rich, and handsome man. But why is it that the girls he picks up are worse than those of a country bumpkin? Li Wenhai felt extremely unbalanced. Lin Fan no longer paid attention to the other party, but took Su Yumo's hand and walked into the brand store. The store not only sells clothing, but also various luxury items, with prices easily exceeding tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, which is staggering. Li Wenhai held a grudge and decided to save face by using money to humiliate the other party. Is this the place for losers? Lin Fan, your presence will only lower the class of the guests here. Get out of here right now. Li Wenhai signaled the shopping guide to drive Lin Fan away, but the other party did not do so. Although Lin Fan doesn't look like a rich man, Su Yumo beside him has an impressive aura. In addition, if you want to prevent other customers from entering, there is only one situation, that is, a special guest has reserved the place. But if you don't buy things worth millions, it's basically impossible to meet the requirements of booking the entire place. The sales assistants here haven't said anything. Why are you pretending? From the tone of your voice, I thought you were the owner of the store. Lin Fan said calmly, you can let me go if you want, but Master Li, you have to book the whole place. Do you have the ability to do that? Li Wenhai asked the salesperson, how much does it cost to book the whole place? 5 million. Li Wenhai took a breath of cold air. Even though he is a rich second generation, he still can't bear to spend so much money. What's more, he usually spends money lavishly, and the balance in his card is only about 7 or 8 million. Letting him book the entire theater would undoubtedly be a huge expense. What, are you scared? Lin Fan laughed and said, Mr. Li, you are a rich second generation after all. Why are you so scared of just 5 million? Only 5 million. Li Wenhai said angrily. It's easy for you to say that. If you have the ability, come and do it. Jiang Yan followed up. That is, can you make 5 million in your lifetime? Li Wenhai snorted arrogantly. You are just a lousy worker. How dare you act like a jerk in front of me? Lin Fan's smile remained on his face. Is 5 million a lot? 10 million isn't much either. He has more than 200 million in cash in his bank account, so 5 million is really nothing to him. Li Wenhai was so angry that he challenged Lin Fan. If you can book the whole place, I'll bark like a dog. If you can't do it, you can bark like a dog. Do you dare to agree? Chapter 73. Kneel down and bark like a dog. Lin Fan was silent. Li Wenhai saw this and immediately started to pull him up. What, you don't dare anymore? Are you giving in? A coward, a wimp. He uttered a lot of words. On the one hand, he was unhappy that Lin Fan had such a stunning beauty like Su Yumo by his side. On the other hand, he was unhappy that the other party had dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. Mr. Li, I think you may have misunderstood. Lin Fan shook his head slightly and said, I was just wondering how many dog barks I should learn to make. Haha, if you want to scream a few more times, I'll satisfy you. Li Wenhai believed that it was impossible for Lin Fan to pay 5 million to rent out the entire venue, so he was as steady as an old dog, confident of victory, and said, then let's call 200 times. He added arrogantly, and you have to kneel on the ground and scream, then crawl out of the store. Okay. Lin Fan laughed. I've never seen a rich second generation do this before, so I'm looking forward to it. Jiang Yan sneered, Lin Fan, why are you pretending? If you had 5 million, would I have left you? Don't even mention 5 million. I'm afraid you can't afford even 500,000. Lin Fan waved at the shopping guide and said, Beauty, book the whole place. Su Yumo quickly stopped him. Lin Fan, are you crazy? You're not a big boss. There's no need to fall for the other party's provocation. If I can't pay, I will be humiliated by the other party. She felt anxious for her male subordinates. In Su Yumo's opinion, even if Lin Fan had made a fortune in private, he had probably spent most of it. After all, he had just spent 8 or 9 million to buy a Lamborghini not long ago. Besides, this time I'm going to buy you clothes. Lin Fan didn't care. A real man shouldn't be fussy about trivial matters. Besides, in our relationship, it doesn't matter who pays. He then looked at Li Wenhai and Jiang Yan and said, Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Lin Fan took out his bank card and paid directly. After receiving the payment, the shopping guide was speechless. Nowadays, rich people like to pretend to be poor. To be honest, she couldn't tell from Lin Fan's clothes that he looked like a rich person. The shopping guide walked up to Li Wenhai and ordered him to leave. Sir, this place is reserved. Please leave. Li Wenhai and Jiang Yan stared at each other in bewilderment. He has booked the whole place. Yes, this gentleman has just advanced 5 million. The shopping guide showed Li Wenhai the payment amount. Li Wenhai couldn't believe how this guy could be so rich. 5 million paid instantly. How rich a family would have to be so generous. He was a little depressed. Jiang Yan, how much do you know about your ex-husband? Jiang Yan was even more depressed than Li Wenhai at the moment. I know him very well. He is just a poor guy, but who knows what he went through after his divorce. She recovered and cursed. Lin Fan, you bastard, you hid your private money when you were with me. This seems to be the only reasonable explanation. However, this private money seems to be a bit too much. Lin Fan spread his hands. Sorry, Jiang Yan, congratulations, you guessed wrong. You seem to be my nemesis. Without you, my wealth has skyrocketed. From now on, you will just watch me quickly become a billionaire and a rare talent. And I will become the man who makes you feel inferior all the time, and whom you can never have. Even if you become my female liquor, I won't accept you. Pooh! You're fully booked today and bankrupt tomorrow. You'll soon be left with nothing. Jiang Yan said with a firm tone, I am sure. Then we'll wait and see. Lin Fan said with a smile. But you must always prepare your heart speed pills, because in the future you may not be able to bear the jealousy. He then pointed at Jiang Yan and said, Remember, I am your unattainable male god. Take it easy, don't let your false eyelashes fall off in anger. What? Li Wenhai raised his foot to leave. Why? Lin Fan called him. Get down on your knees and crawl out. Don't forget the dog barking. Whether crawling out on your knees or barking like a dog, it was a great humiliation. Li Wenhai understood. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to severely humiliate Lin Fan, but who knew that he would become a clown instead? Jiang Yan favored her new boyfriend. Lin Fan, don't go too far. Jiang Yan, I think you said it the other way around. Lin Fan reminded. He was the one who proposed the rules. If I didn't have the 5 million, he would definitely not miss the opportunity to humiliate me. Su Yumo supported the male subordinate. That's right, he is doing what he calls evil deeds, and he is reaping what he has sown. Li Wenhai twisted his neck. What if I don't? Lin Fan flexed his fingers. Then I'll loosen up your bones and help you relax. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to challenge me? As a second-generation rich man, Li Wenhai was used to being arrogant and domineering. Naturally, he did not take Lin Fan seriously, so he stretched out his index finger and poked the other's chest wildly. Lin Fan grabbed the other person's fingers without using any strength, and the latter couldn't bear it anymore. He broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned pale. Li Wenhai felt as if his index finger was being pressed down by a mountain and could be crushed and broken at any time. He wondered why Jiang Yan's ex-husband looked so thin yet so strong. Lin Fan said, I will only count to 3. Once the time is up, you won't be able to save your fingers. 3, 2, 1. I'm willing to accept the loss. Li Wenhai couldn't bear the severe pain and had to admit defeat. He found that Lin Fan was a fool, and if he did not fulfill the bet, he might really have his fingers twisted off by the other party. Banged. Li Wenhai fell to his knees. He crawled towards the door expressionlessly. While crawling, he called woof woof softly. When he was almost at the door, Lin Fan waved at him. Come back and do it again. The sound of the bark just now was too quiet. If the sound is still not loud, I will climb again until I am satisfied. Li Wenhai couldn't help but stare. You. Lin Fan urged, hurry up, don't delay my shopping. Okay, very good. Li Wenhai said this with gritted teeth. Then he began to crawl on the ground again, raising his voice and making a dog-like barking sound from his throat. A crowd of onlookers gathered outside, talking about the incident with a gloating attitude. A man this old is lying on the ground barking like a dog in a shopping mall. It's really embarrassing. He has completely disgraced his ancestors. Could he be from a small circle and have some special hobbies? It looks very likely. It's really eye-catching. Hey, isn't this Li Wenhai, Master Li? He is a well-known figure. Why is he imitating a dog? Rich people want excitement, haha. Chapter 74, Celebrity Auction. The voices around him reached Li Wenhai's ears. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it immediately. He crawled to the door of the store, stood up, turned his head to look at Lin Fan and said fiercely, Boy, we will meet again. Afterwards, he led Jiang Yan away in embarrassment. Su Yumo said, Lin Fan, if you do this, your ex-wife will hate you even more. Lin Fan responded, I don't care. An insignificant person who doesn't care about the other person's feelings at all. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Time is precious, let's get started quickly. Su Yumo's face turned a little red. Ah, what to start? Let's start shopping. Don't we have the whole place to ourselves? Lin Fan smiled and said, I bought all women's bags and clothes and gave them to you. No, even though you may have suddenly become a nouveau rich, I don't want to bleed you lavishly. Be obedient, it's only 5 million. Suyumo was stubborn. Let me pick out some men's clothes for you, half for men and half for women, otherwise I'll leave. You need some decent clothes, so that you won't be laughed at in the future. Seeing that the iceberg female CEO was so stubborn, Lin Fan had no choice but to agree. Okay then. The shopping guides in the store silently cast envious glances at Suyumo. They also want to talk about a boyfriend like Lin Fan. What they don't know is that, in fact, Lin Fan and Suyumo are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Feng Mansion. Feng Wei asked, "Brother, what are we going to do next? The Feng family has lost all their face, and we must pick it up again." Feng Xiang was ready to kill. "Since Lin Fan doesn't appreciate your kindness, don't blame me for being rude. But he is really difficult to deal with." Both Taoist priest Haixuan and the big stupid elephant fell into his hands. "I'm prepared." Feng Xiang knew what he was thinking. "I will ask a killer from the bounty hunter list to come out. I don't believe that a killer ranked among the best in the world can't take care of Lin Fan. Also, I have good news to tell you, brother. Taoist priest Haixuan has been found." As he finished speaking, Taoist Haixuan was brought up. "Run, keep running. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red." Feng Wei raised his foot and kicked the other person twice. "Damn Taoist priest, do you think the Feng family's strength is just for show? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, we can dig you out by digging 3 feet deep into the ground." Taoist priest Haixuan apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, Master Feng, I was wrong." Feng Xiangxi gave the order. "First, remove the poison from my brother's body." The other party nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Okay, okay." Afterwards, Taoist Haixuan used his Taoist magic to remove the love poison from Feng Wei in a short time. Feng Xiang asked the latter, "Brother, what are you going to do with that pig?" Feng Wei responded expressionlessly, "Kill him." Sure enough, the first sword he struck upon reaching the shore was to kill the person he loved. Last night he was sleeping with the big fat pig in his arms, and today he would send him to hell. "And you?" He turned to look at Taoist Haixuan. "Go with it." In Feng Wei's opinion, now that the love poison had been removed, this bastard Taoist priest was no longer of any use. Taoist priest Haixuan said hurriedly, "Wait, give me a chance. Let me see how you can make me change my mind. I can help you deal with Lin Fan, but it will take some time. I have to prepare and practice well. I don't want to fight a battle without preparation." Taoist priest Haixuan promised solemnly, "When I come out of seclusion, it will be the end of Lin Fan." Feng Wei and Feng Xiang looked at each other, and the latter said, "Give him a chance. This way we will have double insurance." "Good." Feng Wei nodded. "I'll spare your life for now, but if you dare to play tricks, I will never give you another chance to speak." "Yes, yes, I understand." In the evening, in the banquet hall of a 5-star hotel, a celebrity auction was taking place. Lin Fan and Suyumo appeared among them. Lin Fan, wearing an expensive suit, looked extraordinary and energetic at the moment, which made people couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Especially in Suyumo's eyes, his charm was even more enhanced. After all, the system's charm value still played a role. Coupled with the contrast of the new clothes, Lin Fan looked radiant. The cold female CEO thought to herself, "This brat can obviously attract the opposite sex if he simply dresses up, but he just can't take care of himself. It really makes me worry." At this moment, Suyumo was wearing a black evening dress. Under the light, her skin looked even whiter, and her chest was full of towering jade-like muscles, so dazzling. She seems like a goddess surrounded by a halo. No matter where she goes, she is destined to be the focus of everyone's attention. Their appearance attracted the envy of many elites and celebrities in the hall. What a handsome man and beautiful woman, they are made in heaven. They are talented and pretty. The men are handsome and the women are very ladylike. They are like walking supermodels. That woman is Suyumo, the city's most beautiful girl. That man must be very outstanding to be able to be with her. I saw that the man was approachable, and inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity and affection for him. However, Lin Fan was holding a snakeskin bag in his hand, which seemed out of place with the surrounding environment. In fact, Suyumo couldn't figure out why Lin Fan brought a snakeskin bag to such an important occasion. As luck would have it, a man and a woman were walking towards them. They were Li Wenhai and Jiang Yan. Lin Fan passed by him, and had no intention of paying any attention to him. However, Jiang Yan insisted, "Why are you attending a celebrity auction?" Lin Fan stopped and said, "If you can come, why can't I?" The other party said proudly, I am a corporate elite, how can you compare with me? I have money. Lin Fan endured it again and again and stopped being polite. Being rich is enough to become a celebrity, but you are still a little short of the mark. Bite. The system voice sounded. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target person, Jiang Yan. The target person was very angry, and his emotions were obviously fluctuating. The system rewards the host with 100 points of charm and 10 million RMB. The host's charm value in Jiang Yan's eyes has reached 703 points. As her charm value changed, Jiang Yan swallowed the harsh words that were about to come out of her mouth. She suddenly felt that her ex-husband was actually a pretty good person. He spent lavishly, spending 5 million to book a luxury store without even blinking an eye. She was somewhat envious of Su Yumo, who received millions of luxury goods from Lin Fan. And her new boyfriend Li Wenhai probably won't be as generous as Lin Fan. As she thought about it, Jiang Yan felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, with confusion, regret, and envy all mixed together. Li Wenhai looked at the snakeskin bag in Lin Fan's hand and couldn't help but tease him. What a country bumpkin! Do you think this is a market and you're buying street goods? Chapter 75, Provoking 20 to 30 Beauties. It's really embarrassing. Li Wenhai sneered. Don't present yourself as a rich kid. If I'm not mistaken, you must have gotten into the venue by relying on the beauty next to you. I just rubbed her and then came in, how about it? I don't have time to deal with you right now, so don't bother me with girls. Lin Fan looked at the huge banquet hall, where many beautiful girls had already made up their minds. It turned out that he had already made preparations before arriving this time. There must be many beautiful women at the celebrity auction, and a large number of them are single. He seized the opportunity and chose them to provoke, and he would definitely make a fortune. Of course, with these beauties, it's all about money, not love. As long as you can complete the system tasks, you can make money. Although there are many beautiful women, not everyone is qualified to be his female liquor. Jiang Yan was shocked. How come her ex-husband seemed like a completely different person? When they were together before, Lin Fan was very loyal, but now he was like a sea king. He already had Su Yumo by his side, but he still shamelessly asked to be picked up by other girls. It seems that this bastard turned bad once he had some money. Hearing this, Li Wenhai sneered. How shameless! The women here are all beautiful, rich, and white. They all have high standards. Will they pick you up? Stop daydreaming. They won't even look at you. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? You are that little sparrow. Lin Fan gestured for a moment, then paced back and forth, waiting for an opportunity to strike up a conversation. His way of chatting people up is unique because his words are sharp and very aggressive. He has only one purpose, which is to carry on the provocation to the end. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Wang Gifang. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Zhou Menghen. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Chen Xiaolu. The system's voice continued to sound, even complaining. Host, my lips are almost peeling. However, host, you have become smarter. Your IQ is as high as 250, and you know how to provoke randomly. You have made a fortune tonight. Lin Fan even called some beauties to a corner where no one was paying attention, and tried to see if he could get their clothes. Since the beauties all noticed that Lin Fan and Su Yumo were a couple, they all concluded that the handsome man in front of them must be a rich young man with a lot of money. Otherwise, with Su Yumo's high standards, it would be impossible for her to be with him. Therefore, in their eyes, Lin Fan is undoubtedly a hot, rich, and handsome man. Although Lin Fan's provocation caused their emotions to fluctuate, these beauties already had a good impression of him, and coupled with the effect of the system's charm value, Lin Fan became even more charming. Therefore, when Lin Fan asked for the clothes he carried with him, many beauties thought that this handsome guy had special hobbies and sentiments, and that this also proved that they themselves were attractive. Otherwise, the other party would not be interested in the things on them. Of course, some women were more reserved and politely declined Lin Fan's special request. After about 20 minutes, Lin Fan gained a lot. He earned more than 200 million yuan from many beauties. Together with his previous earnings, he has now earned exactly 500 million yuan through the provocation system. It's really crazy. You know, a few days ago, he only had a few thousand yuan in his card. Very efficient tonight. Moreover, his snakeskin bag contained clothes given to him by 7 or 8 women. There were stockings, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and even some panties as a gift for someone who had a particularly strong crush on him. Lin Fan secretly thought that it was a good thing that he had the foresight to prepare a snakeskin bag. Otherwise, if these things were put in his pockets and someone saw them, they would definitely suspect that he was a mutant. Alas, it is not easy for him to complete the system task and evolve himself. He is a handsome guy, but he takes the risk of being misunderstood to ask for special things. Now, the power value of Lin Fan's first divine fist has skyrocketed to 3,400 points. 34,000 times the divine power, defense, and speed. He would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Moreover, his ability to see through things was even better, so that his gaze should not remain on the beauties in the banquet hall for too long. Otherwise, his nose would bleed, which would be embarrassing. Lin Fan had no choice but to look at the male celebrities. This glance led to many ridiculous discoveries. For example, some men carry condoms in their pockets, and some men wear women's clothes under their coats. For a moment, Lin Fan couldn't tell whether this group of people were upper class or lower class. From a distance, Lin Fan inadvertently glanced at Li Wenhai and immediately made a major discovery. There were several peculiar skin lesions on this guy's body, and there were 2 pieces of paper in his pocket. One was a diagnosis, and the other was a blood test report. Lin Fan could clearly see the words on the paper. "Oh my goodness, plum blossom virus." It seems that Master Li played very tricks and was tricked as expected. Seeing that Lin Fan's eyes were no longer on the woman, Li Wenhai thought that his approach was rejected. "So I couldn't help but turn on the mocking mode. Why you got rejected so soon? I saw you flirt with 20 or 30 beauties, but you must have failed with every one of them, and then you were unwilling to give up and moved on to the next one. It's a pity that you're not a rich second generation like me, who can attract the attention of beautiful women. You are at best a nouveau rich with no taste, carrying a snakeskin bag. It's strange that beautiful women would pay attention to you." Lin Fan shook his head gently. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Li. These women are quite discerning and can discover my elegance and inner appeal. They all developed a liking for me, and even left me their room numbers and home addresses. If it weren't for Su Yumo being here, they would definitely pester me tonight. Oh, I really regret that I am too charming. After all, my energy is limited and I can't handle so many beauties." He raised the snakeskin bag and said, "The worst thing is that some of them gave me clothes. Tell me, are they tokens of love?" Hearing this, Li Wenhai sneered. "What are you bragging about? Come on, let me see. If they give you clothes, I'll call you daddy." He leaned his head towards the snakeskin bag. When he looked at what was in the bag, the smile disappeared. Damn, there really are clothes, some of which are even private. It seems that what Lin Fan said is true. Li Wenhai felt extremely unbalanced and felt intensely jealous, envious, and hateful. By Lin Fan's side, there is Su Yumo, who is so stunning that she has already killed countless men. How come he can just casually strike up a conversation with 20 or 30 upper-class beauties? Some of the women even give him clothes and are so enthusiastic and proactive that he is so envious. Li Wenhai's eyes turned red with jealousy. Lin Fan's mouth curved upwards. "Mr. Li, start calling me daddy." Chapter 76, You Have Plum Blossom Disease. Dream. Li Wenhai started to act shameless. "Why? I don't believe you dare to hit me in public." It seems that his rogue character is innate. Lin Fan said calmly, "I really don't dare because your illness makes me hesitate." Li Wenhai immediately became anxious. "What do you mean? Who are you saying is sick?" Jiang Yan also spoke up. "Lin Fan, please don't frame someone casually." Compared to her previous sharp tone, she was obviously much more restrained. At this time, many guests at the scene also gathered around to watch. Someone recognized Li Wenhai. "Isn't this Mr. Li? Say hello to your father for me." "Young man, please don't curse casually. Young Master Li is fine, how could he be sick?" "That's right. It's not a good habit for a young person to swear at others." It can be seen that some celebrities still hope to establish a relationship with Li Wenhai. After all, his father is the vice president of a certain fund management committee. Therefore, they stood on Li Wenhai's side from the beginning and criticized and condemned Lin Fan indiscriminately. Li Wenhai immediately became more arrogant. "Lin Fan, apologize to me." Everyone agreed. "Just apologize and that's it. It's no big deal." "Young man, I believe that if you apologize, Master Li will definitely forgive you and won't bother with you." Lin Fan was unmoved. "I'm telling the truth, why should I apologize?" The guests obviously questioned his words. What's wrong with Master Li? If he was sick, why didn't he go to the hospital but attended the celebrity auction tonight? Li Wenhai cursed. "You little jerk, you dare to curse me in public for being sick. A dead duck is still stubborn. Originally, I didn't intend to expose you because you called me dad, but now the situation is different." It's too late for you to call me grandpa or ancestor now. Lin Fan quickly took out the 2 pieces of paper from Li Wenhai's pocket. Li Wenhai's face changed in shock. He wanted to take the paper back, but he was still a little slow. Moreover, with his strength, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky to grab the moon to snatch something from Lin Fan. Diagnosis sheet and blood test report. Everyone take a look. As Lin Fan spoke, a group of people came forward. When they saw the words on the paper, they were immediately shocked. Someone exclaimed, "Plum blossom disease." Lin Fan lifted up Li Wenhai's clothes, revealing several skin lesions. A well-dressed middle-aged man walked over. "I am the vice president of the First People's Hospital of this city, and an expert in the field of dermatology." He stared at Li Wenhai's skin for a few seconds, then said with certainty, "Obviously, this is plum blossom disease." People unconsciously moved away from Li Wenhai, and their tone of voice changed drastically. "I've heard that Master Li has been hanging around in the entertainment industry for years and is known as the Little Prince of Bubbles. Now he is really asking for trouble. I never thought I'd get plum disease at such a young age. I heard that even if you're cured of this disease, you can still test positive if you get tested. It's a lifelong mark." Everyone's attitude towards Li Wenhai changed 360 degrees, with some showing disgust and some avoiding him. Li Wenhai glared at Lin Fan with hatred. It was all because of this bastard. He exposed his hidden illness in public. He deserved to die. Of course, what he found difficult to understand was why his hidden illness was discovered by the other party. How could he know that Lin Fan had the ability to see through things? Before the auction officially begins, guests can move around and exchange toasts. Many beauties came to Lin Fan with wine glasses in hand and greeted him enthusiastically. "Mr. Lin, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me in the future. Mr. Lin, I sincerely invite you to visit my home. My parents are busy with their business, so I am usually alone at home." But no one toasted Li Wenhai. Lin Fan's place was packed with people, while Li Wenhai's place was deserted and extremely cold, forming a very sharp contrast. Seeing this scene, Li Wenhai felt very disappointed. He had participated in many similar occasions and had never had such a dull atmosphere. He could even see that many guests deliberately avoided him, as if they were afraid of being infected with plum blossom disease. This made Li Wenhai extremely depressed. The hustle and bustle and joy around him had nothing to do with him. There is no point in staying here any longer. So he said to Jiang Yan, "Let's go." Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan shook off his hand and said in disgust, "You have this disease and you still want to date me. It's disgusting. Luckily, I've only been in contact with you for 1 day. I officially announced that we have broken up." Jiang Yan secretly thanked her luck that she did not go to Li Wenhai's bed. Otherwise, she would have been infected with that unspeakable hidden disease. Li Wenhai lost Face and his girlfriend. This time at the celebrity auction, he suffered a huge loss. He looked at Lin Fan hatefully. "Boy, I promise I will make you pay the price." Lin Fan didn't care. "It doesn't matter." He added with a smile, "I'd just like to see you feel unhappy with me but can't get rid of me." Li Wenhai left with hatred in his heart, while Jiang Yan said to Lin Fan affectionately, "Let's get back together." "Jiang Yan, you are a little fanciful." Lin Fan no longer has any thoughts about his ex-wife. "If you hadn't seen me spend 5 million to book a place and buy clothes, would you still want to get back together?" Jiang Yan said unwillingly, "Lin Fan, you ruined my 2 new boyfriends. You have to be responsible for me. Your boyfriend was having an affair and contracted a hidden disease. Can you blame me for this?" Lin Fan smiled. "You don't have to be discouraged. In this world, it's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but there are 2-legged men everywhere. You can find another one. But here with me, you no way." Lin Fan pointed at the beauties around him and said, "Everyone is younger and prettier than you. Men stay young until they die, and they still like beauties until they die. But you are still a little short of it. I won't give up." Jiang Yan said this and left the scene in a hurry, feeling ashamed. In the beginning, she had humiliated her ex-husband many times, saying he was a hopeless case. Now she never expected that he could make a comeback, be surrounded by beautiful women, be extremely charming, and be super rich. She regretted it so much. Soon the auction officially began, and the guests took their seats. There were many things on display at this auction, including ancient ceramics, Ming and Qing dynasty paintings and calligraphy, jade wares and carvings, jewelry, etc. All of them were good things. The guests on the scene were very enthusiastic and competed with each other in multiple rounds of bidding. But Lin Fan had no interest in any of these things, until an auction item that was relatively inconspicuous appeared, and instantly caught his attention. Chapter 77, Magical Beads. It was just an ordinary stone bead, gray and the size of a glass ball, inconspicuous. According to the host, this is an ancient stone bead. The composition of the stone is unknown, and it is said to contain huge energy. Although the introduction was very mysterious, the guests did not buy it. After all, it was not jade and had no room for appreciation. In their opinion, this bead was the only exhibit in the entire venue and had no collection value at all. At first, Lin Fan didn't take the bead seriously, but when he inadvertently scanned it with his X-ray eyes, he made an unexpected discovery. He saw that there was a gray cloud floating in the bead. He determined that clouds are dynamic. It's really strange. How could there be such a strange phenomenon in the bead? It seemed as if there was a mysterious force pulling him, and he made up his mind to take the picture. Since no one was following, Lin Fan acquired the bead at a very low price of 200,000. Su Yumo said it was hard to understand. No one is optimistic about this bead, Lin Fan. Why did you spend 200,000 yuan to be a sucker? It means I have a connection with it. As the saying goes, connection is priceless. Lin Fan said seriously, just like you can meet your idol, such a fate is priceless. You are a fart god. I think you are a psychopath. Let me see this bead. Su Yumo took the stone bead from Lin Fan, rubbed it carefully, but did not find anything attractive about it. In her opinion, this kind of bead was no different from an ordinary pebble thrown on the roadside. She didn't have the heart to attack Lin Fan again, so she silently returned it. But for Lin Fan, he didn't care even if he spent 200,000 to be a sucker. After all, his harvest at the auction this time was unprecedentedly rich. By provoking many beautiful and wealthy women at the scene, he received more than 200 million rewards from the system, as well as an increase in the power of his first divine fist. A mere 200,000 is nothing. Compared with the wealth he gained, it was just a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning. Lin Fan took another close look at the bead. There was indeed nothing special about the bead itself, but there was purple mist swirling inside the bead, which was quite surprising. What is certain is that this bead is absolutely extraordinary, but its origin and function are still unclear. He threw the beads into the snakeskin pocket, and after the auction ended, he parted ways with Su Yumo and went home alone. When they were still a long way from the community, Lin Fan noticed that the man and woman in the grove were dating again. You know, it was night time and it was pitch black near the grove, but he could see every detail of the two of them clearly. The darkness could not block his sight. This man and woman are really like a mouse licking a cat's vagina, just looking for excitement. When Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, he didn't know when, not far in front of him, there was a man wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants. Behind him, at about the same distance, there was another man standing silently, and their appearance and clothes seemed to be cast in the same mold. Each of them held a pistol with a silencer. They are the Cat and Mouse brothers, ranked 10th in the world on the killer list, invited by Feng Xiang to deal with Lin Fan. Lin Fan subconsciously stopped and turned slightly, just in time to see the two of them out of the corner of his eye. The man in front said, "Before you die, do you have anything to ask?" Lin Fan responded truthfully, "No, because I can't die." What a joke! I can now tell you responsibly that you have fallen into the hands of our Cat and Mouse brothers, and your life has begun to count down. Then let me ask you one question. What are Cat and Mouse brothers? The man introduced himself. My two brothers are cats and all the targets are mice. No matter how the mouse tries to escape, it is still the cat's plaything. You are right. There are many cat and mouse games in this world, but some people who are clearly mice mistakenly think they are cats. Lin Fan murmured, "Time is running out for the two mice." As he spoke, he calmly put down the snakeskin bag and picked up 2 fallen leaves from the ground. Hey. Another person behind Lin Fan spoke up. "You are about to die, yet you are still talking nonsense. I want to see what tricks you can play." They don't understand why their prey picks up leaves from the ground, using leaves as weapons. It's like being kicked in the head by a donkey. Lin Fan's figure standing in the night was so handsome and so cool, just like a firefly in the dark night. No, the brightest star in the night sky. He said slowly, "Stop talking nonsense and shoot." Buff. The Cat and Mouse brothers are worthy of being top killers. They cooperated very well and pulled the trigger at the same time. In the darkness of the night, 2 bullets from different directions flew through the air at extremely fast speeds. A sure hit. A strong, murderous aura suddenly approached. Swish! The 2 leaves in Lin Fan's hand were swung out like darts, spinning in the air. The leaf accurately scratched the bullet and cut it off. The force and speed of the leaf did not decrease. In an instant, it arrived in front of the cat and mouse brothers and instantly cut their throats. Blood stained the leaves. The cat and mouse brothers covered their throats in disbelief, their palms stained red by the warm blood. The two men held on for a few seconds and fell down with their eyes open. Before they died, they didn't understand how their prey managed to kill them with leaves. Lin Fan sent out a meow to the two corpses. He didn't know who sent the other party, but he was prepared for this kind of killer, that is, kill one by one. When he returned to his residence, Lin Fan discovered that his female landlord Chen Meijia was not there, and there was a message on his phone that he did not open, which probably meant that her parents were coming over tonight and she was going to stay with them. This made Lin Fan feel relieved. He was really worried that Chen Meijia would prepare a table full of nutritious dishes for him. There was even a hole in his quilt last night. After entering the bedroom, Lin Fan lay on the bed, too excited to fall asleep. After all, the wealth he obtained through the provocation system tonight was unprecedentedly large. He, a poor boy, has now become a true billionaire. Call. Suddenly, a faint snoring sound came into his mind. Is the landlady hiding a wild man in the room? Lin Fan stood up and scanned the entire house with his X-ray vision, but he did not find any wild man. Instead, he saw a brand new electric toy in Chen Meijiao's bedroom. Good job. Women are indeed hypocritical. Chen Meijiao used to say that she looked down on people who used small toys, but now she has secretly hidden a set of her own. Lin Fan withdrew his thoughts and asked, System, are you snoring? Chapter 78, the policewoman proposed a shooting contest. The system responded, not me. It's strange. If it's not you, who else could be snoring like this? Lin Fan was very surprised when he heard the rhythmic snoring. When he got closer to the snakeskin bag, he found that the sound became clearer, so he took out the stone bead obtained at the auction and finally found the source of the sound. The sound comes from the beads. Moreover, it sounded in his mind, and outsiders could not hear it. Is there a pig demon in this bead? Or is there a wretched old man hiding there? That snoring sounded like that of an old man. The other party even started talking in his sleep. I want to come out. Lin Fan tried to greet him. Don't sleep anymore or you'll wet the bed. Look, Jill has disappeared. The response he received was a slow snoring. Lin Fan waited for several hours, and he didn't know when he fell asleep, but the other party never woke up. When Lin Fan woke up the next day, he found that there was no movement in the bead. He asked, hey, didn't everyone in Beijing die last night? He turned on his X-ray vision and looked around. He saw purple mist lingering in the bead like demonic energy, but apart from that, there was nothing else. It's really strange. His X-ray vision is so powerful, why can't he see other things in the bead clearly? He felt more and more that this pearl was extraordinary, and he only hoped that the snoring owner would take the initiative to greet him. Before he had the time to go to the company, Lin Fan was once again invited to the police station. The one who interrogated him was still that familiar face, policewoman Yang Tao. Lin Fan, how come you are involved in murders every other day? Even though you ruled out the suspect last time. But this time, I'm afraid you're in big trouble. The scene of you fighting with the gunman happened to be captured by the surveillance camera. Lin Fan lay on the interrogation chair like a big boss. Or I'll tell you, little bear, you're brainless. The surveillance has cleared my name. I was acting in self-defense, and you are still making trouble. Officer Yang, tell me the truth. Are you taking this opportunity to deliberately retaliate against me? Yang Tao was annoyed. Why should I take revenge on you? Because you couldn't get me. You turned your love into hatred and planned to destroy me yourself. Just like last time, you used a crotch kick. Hearing this, Yang Tao's tone softened a little. Although he had a stern face, he still said with concern, Are you okay there? You guess. Looking at your reckless look, it must be fine. Yang Tao heaved a sigh of relief. I'm not so petty as to want to take revenge on you. Besides, if anyone loves you, please don't be so narcissistic. Lin Fan said with a smile. Then please answer me seriously, am I acting in self-defense? I just won't say it. Yang Tao responded word by word. She just didn't want to say those two words. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had arrived, the police station became bustling with police officers rushing over. Some poured him tea, some handed him cigarettes, and some went behind him and massaged his shoulders to relax him. They surrounded Lin Fan and praised him. Mr. Lin, you are really amazing. You used leaves to defend yourself and killed the killer. I would like to call you the most powerful man in the world. A true master is one who can turn any object into a weapon. Obviously, Mr. Lin is such a master. I seriously doubt that Mr. Lin's fart could kill someone. Even Director He Fang came running over happily. Mr. Lin, how are you thinking about joining our police department? I'll be in the police station with Officer Yang. I'll be close to him. Why not do it? If it doesn't work, I'll recruit 2 more policewomen. The other party was so enthusiastic that Lin Fan suspected that he was not in the police station, but back home. Lin Fan asked, "Tell me, am I guilty?" He Fang immediately responded, "What crime has he committed? If you must convict Mr. Lin of a crime, it's because he's too handsome. He should be sentenced for being handsome." This flattery left Yang Tao, who was standing next to him, dumbfounded. She had a feeling that everyone else was drunk, but she was the only one sober. In the police station, everyone from her superiors to her colleagues had gone crazy and were frantically flattering that bastard named Lin. Just like before, Lin Fan rejected He Fang again. "Thank you for your kindness, Director He, but I'm really not interested." He Fang waved his hand. Don't worry, don't worry." In fact, he had been like an ant on hot pot, wishing that Lin Fan would agree immediately. He admired Lin Fan more and more, and even wished that he would become his son-in-law immediately. The young man's skills were obvious to all. He could take someone's life with a flying leaf, which was eye-opening. If there is such a powerful general in the police station, criminals will be terrified. Lin Fan deliberately said, "Officer Yang, you don't even praise me. It seems that you are not convinced." Yang Tao raised her chin proudly. "Yes, I just don't accept it." She really wanted to dampen Lin Fan's enthusiasm. But after thinking it over, she decided that a fight between fists and feet would be a bluff, so it would be better to have a gunfight. She had investigated Lin Fan's information and found out that he had never been in the military, nor had he been to a live-fire shooting club. He was a complete novice when it came to shooting. So Yang Tao suddenly proposed, "Lin Fan, do you dare to compete with me in shooting?" The reason why she was so confident was that she was gifted in shooting. Her shooting performance had ranked first in the police force for many years in a row, and she had broken previous records in the police force. Lin Fan smiled cheerfully. "Okay." The surrounding police officers started talking. "Mr. Lin, do you want to compete with the policewoman in shooting? Then you have to pay attention. She is the shooting champion of our police force. Her marksmanship is superb. Even though she doesn't always hit the target, her level is almost there. The policewoman wants to compete with you in shooting skills, just to undermine your self-confidence." Lin Fan raised his index finger. "It's just that today's game is special. I use this instead of a gun." "What do you mean?" No one reacted for a moment. The policewoman said, "Someone is so shameless that he wants to use his fingers as pistols to compete with me in shooting skills. What a silly girl singing, it's outrageous." When everyone heard this, they also found it incredible. "I didn't hear you wrong. How can a finger replace a pistol? Don't forget that Mr. Lin knows hard Qigong. No matter how powerful your Qigong is, you can't do it. Yes, this level of achievement is something that no one in the world can achieve. Mr. Lin is so funny and humorous. You must be teasing the policewoman again." No one at the scene believed what Lin Fan said. "After all, it sounds ridiculous. Excuse me, I am a man with a golden finger." Lin Fan raised his left and right index fingers alternately, both of them. The policewoman said calmly, "I want to see it with my own eyes, not brag about it. If you're bragging, I'll look down on you." Chapter 79, Yang Tao loses completely. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. "Do you dare to bet?" "Why not?" Yang Tao blurted out that she thought she would definitely win, because Lin Fan simply couldn't do it. "What's the bet?" "Whatever you want, I'll accompany you till the end. Do you have a lot of clothes prepared?" "Here we go again." Yang Tao's head was full of black lines. "Your quirk is really persistent." Lin Fan's face was full of innocence. "Doesn't this just prove that I am a very loyal man, worthy of being entrusted with your life?" "Bah, how shameless." Yang Tao was almost speechless. "I don't think even a bullet can penetrate your thick skin. If you don't believe me, ask your colleagues." Lin Fan looked around and said, "Everyone, tell me if I am loyal or not." "Very loyal." I was so moved that I almost cried. "He is simply a perfect man." Everyone was almost fascinated by Lin Fan. Lin Fan stretched out his hands and pressed them down. "Keep a low profile, keep a low profile." He then said to the policewoman, "Same old, if you lose, give me the clothes you are wearing." The policewoman asked back, "What if you lose?" Lin Fan raised his lips. "You can also do the same and take my clothes." "Bullshit, I don't have that kind of hobby as you do." Hearing this, Lin Fan sighed deeply, looking very aggrieved. "Then I can only promise you my body." "You wish?" Yang Tao glared at him fiercely. "You want to take advantage of me? No way. He Fang then stood up and said, I think if Mr. Lin loses, he can join the police force. How about that? Yang Tao hesitated for a moment and said, okay. Lin Fan responded, I have no objection. He knew that he would definitely not lose, so He Ju's wish would probably be dashed again. Yang Tao proposed a rule that each person should shoot 5 times, with the first 3 shots at fixed targets and the last 2 shots at moving targets. All target positions are within 100 meters. It's quite difficult. The policewoman's shooting skills were indeed amazing. In the first 3 times, her scores were 9 rings, 9 rings, and 10 rings, totaling 28 rings. When she put away the gun proudly, she saw Lin Fan stretch out his right index finger and flick his fingers one after another. After 3 attempts, Lin Fan only hit the 10th ring of the bull's eye. That's because all the landing points overlap. The level of accuracy determines the winner immediately. He is so scary. The police officers all had their eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Because using fingers instead of pistols to complete the shooting competition excellently is incredible in itself. What's even more exaggerated is that Lin Fan's 3 consecutive shots all hit the same spot. For the next moving target, Yang Tao's shooting scores were 8 rings and 9 rings. To be honest, this achievement is quite a feat and quite good. She looked at Lin Fan, not believing that he could be so outstanding in mobile shooting. But in the end, Lin Fan's 2 consecutive fingertip shots were still both 10 rings. Perfect. Impeccable. Great feat. There is no precedent before, and there will be no precedent after. Yang Tao was stunned. To be honest, her performance was good enough, but compared with Lin Fan, it was nothing but child's play. Fingers are more powerful than guns, and the accuracy is so incredible, as if he was using a cheat code. The police officers were full of praise. Mr. Lin, you are so awesome. It's really awesome. You have accomplished an unparalleled feat. I seriously suspect that Mr. Lin is from outer space. Lin Fan looked at the dumbfounded Yang Tao. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Officer Yang, go change your clothes and give me your shirt. Although Yang Tao was very reluctant, he was willing to accept the defeat and finally went to the locker room. After returning, he handed the shirt in his hand to Lin Fan. Lin Fan heard the system's congratulations. Congratulations to the host. The fist power value of the first divine fist has reached 3,600 points. He said to the policewoman happily, do you want to try something new? Yang Tao responded somewhat frustratedly, tell me about it. You shoot and I'll chase the bullet. If I can catch up with the bullet, you can continue to give me the clothes I'm wearing. Yang Tao was also intoxicated when he heard this. All your requests are related to your own quirks. Officer Yang, it's not against the law to have such a hobby. Lin Fan smiled and said, want to broaden your horizons? Before Yang Tao could respond, the police officers around him were already impatient. Of course. Show it quickly, let us have a glimpse. We admire Mr. Lin's superpowers very much. It would be a lifetime honor for us to see them. Okay, I agree. Yang Tao agreed. In fact, she also wanted to know whether Lin Fan was bragging. Chasing a bullet would require how fast a speed would be required to do it. She couldn't imagine it, because in her opinion, no one can do it. What Lin Fan is going to do next is a heroic feat that will attract everyone's attention. He first spread out his palms to show everyone that he did not hide any bullets in his hands. Then Yang Tao raised his pistol and pulled the trigger forward. With a gunshot, a bullet whizzed out from the pitch-black muzzle and flew at high speed in the air. Swish! Lin Fan started walking only after hearing the gunshot. His body flew away as fast as an arrow shot from a bow. The speed is so fast that the naked eye cannot catch it, and as it flies, it leaves a trail of afterimages in the air. Everyone, including Yang Tao, was dumbfounded, as if petrified. It was hard for them to believe what they were seeing. Why can people run so fast? As fast as an arrow, chasing the wind and the moon. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan turned back. He slowed down, slammed on the brakes, came in front of Yang Tao and spread out his hands. In the palm of his hand, there was a bullet. Judging from the type of bullet, it came from the policewoman's gun. Lin Fan did it. He was actually able to catch up with the bullet with just his feet. Wind chaser. Yang Tao was stunned and murmured, why are you so fast? It's a shame that you don't work as a delivery man. If you participate in the Olympics, you will win all the gold medals in the long and short distance races. After 2 rounds of competition, she was deeply impressed by Lin Fan's performance. Yang Tao couldn't think of anyone who could compare to such a strong man. All the outstanding male colleagues in the police force pale in comparison to Lin Fan. Not long after, Lin Fan received the shirt from Yang Tao for the second time. Today, he earned 400 points of punching power from the policewoman, and the progress bar of the first divine fist reached 3,800 points. He chatted with everyone for a while and left the police station excitedly. Just like last time, Yang Tao drove him personally to the gate of Jiaoying Group. After Lin Fan got off the car, he found a familiar man lying on a stretcher, waiting for him. Chapter 80, provoking more than 100 beauties. Lin Fan took a closer look and said, "Wang Lao Hu." Wang Lao Hu was on the stretcher, trying to get up, but gave up after trying for a while. "Master Lin, I can't get up to say hello to you right now, please forgive me. Where did you get into trouble again to be beaten like this?" "Don't mention it." Wang Lao Hu was furious. "I was beaten by a foreigner." Lin Fan said, "Tell me more about it. Foreigners are showing off their power in our territory. I won't tolerate them. It's just that I am not as skilled as them, I just can't accept it. We have an underground boxing gym in Linjiang City. I go to watch it quite often. There are many masters there. Underground boxers are very good at fighting, and there are few restrictions on the rules, so it is very violent and exciting. And there are boxers from different nationalities, including Europeans, Americans, Australians, Africans, and Southeast Asians. Recently there came a boxer named Shurek, who was killing people everywhere. That guy is from Europe and America. He is tall and strong. His punches and kicks are incredibly lethal. He is almost invincible. It's been more than a week, and he has defeated dozens of boxers. Among them, our Dragon Country's boxers were the worst beaten. Wang Lao Hu went on to say, "Not only that, but the Dragon Country boxers were humiliated every time they were knocked down. That Shurek, he said that the boxers from Dragon Country were worthless and trampled them under his feet many times. Extremely arrogant. Yesterday I was so angry that I jumped onto the stage and was beaten like this by him. If the security guards hadn't stopped me in time, I would have been beaten to death on the stage." Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. Professional people do professional things. You usually fight in the streets, but when you get into the professional boxing ring, it pales in comparison. Husey, you are a real tiger. However, your original intention is worthy of praise. Lin Fan praised the other party. "Thank you, Master Lin." Wang Lao Hu clasped his hands together on the stretcher and said, "Master Lin, Huzai has a favor to ask. If you can come out and teach that Shurek a lesson, Huzai is willing to give you 1 million. Of course, I don't know if I am qualified enough to invite Master Lin." His words came from the bottom of his heart and were extremely sincere. 1 million is indeed a lot, but I don't like it, so I'll leave it to you to spend. Lin Fan's words made Wang Lao Hu feel disappointed. But Lin Fan's next words surprised him again. "But that Shurek still needs to be taught a lesson. It just so happens that my hands are itching for a human sandbag." Wang Lao Hu was extremely grateful because not only did Lin Fan not ask for any reward, but he also agreed to help. He regained his spirits. "Thank you, Master Lin." The brothers carrying the stretcher also shouted in unison and with great momentum. "Thank you, Master Lin." Lin Fan said simply, "I will make the dragon people proud." Wang Lao Hu and his companions were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears and their blood was boiling. As a dragon countryman, we are proud of ourselves. The tone is calm, yet full of dominance. At this moment, Wang Lao Hu was looking up at Lin Fan on the stretcher with unprecedented admiration and respect. Lin Fan said, "Underground boxing usually starts at night. I'll go with you then." After saying goodbye to Wang Lao Hu, Lin Fan entered the company. In the afternoon, he went directly to the Jinbahuiwang KTV. Inspired by last night's celebrity auction, he decided to speed up his money-making efforts. The current profit of 500 million is far from enough. After arriving at Jinbahuiwang, he found the store manager Yu Feng and directly stated his purpose. "Call all the beauties in our store." "Yes." Yu Feng picked up the intercom and said, "Attention all the ladies, gather to see the boss." Soon, more than 100 gorgeous beauties gathered. The provocation system seemed to have guessed Lin Fan's thoughts. "Host, are you crazy about money? Are you ready to provoke so many people of the opposite sex?" Lin Fan did not comment. "That's right. You really want me to say something stupid? It doesn't matter. You're not a human being anyway. You can't get tired. The system was helpless. You are so cruel." Lin Fan began to call more than 100 beauties into the box one by one. Yu Feng was stunned by this operation. "What is the new boss doing, testing the clock? The services in our store are all purely green. Even if the green is not pure enough, the number of people the new boss wants to try out is too large. 1 against 100. It's really incredible. Even if I finish a whole box of Remania pills, I still can't bear it. Could it be that the new boss has more than a dozen kidneys? Yu Feng didn't dare to ask too much. Firstly, Lin Fan was his boss, and secondly, the other party had a close relationship with Sister Hong. There are many things that you shouldn't ask about, so just pretend you didn't see them. In the box, Lin Fan challenged each beauty who came in one by one. He tried his best to keep the time within 2 minutes, and when the time was up, he would switch to the next one. Repeat this process. His principle is to talk about money and not feelings. Within 2 minutes, he earned 10 million from each beauty. With more than 100 beauty contestants, the total profit was huge. Finally, all the beauties were provoked. Lin Fan was satisfied. Yu Feng was not aware of this, but was secretly amazed at Lin Fan's physical strength, which was too incredible. With such physical strength, he is definitely a rich woman's favorite. Alas, God really favors the new boss, making him so handsome, rich, and strong like an indefatigable buffalo. Inside the box, the system was so tired that its mouth was about to smoke. Host, you are such a piece of shit. Can't you just let me take a break? I'm the system, not your woman. Why are you torturing me like this? Through this round of provocations, plus the 500 million you just received, your total wealth has accumulated to 1.7 billion. After hearing the system's summary, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. We made 1.2 billion today, and our efficiency has improved. In the past, he was extremely happy when he made tens of millions a day. Nowadays, the daily earnings start at 100 million. Sure enough, no one complains about having too much money. People's desires are constantly changing as their net worth increases. The system asked, "Host, why didn't you ask these beauties for their clothes?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "I have a feeling that if I do that, my body forging will be carried out in the box, and I can't help but speak out. I must not do anything that will make me look bad in public." The system thought for a moment, "That makes sense. Those girls outside are good and have a promising future. Are they called here to welcome this prince?" At this moment, an old man's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan was surprised for a few seconds and suddenly thought of something. He went out and put on the mysterious bead he won at the auction. It seemed that the owner who was snoring last night had woken up. Chapter 80 won the mysterious Dragon Lord. He looked through his X-ray eyes but still found nothing. The mysterious bead was filled with evil spirits, and he could not see the old man's true face. "Why don't you come out? I'll introduce you to some beauties. There are more than 100 of them here, enough for you to choose from. Although there is a lot of quantity, the quality is not good." The old man's voice was full of sneer. Thinking back to the days when the beauties that pursued this king were all so stunningly beautiful that they could overshadow the sun and the moon, Lin Fan was both amused and annoyed. "Old man, are you still asleep? Your voice sounds quite vulgar, and you should be the same. What beautiful woman would be blind to be with you?" The old man shouted in a deep voice. "How dare you? In all these years, no one has ever dared to speak without restraint in front of this king." Lin Fan responded frivolously, "Then come out and beat me up. If I could go out, I would have lived happily ever after." Lin Fan guessed, "Did you do something shameful, such as being a hooligan, and got sealed in the bead?" "Young man, you are only half right." The old man said quietly, "This king is indeed sealed in the bead, so this bead is called the Ancient Demon Sealing Bead. But the reason for being sealed is not what you said. Ancient Demon Sealing Pearl, it seems you are a demon." The old man said slowly, "I am Long Zun, the supreme leader of the demon world. Back then, I unified many worlds, including the demon world, the human world, the devil world, the fairy world, etc. In front of me, everyone in the vast sky is an ant. With a snap of my fingers, I can turn a planet into dust. Why do I feel like I'm listening to a fairy tale? Your surprise is not surprising. After all, you are just a frog in a well, just like most people." Lin Fan began to question, "How could you be controlled by this when you are so powerful?" Long Zun slowly told the truth. "This king is addicted to alcohol. Once I drank for 3 days and 3 nights, drank thousands of jars of wine, and was completely drunk. But I didn't know that the leaders of the human world, the demon world, and the fairy world had already joined forces and wanted to get rid of me as soon as possible. They used all sorts of tricks on me while I was unconscious, but it was still useless. After I sobered up, they saw that the situation was not good, so they hurriedly threw me into this pearl and sealed it with their own divine power, so that I have been trapped here for many years." Lin Fan suddenly had an idea. Then, for so many years, you have been alone without the opposite sex. Can you bear it? There was silence in the bead for a moment, and then a voice came out again. Young man, I think the angle you ask the question is a little different. No wonder there's a sense of déjà vu about you. Turns out you're vulgar. Lin Fan showed a sly smile on his face. Old man, you and I are destined to meet. I will enjoy the colorful world outside on your behalf. You don't need to thank me. Who made me warm-hearted? I have always liked to help others since I was a child. Thank you. Do you really want to come out and beat me up? After so many years, sometimes I don't really want to think about it. After all, Dugu Kyubai, the people outside are too weak. No one can fight. If there is a female dragon in the bead, it would not matter if I don't leave for 100 years. Beast, with your energy as a dragon lord, even if you were given a mother dragon, you would be able to give birth to a planet full of little dragons. Lin Fan asked, but I'm curious, are you really good at fighting? Young man, don't be so arrogant. In my eyes, your strength is not even as good as mine. Old man, you are a little too confident. After all, I am also a person who possesses the first divine fist with 3,800 points. My strength is 380,000 times that of a normal person. Lin Fan was a little unconvinced. Long Zun gave a very affirmative answer. It is still a hair of mine. Old man, did you drink too much fake wine in there, and your head is confused? Back then, the leaders of the human world, the demon world, and the fairy world were all thousands of times more powerful than you. But they were still beaten by me. Long Zun said with a contemptuous tone. I know you are not convinced, but since we are destined to be together, I might as well let you see what it means that there are always people better than you. Lin Fan nodded. Okay, that's exactly what I meant. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly found that he was dragged into a fantasy world by a mysterious and irresistible force. He stood in the illusion, and a giant purple dragon about 100 feet long appeared in the sky. The pressure from the dragon made his chest feel blocked, making it almost difficult for him to breathe. Lin Fan was horrified. The giant dragon had already severely dampened his fighting spirit without him doing anything, especially those dragon eyes which were unfathomable. When they looked into each other's eyes, I felt as small as a speck of dust. One of the dragon's claws gently reached towards Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan subconsciously raised one hand and exerted all his strength in an attempt to resist. However, he was surprised to find that the extraordinary power he was so proud of was just a drop of water in the ocean in front of the dragon claw. To be honest, ever since Lin Fan acquired the first divine fist, he has never felt inferior in terms of strength, but today he felt extremely ashamed. The pressure from the dragon's claws caused the ground below, within 100 miles, to crack. Lin Fan looked at the cracks in the ground spreading like a spider web under his feet. It was really unbelievable that the dragon just casually stretched out a claw, but it produced a devastating power. No wonder Long Zun claimed that everyone in the vast sky is an ant. Destroying a planet is just a matter of waving a finger. What it means to be terrified, and what it means to have goosebumps all over your body. At this moment, Lin Fan is experiencing it firsthand. The mysterious Dragon Lord is so powerful, so much so that even Lin Fan himself thought that his current strength seemed incredibly weak in front of the giant dragon, not even as good as a fart. However, the giant dragon opened its mouth and said something that almost made Lin Fan cry. I am just a clone of Long Zun. His true strength is far more terrifying than his clone. The so-called gods in the eyes of humans are just like humans in the eyes of gods in the eyes of Dragon Lord. Just a clone. Lin Fan was melancholy. The clone was so powerful, which showed how powerful the original body was. The one sealed in this ancient demon sealing bead is such a volatile guy. No wonder even the leaders of the human world, the demon world, and the fairy world couldn't deal with him together. The giant purple dragon retracted its claws, and the mountain-like pressure that had been looming over Lin Fan dissipated, making him feel much more relaxed. The dragon's eyes were seen casually sweeping around the surroundings. The illusory world was filled with raging flames that burned endlessly. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan felt as if he was petrified. Chapter 82, Lin Fan's Dual Forms, Martial Soul. Damn it! How horrible this is. Such a strong man. Lin Fan's eyes can currently see far and see through things, but compared to Long Zun's clone, they are really weak. Trash in general. Lin Fan felt as if the sky was falling. The purple dragon grinned as if smiling. Little friend, try to hit me with your fist. Lin Fan was depressed. Who are you looking down on? You just called me a young man, but now I'm a kid. Because after a brief confrontation just now, I found that you are even weaker than I thought. Then try my punch. Lin Fan swung his fist with great force and struck the dragon's body. The purple dragon did not dodge at all, but just quietly watched every move of the young man in front of him. Banged! The back of his fist landed on a piece of dragon scale, and Lin Fan was blown away. He was barely able to steady himself until he was hundreds of meters away. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The shock in his heart was like a tsunami. The purple dragon is too strong. His punch contained such powerful energy that the dragon's scales were not damaged at all, but he himself was knocked hundreds of meters away. This is top-level defense. The sky and earth changed color, and Xylong is just the incarnation of the mysterious Dragon Lord. This is just a glimpse of how powerful I am. The purple dragon smiled and said, "Little friend, I'm addressing you appropriately, right?" Lin Fan stammered, "One day, sooner or later, I will let you call me Grandpa, Ancestor." To be honest, he was a little shocked and frustrated, but he would never be discouraged or give up. It's good for young people to have ambitions, but you have to face reality even if it's cruel. Fart. Now it was the turn of the provocation system to speak. It turned out that it had been quietly listening to the conversation between Lin Fan and Dragon Lord's clone. It will take you many years to become a demon lord, and the host will also be able to develop to an unparalleled level in a similar amount of time. By then, it's still unclear who will be strong and who will be weak. Lin Fan smiled and said, "System, it turns out you can also hear its voice." The system hummed. "I have endured it for a long time. I snored for so long last night." "Oh, you little system, how dare you be so presumptuous? Little monster, lawless." The Dragon Lord's clone and the provocation system began to confront each other, neither of them willing to give in. The purple dragon said, "Fight me if you can. I will be responsible for the training. Through me, the host will be cultivated into a top-notch and unparalleled god of war." "Okay, in that case, I will train one too. Then I will let your host compete with the one I trained. If your host loses, call me Grandpa Longzun. If the young people I trained lose, I will call you an ancestor." Hearing the purple dragon's proposal, the provocation system agreed without hesitation. "No problem, it's a deal." It is very confident in the power of the first divine fist. The purple dragon began to say to Lin Fan, "Little friend, I need to extract some of your martial spirit from you for cultivation. It will be your doppelganger in the future. After all, what I'm training is still you, another you. Good things should be kept within the family, little friend. I think I am very kind to you. In the future, there will be two forms of Lin Fan. One is the current you, and the other is the martial spirit body." Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Very good." He suddenly became interested in the dual form the other party mentioned. Then the giant purple dragon stretched out a claw and hovered above Lin Fan's head. An incredible scene happened. Slowly, a human-shaped transparent object was pulled upwards from above Lin Fan's head. After a while, the dragon claw placed the transparent human figure opposite Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked carefully and found that the other person's appearance was exactly the same as his own, and they were carved from the same mold. However, the other party's eyes were slightly closed at this moment, and it was obvious that it was still a rudimentary form. This is what is called a martial soul. He had never thought before that he actually had a martial soul. So he asked curiously, "Does everyone have a martial spirit?" "No," the purple dragon replied. "It can only happen when your martial arts power reaches a certain level. 99.9% of the people in this world do not have martial spirits. Therefore, those who can possess martial spirits are rare, like morning stars. It makes its own plans. The vast universe between heaven and earth has many attributes. The sun, the moon, the stars, thunder and lightning, storms, the earth, grass and trees, ice and fire, and so on. And what I want to cultivate in your martial soul is exactly the corresponding attributes. Each attribute has unlimited power. Just like what I showed you just now, the two pupils burning the earth are the attributes of fire. Little friend, although your strength and defense are very strong, in many cases, the attribute attacks between heaven and earth are relatively restrained against you. I believe that under my cultivation, your martial spirit will be stronger than you are. When the time comes, I really want to hear the system call me Grandpa." The provocative system was still unconvinced. "You'd better get ready early and call this system Ancestor. No matter how powerful your so-called attributes are, the host I trained is fast enough to escape and reach a safe area in the first place. You are not even given the chance to perform attribute attacks." Lin Fan pondered for a moment and felt that both the purple dragon and the provocative system seemed to have some truth in what they said. It seems that in the future, only whoever wins between him and Wuhan can get the so-called correct answer. The provocative system snorted coldly. If you are really that powerful, why can't you get out of the ancient demon sealing bead? Killing people and destroying their hearts. Exposing someone's scars. It's like rubbing salt into someone's wounds. The purple dragon was strong enough and said calmly, "Do you think the strength of the leaders of the three realms is a joke? They use their own divine power to seal it, so it is naturally difficult to break it. But it doesn't matter. The seal will be lifted in the future, and then I will see the light of day again." The system teased, "Then you should ask the heavens for another 500 years. I think by then you will have a chance to come out." That's so mean. Even Lin Fan could hardly bear to listen anymore, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The purple dragon said to Lin Fan, "Thank you for letting me extract my martial spirit. I hope you will come to play in the fantasy world often in the future." "Go ahead." As it spoke, Lin Fan returned to reality from the illusion. His whole body ached, and the back of his right fist was red and swollen. It seemed that the battle with Dragon Lord's clone just now was not an illusion. He looked at the ancient demon sealing bead through his eyes of perspective again. The purple dragon and its martial spirit had disappeared, and only the purple demonic energy was spreading like clouds and mist. Perhaps the illusion itself was not in the bead. Lin Fan asked, "System, tell me the truth. Do you think that old man Long Zun is reliable?" Chapter 83, Underground Boxing Champion Shurek. It remains to be seen, but they are very powerful and should not be underestimated, so you have to take it seriously and not be careless. The system reminded him, "Whether you can win in the future battle with Wuhan is related to my reputation. Host, you have a heavy burden on your shoulders. While making money and picking up girls, don't forget to improve the power of the first divine fist. I look forward to your mega evolution." Lin Fan nodded, "I understand." After he left the magnificent KTV, he made an appointment with Wang Laohu and went straight to an underground boxing gym. Wang Laohu put on a crutch and waited at the door of the boxing gym in advance. After the two met, he led the way. The boxing gym was located on the underground floor. The moment he entered the door, Lin Fan heard deafening shouts mixed with the dull sounds of fists and feet colliding. In the dim underground space, a huge octagonal cage was illuminated by spotlights, and the iron mesh was stained with blood. The surrounding spectator seats were packed with people, waving their arms and shouting the boxer's name at the top of their lungs. The air was filled with the smell of blood and alcohol, and empty bottles and cigarette butts were scattered on the ground. In the corner, several scantily clad hostesses were pouring drinks for the guests. Their smiles looked particularly charming under the dim light. On the ring, two shirtless boxers were fighting desperately. One of them had a cracked eyebrow bone and blood was flowing down his cheek, but he was still swinging his fists wildly. Every heavy blow drew crazy screams from the audience. The man with the cracked brow bone is a Dragon Country boxer, and the huge, blonde, blue-eyed guy fighting him is Shurek. The latter is currently the king of this underground boxing gym. When Wang Laohu saw the other party, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master Lin, he is the person I was talking about." Lin Fan nodded slightly and set his eyes on the octagonal cage. Shurek's ghostly eyes reminded people of Siberian wolves, cold and bloodthirsty. His steps were light, like a beast ready to attack. His fist tore through the air and went straight to the face of the Dragon Country boxer with a whistling sound. The latter barely dodged the blow by turning his head, and the wind from the punch hurt his cheek. Before he could stand firm, Shurek kicked him in the waist. The Dragon Country player blocked hastily, feeling a sharp pain in his arm and staggered back by the force of the kick. Bang! The back hit the iron cage, shaking the Dragon Country athlete's internal organs. Shurek did not give his opponent a chance to breathe. His combination of punches came like a storm. The Dragon Country player tried his best to dodge, but was still hit on the chin by a heavy punch, and the taste of blood instantly spread in his mouth. "Too slow," Shurek said in broken Chinese with a cruel smile on his face. Then an elbow was thrown upward and hit the Dragon Country player in the face. The latter immediately fell to the ground and was unable to move. Shurek sat on top of him, raining down punches. Blood splattered, staining his fist red. Finally, he stood up, spat at his opponent, and said with a contemptuous smile, "The Dragon Country boxer is really weak." His provocative words and actions immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the audience. "Beat him to death! Beat him to death!" People were shouting, and this scene was very familiar to Wang Laohu. Last night he was so angry that he jumped onto the stage and fought with Shurek, but he was almost beaten to death. I have to admit that the opponent's underground fist is really powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be invincible here. Shurek ignored the discontent around him and continued to challenge. I will rule here, and you are all ants. His gesture was also very annoying, as he shook his index finger towards the audience. Wang Laohu cursed loudly when he saw this. He estimated that if this guy wasn't injured, he would have jumped onto the stage again. The audience was filled with indignation. Fuck, his quality is really poor. He has only a few tricks of kung fu, but he is so arrogant. His glory is only temporary. The more arrogant he is now, the more embarrassed he will be in the future. A young man couldn't help but jump onto the stage, flip over the octagonal cage, and yelled to Shurek, I'll fight you. Okay, I don't mind helping you fall asleep. Shurek didn't take the newcomer seriously at all. The young man took the lead in attacking. His fists came with the sound of wind. He seemed to be a capable person, but he still seriously underestimated Shurek's strength. His fist landed on Shurek's chest, like hitting a thick wall. Shurek was like an unshakable mountain. His figure never wavered. He cut in at lightning speed and hit the young man in the ribs with a precise hook. He heard the crisp sound of broken bones, and the other party staggered back with a painful expression on his face. Shurek punched the young man in the face again. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and tasted like rust. With Shurek's third punch, the young man fell into a coma and lay motionless on the ring. Shurek stepped on the other's face, thumbs down, and humiliated him severely. This move was indeed extremely humiliating. After all, his opponent had already fallen to the ground unconscious, and he deliberately trampled on his face. Watch the show carefully in the audience. The exciting part is coming. After Lin Fan gave Wang Laohu some instructions, he leaped into the octagonal cage. Wang Laohu showed a look of joy, because he knew that if Lin Fan took action, he would definitely end Shurek's winning streak. Another one coming to commit suicide. Shurek looked at Lin Fan, who was skinny and looked frail, and couldn't help but sneer at him, because in terms of body shape, Lin Fan is even more unattractive than the young man just now. Lin Fan stood opposite, with his hands behind his back. I don't like round-robin battles, so let's just have a brief chat now to give you some time to rest, so that you won't accuse me of going too far and taking advantage of someone in distress later. When Shurek heard this, he grinned and said, Little guy, are you still asleep, or did you drink too much fake wine before coming here? Many viewers were amazed when they heard Lin Fan's lofty ambitions. Young man, don't be impulsive. Although we understand your good intentions, if you don't have real skills, you will die in vain. I hope Shurek will be gentler later. The horrific scene of Lin Fan being beaten had already appeared in people's minds. Lin Fan said calmly, Within 3 punches, I will make you fall down. Upon hearing this, Shurek immediately laughed arrogantly and said, On the ring, the person who can knock me down is not even born yet. And you actually made such a big statement. Shurek promised solemnly, I will knock out every one of your teeth. Lin Fan hooked his finger at the other party. Come on, punch him. Chapter 84, The Feng Brothers Conspire. Shurek did not rush to attack, but continued to taunt. Is there no one left in Dragon Country? Here comes a little chicken. I can crush you with one hand. Little guy, get off the stage and pee and play in the mud. Shurek imitated Lin Fan, hooked his finger, and said provocatively, Cam Ang, attack. Lin Fan said calmly, I'm afraid that if I attack you, you won't have a chance to fight back. Stop talking nonsense and watch me ravage this little thing of yours. Cam and hurry. Shurek urged Lin Fan to take action again. Remember this, you can't withstand the punches of the Dragon Countrymen, because you might not be able to hear it later. After saying that, Lin Fan threw a punch. Although his moves were slow, this slowness was only relative. To others, they were ridiculously fast. Even Shurek, a battle-hardened underground boxing champion, was unable to react. Call out. The fist landed on Shurek's chest, and the opponent was immediately blown away as if he was hit by a rocket launcher. The wire mesh of the octagonal cage was broken, and Shurek fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep, sleeping deeper than a dead pig. The whole audience was silent, fell into deathly silence. People couldn't believe that such an extremely powerful underground boxing champion was knocked down by an unknown young man with just one punch. Will the other party get up again? The whole audience waited for almost a minute, but Shurek was still sleeping soundly. The audience was filled with shock and astonishment. Lin Fan is really too awesome. The fight was really ended within 3 punches. And it was just one punch. Before Lin Fan threw his punch, no one believed that he could defeat Shurek. No one believed that he could knock the opponent unconscious with just one punch and break his golden body. After a long silence, the scene erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone looked at Lin Fan on the stage with fanatical and worshipful eyes. As if it was a god. Wherever the gods are, they are invincible. Someone started shouting hysterically, Boxing champion of the century. You are the true king of underground boxing. Dragon Country boxers are enough to create miracles." Lin Fan jumped out of the octagonal cage in boredom. Thus the so-called awesome boxing champion was simply too weak to withstand a beating. Before he could even get enough of the fight, the battle came to an abrupt end. "Is Shurek's body made of paper? Master Lin, you are my god and my lifelong idol. I don't know if I am worthy enough to carry your shoes, tiger." After this battle, Wang Lao was completely conquered by Lin Fan. He was so excited that he almost dropped the cane in his hand. "No matter whether Master Lin likes me or not, I am willing to go through fire and water for you and even lick your ass." "Go away, the last one is exempted." Lin Fan reminded, "I am a man, I like women, and I only accept female lickers." Wang Lao chuckled and said, I understand. Feng family. Feng Xiang was very happy. Brother, the Nordic god of war Robert, whom I hired at a high price, is already on his way to Dragon Country. He is the 8th most terrifying character on the world killer list. The 9th candidate is currently on a mission and has no time to spare, so I directly selected Robert. Feng Wei was also excited when he heard this. Norse god of war sounds impressive, and the fact that he can appear on the list of the top 10 killers in the world is enough to show his strength. Feng Xiang nodded, his face full of confidence and expectation. Although the Cat and Mouse brothers failed, I believe that the Nordic god of war will bring us surprises. He then asked, how is the progress of Taoist priest Haixuan? Feng Wei replied, still practicing in seclusion. Feng Xiang hummed, I hope that when he comes out of seclusion, he will have different abilities. Feng Wei hesitated. Will this bastard Taoist priest betray me and not be of any use to me? Feng Xiang didn't seem worried. The Feng family can satisfy everything he wants, whether it's money or beautiful women. People like him who are greedy for money and lustful are actually the easiest to control. Brother, what you said makes sense. It's absolutely true. Feng Wei then thought of something. It would be great if Lin Fan could spit out some money before he died. Feng Xiang asked, what is his family background like? Feng Wei shook his head. I don't know his family background. He looks like a poor country bumpkin. But even if you say he is poor, he can afford a Lamborghini. Feng Xiang was moved when he heard this. Lamborghini? Are you sure? Feng Wei replied, it is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. I didn't expect that he could afford such an expensive supercar. It seems that this guy has some family background. Feng Xiang pondered and said, I originally planned to ask him for 10 million yuan in mental damages, but it seems that this amount is too little. We need to get some money from Lin Fan. At least 50 million, but we have to outsmart him and make him pay the money. Feng Wei sighed. It's easier said than done. That guy is a good fighter. Whether it's the big dumb elephant or the top killer Cat and Mouse brothers, they all fell into his hands. My Porsche was smashed to pieces by him with his fists. And that bastard Taoist priest actually has some real skills, but he was born at the wrong time and met Lin Fan. When Feng Wei thought of Lin Fan, he became furious, because he was the stumbling block for him to get the icy female President Su Yumo, and he wished he could tear him into pieces. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, so avoid using force. Make a bet with him in another way. Feng Xiang thought about it for a long time, and soon he came up with an idea. I have a good friend in China named Zhang Wei, who is a professional racing driver and is known as the best in Asia in the racing world. I will challenge Lin Fan to a racing competition using the same car. The winner will receive a bonus of 50 million from the loser. I just don't believe that Lin Fan's driving skills are as good as his boxing skills. Besides, even if he has some driving skills, he is definitely not as good as Zhang Wei. Feng Xiang is full of confidence in his friend, who is a professional racing driver. After all, he is the #1 Asian in the racing world. After we get 50 million from Lin Fan, we will have the Nordic god of war Robert take action and kill him. Hearing this, Feng Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother's plan is really brilliant. We not only want Lin Fan's money, we also want his life. Given Lin Fan's pretentious personality, he will definitely accept our challenge. He couldn't wait to see the racing competition between Lin Fan and Zhang Wei. Feng Xiang took out his cell phone. I'll contact Zhang Wei right away. Chapter 85, Racing with 200 million bet. That night, Lin Fan received a call from Feng Xiang. Lin Fan, you are awesome. Don't you dare to compete with me. To have a car race with my friend. If you win, everything between us will be written off. Not only that, I will also give you 50 million. If you lose, how about you also pay 50 million? Since you can afford a Lamborghini, I think 50 million is not too much for you. After hearing the introduction, Lin Fan immediately thought of the other party's trap. He certainly wouldn't fall into the trap easily. If he guessed correctly, the so-called friend Feng Xiang mentioned must be an expert in racing, or even a professional player. As for his driving skills, he is just an average guy. Using your own weaknesses to challenge the other party's strengths is something only a fool would do. Lin Fan suggested, I don't like doing old-fashioned things, I like innovation, that's what makes it interesting. Racing is fine, but I want to do it in a unique way. I'll run, and your friend will drive a sports car, let's have a speed race. On the other end of the phone, Feng Xiang and Feng Wei looked at each other in disbelief. They thought to themselves that maybe Lin Fan's head was caught in the door. Confidence is a bit too much. Running a sports car competition, isn't this just throwing an egg against a rock and asking for embarrassment? Feng Xiang said angrily, Lin Fan, if you don't want to agree, you can just say so. There's no need to play tricks on us like this. Lin Fan snorted coldly. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. I'm serious. If you miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it won't be so easy to come across such a good thing next time. He then rebuked. Also, you, young Master Feng, look down on others. Who are you looking down on by betting 50 million? Feng Xiang was stunned. How much do you think? Lin Fan gave the answer. The minimum is 200 million. I think your Feng family is a real estate tycoon, so this amount of money is nothing. Feng Xiang responded. 200 million is indeed no problem for the Feng family, but can you afford it? Lin Fan laughed. It's only 200 million, is it a lot? I don't believe you can afford so much money. Feng Xiang expressed his doubts. If you are really that rich, you would be willing to be a salesperson and earn a salary of a few thousand yuan. I'm not a killer yet, but I can kill a killer all the same. Lin Fan said, by the way, 2 assassins came to assassinate me not long ago. Master Feng, they were not hired by you and your brother, were they? How could it be? Feng Xiang pretended to be calm and denied it flatly. We in the Feng family don't do anything shameful. Don't be nervous, Mr. Feng. You still have value, so even if you are the employer of the killer, I will deal with you later. Lin Fan said, I still say that. If you want me to participate in the speed competition, then the stakes cannot be less than 200 million. Feng Xiang reminded, if you lose, you cannot use force. Lin Fan reassured the other party. Don't worry, I'm not as shameless as you. Okay, then it's a deal, 200 million. After Feng Xiang ended the call, he couldn't help but discuss it with his younger brother Feng Wei. There were 2 things that surprised them. One was that Lin Fan took the initiative to suggest competing with the car by running, and the other was that he increased the stakes from 50 million to 200 million. This guy must be crazy. He is too crazy. He doesn't really think he can outrun the vehicles. I can guarantee that if Lin Fan really competes by running, he will definitely lose. 200 million. We too are going to be rich this time. Lin Fan will pay the price for his arrogance and will never be able to recover. The next day at noon, Lin Fan walked to the foot of the nameless mountain as scheduled. Dozens of sports cars have already been parked here, with dazzling stickers on the bodies. Their low bodies and exaggerated tail wings show their personality. Young people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, some leaning against the car to chat, some checking the tires and engines, their eyes full of anticipation and excitement. They were dressed casually and fashionably, with baseball caps, sunglasses, loose T-shirts and overalls, showing an uninhibited attitude. They often have racing here. The track is very simple. Just go from the winding mountain road to the top of the mountain, and then return along the same route. In the center of the racetrack, a Ferrari racing car was ready, and the young driver sitting in the car was Zhang Wei, the #1 racing driver in Asia called by Feng Xiang. The roar of the engine is deafening, and the tires make a harsh sound when rubbing against the ground, as if calling out to every soul that loves speed. The air was filled with tension and excitement, as if a new climax was brewing every second. The young people were talking about it. Who is so brave as to compete with Zhang Wei? He is really overestimating himself. Currently, no one in China can beat Zhang Wei in racing. Let me correct it. This is not only in China, but also in the whole of Asia. That's right. Zhang Wei is known as the Schumacher of Asia. In China, in terms of racing, he calls himself the second, and no one dares to claim to be the first. Hearing the discussion, Feng Xiang and Feng Wei were also very excited, because they had been defeated miserably in many previous competitions with Lin Fan. This time, they will definitely make a great comeback. Feng Xiang is debugging a drone to film the competition between Lin Fan and Zhang Wei later. And with the drone footage, even if Lin Fan loses, he will have no choice but to admit it. After all, there is physical evidence. Feng Wei couldn't help but reveal it to the people around him. What you may not know is that Zhang Wei's opponent is called Lin Fan. He's going to have a special race with the Asian Schumacher. That is, Zhang Wei will drive and he will run. When everyone heard this, they all thought it was like a fairy tale. Mr. Feng stopped joking. Yeah, this is a big joke. A person can't outrun four wheels. What's more, the car is a Ferrari and the driver is Zhang Wei. When people run at such speeds, you can't even see the taillights of the Ferrari. Only a fool would come up with this method. Is Lin Fan mentally ill and trying to embarrass himself in this way? Seeing everyone's reactions, Feng Wei was even more secretly delighted. Mr. Lin, anyone with a little common sense would know that you are bound to lose this time. Your blind arrogance will lead to your downfall. When he thought about taking out 200 million from Lin Fan's pocket later, he was so excited and looking forward to it. Feng Wei couldn't wait to see Lin Fan's distraught expression after losing the game. He thought to himself, Mr. Lin, you don't have much time left to get carried away. After you pay 200 million, the world's 8th-ranked killer, the Nordic god of war Robert, will be waiting for you. He will bring you death. Chapter 86, Racing with 200 million Bet 2. Seeing Lin Fan appear, Feng Wei asked, Lin Fan, if you lose later, you won't regret it in front of so many people, right? Lin Fan said with a smile, Mr. Feng, are you still asleep? How could I lose? I came here to make money from your Feng family. Feng Wei snorted coldly. Okay, very good. I want to see how long you can keep pretending. It won't be long before Asian racing king Zhang Wei will slap you hard in the face. The more arrogant you are now, the more embarrassed you will be later. The people around him also laughed at Lin Fan unscrupulously. Boy, your opponent is neither blind nor disabled. He drives at lightning speed. Forget running. Even if you drive a sports car, you can't catch up with his exhaust. It's good for young people to be confident, but if you are blindly conceited, reality will give you a blow. Let me tell you something. Zhang Wei has never lost a game in the amateur arena. Yes, you heard it right. He has never lost a game. Lin Fan smiled disapprovingly. Everyone has a first time. Zhang Wei, who was in the Ferrari, opened the door and smiled at Lin Fan, saying, Young man, I will teach you a lesson today. Lin Fan shook his head and responded, I hope you can still laugh after the game is over. Someone in the crowd echoed, Zhang Chi Wang, the reason you dare to say this is because there is no doubt that you can't lose. Yes, let alone you, the king of cars. Even if it were me competing with Lin Fan, I would still be able to win. Lin Fan shook his head. Why bother with your own future? Of course, Zhang Chuang, right? You are not a local either. If you break your promise, where will I find you if you continue to participate in the competition in the future? I think it's better to do this. If you lose, you can leave, but Ferrari stays. I just walked here, so I'll drive away after the game is over. After hearing Lin Fan's proposal, Zhang Wei agreed without hesitation. Okay, if I lose, the Ferrari will be yours. Because he knew that he would never be the loser. Here, Feng Xiang adjusted the drone and urged, Lin Fan, if there is nothing else, let's start the competition. My brother and I are still waiting to collect the money. Someone asked curiously, Mr. Feng, how much is the bet between you two? Feng Xiang raised 2 fingers. 20,000. 200,000. No, it's 200 million. Ugh. When the young people heard this, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. 200 million? We all know that the Feng family has that much money. Judging from Lin Fan's expression, if I may be frank, it would be good enough if he could come up with 200,000. Yeah, I feel like he's unreliable, just because he wants to run and compete with Ferrari. They looked down on Lin Fan for a reason. Even though he had bought a suit to attend a celebrity auction, he didn't like to wear it on weekdays. Instead, he changed into cheap and rustic clothes. Feng Xiang responded, Don't underestimate Lin Fan, this guy still has some money. Several people bowed and congratulated him. Congratulations in advance to Master Feng for making a fortune. We earned 200 million yuan from one game. We are really envious. Zhang Wei was ready. He drove the red Ferrari to the starting line. Lin Fan also walked over leisurely. This is the first time I have seen such a unique scene. Feng Wei raised the starting gun. Ready. Lin Fan did not make a starting pose, but stood there lazily, as if the whole world was under his control. Bang! The moment the starting gun sounded, Lin Fan's figure had disappeared. His feet alternated at a frequency that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and each step left a shallow dent on the ground. The wind whistled in his ears, but he could clearly distinguish the roar of the Ferrari engine behind him. Inside the Ferrari, Zhang Wei stared straight ahead, the needle on the dashboard jumping wildly. 200 km/h, 250 km/h, 300 km/h, 350 km/h. This was already the maximum speed of his sports car, but the running figure was always in front of him. This is impossible. Zhang Wei's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He had never seen such a strange scene before. The speed of that human was completely against the laws of physics. Every step he took could bring up airflow visible to the naked eye, forming afterimages on the road. Lin Fan felt the rhythm of his muscles, and his body seemed to turn into a flash of lightning. The scenery on both sides of the mountain road had blurred into a stream of light, but his brain could clearly process every frame of the picture. At the foot of the mountain, Feng Xiang was controlling the drone with his mobile phone. He looked very unhappy, as if something was stuck in his throat. In the picture on the mobile phone screen, Lin Fan was riding very fast, leaving the red Ferrari far behind. At the top of the mountain, Lin Fan arrived first, and then continued to run at a steady speed down the mountain. Feng Wei came over and took a look at Feng Xiang's phone, and the smile on his face immediately froze. In fact, from the moment the starting gun sounded, everyone at the scene, including the second young master of the Feng family, was shocked. Lin Fan can actually outrun Ferrari, and we were in an absolute lead from the very beginning. In fact, Zhang Wei has performed beyond his normal level, but his opponent is the incredible Lin Fan. It seems that there are people in this world who really have extraordinary abilities. How can he run faster than a sports car? It's too fucking exaggerated. Lin Fan's running opponent shouldn't be a sports car, but Neja. Yes, it seems that only mythical figures can compete with him in extraordinary abilities. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that Lin Fan was so fast. He is simply the fastest man in the world. Those who originally wanted to laugh at Lin Fan's jokes were already filled with turmoil and endless waves in their hearts. Feng Xiang murmured to himself, "Come on, Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei's success, or failure, depends on 200 million yuan. The second young master of the Feng family felt his heart was in his throat, and he was extremely nervous. On the winding mountain road, Lin Fan deliberately slowed down, but despite this, the Ferrari behind him was never able to overtake him. The end is just ahead. Lin Fan suddenly accelerated, his figure almost blending into the air. At the last moment he jumped high, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and landed steadily on the finish line. The Ferrari braked suddenly 3 meters behind him, and the tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was stunned to see this incredible scene. A human, relying only on his legs, actually defeated a supercar worth millions. Lin Fan turned around and looked at Zhang Wei, who walked out of the car. This arrogant Asian #1 racing driver was now pale and his hands were shaking slightly. Chapter 87, Robert the Nordic God of War. Who are you? Zhang Wei's voice trembled a little. Lin Fan smiled and said, "The world's fastest man." Zhang Wei hung his head dejectedly, then handed over the Ferrari keys. "From now on, this sports car belongs to you." He then said to Feng Xiang, "I'm sorry, Mr. Feng, I tried my best." Feng Xiang was stunned. He knew in his heart that Zhang Wei's performance was excellent, and the loss in the race was not the other party's fault. Because with Lin Fan's running speed, even if the world's racing champion came, he would be defeated by him and would not be able to win the race. Feng Wei also stood there like a fool. His face was pale and his eyes were dull. After a long while, Feng Xiang finally came to his senses and beat his chest and stamped his feet. Why would I bring up this bet for no reason? The two brothers wished that this was just a dream, and that when they woke up, nothing would be real. Lin Fan said, 200 million, give it to me. I'll give you 200 million Kyoko, do you want it? Feng Wei said shamelessly. Feng Xiang also smiled unscrupulously. His expression betrayed his inner thoughts. He had no intention of paying such a huge sum of money at all. Lin Fan asked, "You don't plan to pay? I'll give you one last chance." Feng Wei repeated what he had just said. "I'm going to tell you this for the last time. I'm going to give you 200 million Jingzi. Do you want it? Do you still have that ability?" Lin Fan raised his foot and kicked. Boom! Kick something and smash it in an instant. Feng Wei turned pale instantly, his face covered with cold sweat. The feeling of being shattered was really painful, a heart-wrenching pain. Lin Fan looked at Feng Xiang again. I don't mind if you become like him. Feng Xiang took a few steps back in panic, his hands subconsciously protecting his crotch. Lin Fan, please don't misunderstand me. I am not a mean person who goes back on my word. After seeing Feng Wei being kicked in a vital part, he immediately changed his mind. This money should have been given to Lin Fan. If you try to cheat, you will probably not end up well, because the other party will not hold back on your strength. But 200 million yuan is really too much. If this money is handed over, it might bring trouble to the Feng family and cause serious damage to its vitality. Feng Xiang was embarrassed. To be honest, my brother and I didn't prepare that much money. Let alone 200 million, we didn't even prepare 100 million because we didn't expect you to win. Lin Fan said, your brother stays here and you go and raise the money. My patience is limited. If I don't see you within an hour, you'll have to wait to collect Feng Wei's body. Besides, it won't be long before someone will collect your body. Do you understand? The other party nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand, I understand. Lin Fan added, you can pay on the spot or online. Please write down my card number. He then told Feng Xiang his card number. The other party then drove away in a hurry. Feng Wei looked in pain and begged, Lin Fan, can I go to the hospital to get treated and bandaged first? I feel my balls are broken. Lin Fan smiled faintly, get rid of the feeling. He then added, whether you can go to the hospital depends on your brother. Feng Wei closed his eyes in despair. He could only place his hope on Feng Xiang. At this moment, Feng Xiang was driving while calling Robert, the Nordic god of war who was ranked 8th on the world killer list. Mr. Robert, are you in a hotel in this city? You can act now. The prey is currently at the foot of the nameless mountain. Be careful, the prey has a hostage in his hand. He is my brother. When you attack, you must kill him with one strike and don't hurt my brother. He got a reply from the other end of the phone. Mr. Feng, I will bring your brother back. At the foot of the nameless mountain, Lin Fan was leaning against the body of the brand new red Ferrari, smoking leisurely. What he didn't know was that about 1,000 meters away, there was a black Jeep parked. A sniper rifle was mounted on the roof of the car, and a middle-aged European man with a stern face and dressed in a suit was lying down and adjusting the gun. The man was none other than Robert, the Norse god of war. His index finger rested lightly on the trigger, feeling the cold metal on his fingertips. His heartbeat was synchronized with the sound of the wind, as if the whole world was under his control. Robert's eyes locked onto the target's temple through the sight. The wind suddenly picked up, blowing the corners of his clothes, but his arms did not move at all, as if they were integrated with the car body. Wind speed, 5 meters per second, distance, 1,100 meters. He muttered to himself and slightly adjusted the angle of the sight with his fingers. His breathing remained steady, his eyes cold as ice. Then Robert's index finger decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With a slight sound, the bullet flew out of the air, breaking the silence around. The muzzle flash was fleeting, as if it had never existed. The bullet pierced through the air, whistling with death, and accurately struck Lin Fan. Perfect! Robert prepared to put away his gun. However, in the sniper lens, he was shocked to find that although the target's forehead was hit by a bullet, there was only a white dot, and the sniper bullet was not embedded in it. And Lin Fan did not fall down. Robert was horrified and couldn't believe what he saw in the sniper camera. He looked carefully and confirmed that the target person was not injured. Instead, he cast a cold look over here. Although thousands of meters away, Robert could clearly feel that gaze, as if it was a sharp blade that could pierce through the air and reach this side. How could this happen? What shocked Robert was that someone could be hit by a sniper bullet and remain unharmed. Robert has carried out more than 60 missions and has never failed. Today, for the first time in his life, he felt a little panicked. However, as a top killer, he quickly calmed down and continued to pull the trigger. However, in the sniper scope, Lin Fan was running towards this side, and he accidentally dodged the bullet. What kind of horrible creature is this? Robert was horrified. You can dodge sniper bullets while running. It's really terrifying. In panic, he hurriedly fired another bullet. However, Lin Fan still dodged it. Robert realized something was wrong, jumped out of the car, and prepared to drive away. However, the moment he put his hand on the car door handle, a figure whizzed past quickly. Banged! Lin Fan broke one of Robert's arms in an instant. The right arm, which often pulled the trigger and killed dozens of people, fell bloody dozens of meters away. Robert endured the pain, stretched out his left hand, and quickly took out a pistol from his waist. Just as he raised the gun, he saw the figure rushing towards him like lightning. Chapter 88, Taoist Priest Haixuan's Corpse Control Technique. Swish! A figure flashed by, and Robert's left arm fell to the ground with a thud. In just a few seconds, he went from being the world's top killer to an armless waste. Lin Fan sized him up and said, "With this little ability, you dare to kill people." Robert was horrified. He never thought that he, the great Norse god of war, would be defeated by his prey in the blink of an eye. In addition to his superb archery skills, he was also an excellent close combatant, but he had no chance to display his skills in front of Lin Fan. You are a monster." After saying this, he bit off the capsule hidden in his teeth, and died soon after due to the onset of the poison. Robert originally planned to shoot from 1,000 meters away. Even if he failed, he would have enough time to escape. He never expected that the speed of the prey would be so fast. Lin Fan threw the other person's body and severed arm into the jeep, closed the door, and then kicked it dozens of meters away, into the woods in the ravine. After doing all this, he turned back and found Feng Wei preparing to get in the car. "Mr. Feng, where are you going?" Feng Wei had been in a state of confusion and hesitation, considering whether to take the opportunity to escape while Lin Fan was away. However, he delayed for too long, and by the time he made up his mind, the person he least wanted to see showed up. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "I don't want to go anywhere." Feng Wei then asked Lin Fan, "Can I make a phone call?" Lin Fan shrugged, "Whatever." Feng Wei limped to the side in a very strange posture, took out his cell phone, and contacted Feng Xiang. "Brother, did you send out that Nordic god of war Robert just now?" "Yes, since you know everything, Robert must have succeeded." As expected of the Nordic god of war, he lives up to his reputation, and you can tell he's a master just by looking at his moves. His sniper skills are unrivaled in the world. I'm sure Lin Fan has been shot in the head by him. Lin Fan never knew who killed him, or who sent the killer until his death. Feng Wei had a sad face and said tremblingly, "Brother, it's too early for you to be happy." The sniper rifle did hit Lin Fan, but he did not die. Not only that, he chased after him and came back not long after. "I guess Robert is in danger. Hurry up and transfer the money, otherwise you may never see me again. Besides, Lin Fan has reminded me before that if I can't get the money, I won't let you go. He can even kill the 8th-ranked killer on the world's killer list. Let's stay out of his way for now. Lin Fan is alive, but Robert is dead." Feng Xiang's voice trembled noticeably, and his phone almost slipped from his hands. He couldn't believe it. Robert is the world's top killer. How is this possible? He heard from his brother's description that Robert did not miss and shot Lin Fan with the sniper rifle, but the latter's body was too changed, and he was not injured. At that moment, Feng Xiang felt like the sky was falling. Why was Lin Fan not injured? In his opinion, it was impossible for a human body to remain unharmed after being shot by a sniper rifle. He was very unwilling, but he was helpless and didn't know what to do. Feng Wei responded, "It is absolutely true. Therefore, I am afraid that we cannot avoid paying this money. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger." Feng Xiang was like a deflated ball. "I will apply to my father." After the call ended, Feng Wei secretly contacted Taoist Haixuan again. Without dialing the phone, he sent a message. "How is your cultivation going?" What Taoist Haixuan called seclusion did not mean to practice in a certain space, but to avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible and concentrate on studying Taoism. At this moment, he is in the wild, protecting corpses. Since physical attacks are ineffective against Lin Fan, why not try magical damage? On the mottled cement floor of an abandoned factory, Taoist Haixuan stood in the center of a formation painted with cinnabar, and the bronze bell in his hand made a crisp sound. He closed his eyes, feeling the negative energy in the air, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jingle! The moment the bell rang, the ground began to shake. A rotten hand broke out of the ground, followed by the second, the third. Soon, more than a dozen corpses crawled out from the ground. They were wearing different clothes, some of them had hospital ID cards, and their empty eye sockets were glowing with a faint green light. Taoist Haixuan opened his eyes and looked at his work with satisfaction. The zombies lined up neatly, waiting for his instructions. He gently shook the bell, muttering, "The sky and the earth are dark and yellow, and all the corpses obey my orders." As the spell sounded, the zombies all raised their heads. Taoist Hai Xuan could feel that a wonderful connection had been established between himself and these corpses. Every nerve and every muscle of theirs was under his control. Success! Taoist Hai Xuan was excited. I have finally mastered the art of controlling corpses. Lin Fan, Lin Fan, my lifelong reputation has been ruined in your hands. Where I fell, I will get up from there. You probably never imagined that I would come back to kill you. Your fate will be the same as theirs. As he spoke, he looked at the zombies in front of him. Here, Feng Xiang was like an ant on hot pot and started to raise money. Although he is a rich second generation, 200 million yuan in liquid funds is not a small amount after all. He and his brother have almost 100 million in their accounts. He began to seek help from his father, Feng Dichang. Dad, my brother and I are in a difficult situation, and we need 100 million urgently. Feng Dichang's voice came from the phone. Isn't the pocket money I give you two brothers enough? What happened to you? Feng Xiang said succinctly. Dad, please don't ask us. We are just gambling and we played a big game. Bullshit, how can I not ask about a matter of several 100 million? In this city, everyone knows that you and Feng Wei are my sons. If you give that money to him, does he really dare to take it? Why are we afraid? The other party doesn't care whether we are rich second generation or not. If you guys can't handle it, I'll come out myself. I want to see who that kid is. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Dad, just transfer the money and don't worry about other things. Don't confront him head-on for now, otherwise we will be the ones who suffer. Feng Xiang was afraid that his father would call a group of thugs to deal with Lin Fan, which would easily bring disaster to himself. After all, even the top killers can't do anything to Lin Fan, so forget about him being a small-time gangster. Feng Dichang was furious. Bullshit, when did you become such a coward, boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige? Chapter 89, Sister Hong's Appointment. Feng Xiang hurriedly dissuaded him. Dad, don't be impulsive. Feng Dichang did not realize the seriousness of the matter. What will happen if I have to take care of this matter? It will be easy to be extinct. Nonsense. Feng Xiang sighed deeply. I'm not exaggerating. My brother is still in the hands of the other party. Dad, listen to my advice. If you really want to intervene in this matter, you have to wait for some time. We have to pay the money today. They say like fathers, like sons, like daughters. How could I have given birth to such losers like you two? You are just like mice who can't even dig holes. Okay, I'll pay the money first, but no matter who the other party is, I'll make him pay it back with interest. Although Feng Dichang was very angry, he eventually calmed down and started transferring money. After Feng Xiang got the money, he rushed to the foot of the nameless mountain. He would make sure Feng Wei was okay before paying. The moment Feng Wei saw Feng Xiang, his nervous heart finally relaxed. Feng Xiang honestly transferred the money. This is 200 million, not a cent less. He who knows the current situation is a hero. It seems that Master Feng is not stupid. Lin Fan received the money, said this, hummed a little tune, and drove away in his Ferrari. The place he was going to was a jadeite raw stone wholesale city in the city, because not long ago, he received a call from Sister Hong, who wanted him to accompany her to buy jadeite raw stones. For some reason, Sister Hong has been distracted these past 2 days, and Lin Fan unconsciously appears in her mind. She originally planned to ask her subordinates to accompany her, but for some reason she dialed Lin Fan's number. Sister Hong has a strange feeling she has never had before towards young people who are a dozen years younger than her. I couldn't be interested in Lin Fan. Soon, Lin Fan met Sister Hong at the raw stone wholesale city. The other person deliberately wore a purple one-piece hip skirt today. Wow, she looks so feminine. It is full of charm and makes people's eyes linger. Applying a light lipstick, it has a unique flavor. It is hard for people to associate such a ripe peach-like woman with the female godfather. It's a little tight. Sister Hong adjusted her skirt and pulled it down, intentionally or unintentionally. I bought it today. What she said was absolutely right. After all, her beautiful and plump figure was clearly visible under the outline of the purple skirt. Her figure is very similar to that of the female landlord Chen Meijiao, except that her hip circumference is slightly smaller. However, it is still top-notch, the kind that can easily make the opposite sex bleed from the nose when seeing her. Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's tight." Sister Hong was old after all. If she were a younger girl, she would have blushed a long time ago. But she leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, "I am not only good, but also excellent." What she said was not the same as what Lin Fan pointed out. However, it is endlessly imaginative. Lin Fan reminded her, "Sister Hong, I am a young man full of vigor and vitality. Sister Hong did not hide anything. I know my physique is very good. There was a lot of teasing in the words. Lin Fan's ears were tickled by the wind, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, women of this age are not something that ordinary people can control. But if you can control them successfully, it would be a heavenly enjoyment, YYDS. He suggested, let's look at the rough stone. Sister Hong then calmed down a little and nodded. Yes. Lin Fan thought to himself, you have found the right person today. After all, I have the ability of X-ray vision and can see the internal situation of the jadeite raw stone at a glance. In fact, Sister Hong didn't know that his eyes had this ability. She just wanted him to keep her company. Lin Fan said, if you want to make money, I'll buy whatever I say. Sister Hong agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll be happy even if I don't make money with the raw stones you specify. Buying raw stones is like opening a blind box, and the chance of winning the jackpot is very small. However, many people still gamble with the mentality that they are the chosen ones and often lose miserably. In the jadeite raw stone wholesale city, there are dozens of raw stone shops. Lin Fan and Sister Hong went around one by one. Although every shop owner boasted about their products, Lin Fan remained indifferent because he only believed in his own eyes of perspective, and he could see the most real things. Sister Hong followed Lin Fan obediently, which was rare. Lin Fan shook his head. She was definitely not interested. In this way, the two of them visited more than a dozen stores, but they only saw ordinary stones. Lin Fan said, cut the raw stones. One cut can make you poor and one cut can make you rich. I will try my best to make you richer. He walked into a store and finally found something among a pile of stones. Through his X-ray vision, he discovered a piece of raw stone in the corner. The surface of the stone was unremarkable, but the inside was a different world, full of imperial green, a rare treasure. Lin Fan calmly asked the prices of different raw stones one by one, like a layman. In fact, he was indeed a layman, but he had a pair of eyes that could discover wealth. The shop owner enthusiastically introduced the price, and the price of the raw jade with amazing jade inside was only 2 million. If you take a small piece of the raw stone from the surface, no matter the color intensity, brightness, purity, and uniformity, it is not top quality, but it is not small in size. Who could have expected that its interior is the most precious green? Lin Fan shook his head. It's too expensive, 1.5 million. The shop owner said with a big smile on his face. Both sides should compromise and make it 1.8 million. It's a lucky number 2. Lin Fan turned around and tried to leave, but the other party quickly called out to him. Handsome guy, I'll do as you say. Sister Hong paid the money very readily. The shop owner asked, beautiful lady, handsome guy, do you want to take this rough stone away directly, or do you want me to help you cut it? Anyway, buying raw stones is like opening a blind box. Even if it is worthless after being cut, it has nothing to do with the store. Sister Hong asked, Lin Fan, what do you think? Lin Fan smiled and said, I want you to see the live cutting and witness the miracle. Seeing Lin Fan so confident, Sister Hong also felt hopeful. Okay, you are my lucky star, I believe in your vision. Her words were not exaggerated. Firstly, Lin Fan saved her son Leal, and secondly, he dealt a heavy blow to her rival Cao Sixi, causing him great damage. Afterwards, the shop owner took out the cutting machine according to Lin Fan's instructions and cut the inconspicuous jadeite raw stone on the spot. When the raw stone was split into two, the shop owner and Sister Hong were completely stunned. A rare treasure. Green. So green. Wherever you look, you'll see the noble and beautiful imperial green. The quality, color, purity, and area of the stone are all stunning and rarely seen in the raw stone world. What's even more valuable is that there is no crack at all, which is extremely rare. Chapter 90 Sister Hong presents a top-class villa. Sky-high price for imperial green. The shop owner and Sister Hong were shocked. The shopkeeper blinked his eyes vigorously and murmured in disbelief. In the decades since the establishment of the raw stone wholesale city in this city, such expensive and rare treasures have never been sold. When Sister Hong was young, she traveled all over the country and visited many raw stone wholesale cities, but she had never seen such spectacular and beautiful jade. Besides being shocked, the shop owner was filled with regret. If he had known that the interior of the raw stone was so stunning, he would not have bought it even for 15 million, let alone 1.5 million. After all, it now seems that this raw stone is the best of the best, with superior quality and large size. There is no doubt that its price is over 100 million. Upon hearing that someone had launched the imperial green version, many nearby shops came to take a look. The cut raw stone has a color like deep lake water and new leaves in early spring, exuding a noble and mysterious atmosphere. This green not only symbolizes life and vitality, but also represents wealth and nobility, and is the top existence among jadeite. The imperial green light shines, as if the essence of heaven and earth is condensed here. Its texture is delicate and transparent like ice. When light penetrates it, you can almost see the soul flowing inside the jade. Every grain seems to be telling the geological changes over billions of years, carrying the weight of time and the gift of nature. The rarity and preciousness of imperial green make it a treasure that collectors dream of. This rough stone has conquered the hearts of countless people with its incomparable charm. The knowledgeable shopkeepers all had shining eyes and were full of praise. Some people couldn't help asking Sister Hong, "Beauty, are you willing to sell this rough stone?" "Yes, I'm willing to pay 80 million. 80 million is a lie, beautiful lady. I'd like to offer 100 million. 120 million. I hope the beauty can give me some face." When Lin Fan heard the prices offered by everyone, he was secretly shocked. The jadeite raw stone that he bought for Sister Hong for only 1.5 million yuan turned out to be worth over 100 million yuan. Of course, all this was thanks to his eyes of perspective. Rather than luck, it's more likely to be the result of my X-ray vision. Faced with the temptation of the sky-high price, Sister Hong unexpectedly chose to refuse. "Thank you all for your kindness. As everyone said just now, this imperial green is a treasure that collectors dream of, so it is difficult for me to part with it. I'm sorry." In fact, she had another thought in her heart. That is, the raw stone was the fate between herself and Lin Fan, and she would cherish it and keep it even more. "Lin Fan, I may have to ask you to do some hard labor for a while." Lin Fan understood what was going on, picked up the stone easily, and walked out with big strides. Everyone was stunned. The young man could carry the stone weighing hundreds of kilograms as easily as if he was holding cotton. He was as strong as an ox. Sister Hong opened the trunk, where a shatter-proof cardboard box had already been prepared. Lin Fan carefully placed the jadeite raw stone into it. Sister Hong couldn't help but sigh. "Lin Fan, you are really my lucky star. Every time I'm with you, you bring me once-in-a-lifetime luck. You just picked a piece of rough stone and produced the world's top imperial green. I have to admit that it is too magical. Moreover, I will cherish this rare fate and luck even more." She suggested, "Let's split the cut stone in half. This means that Lin Fan can obtain jadeite raw stones worth at least 60 million yuan. Lin Fan shook his head. "I'm not interested in this thing. What's more, I bought the raw stone for you. It doesn't belong to me." When Sister Hong saw this, she felt even more favorable towards him. She then took out a bunch of keys and forced them into Lin Fan's hands. "You have already rejected me once. No matter what, you have to give me face this time." Lin Fan asked, "What is this?" "You've been renting a house before, right? I happen to have an idle house, so I'll give it to you. I wanted to give you the key yesterday, but I had something urgent to deal with, so I delayed it until today." Sister Hong said generously and sincerely, "It's just a house. It's a token of my love." Lin Fan couldn't refuse, so he had to take the key. "Okay, then I'll respectfully obey your command." What he didn't know was that it was a house in a royal villa, and it was the best-selling house in the building, with a price of nearly 100 million yuan. Huangfu Villa is the city's top luxury residence, with the cheapest unit costing over 10 million. Sister Hong has never been so generous to a member of the opposite sex. Perhaps she has a different feeling towards Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan accept the house key, Sister Hong was indescribably happy. "Come on, I'll show you the house." Soon, the two arrived at the Huangfu Villa. The house was renovated, and the appearance of the villa was amazing. The classical European marble facade exuded nobility and elegance. Pushing open the heavy double doors, the first place they entered was the high-ceilinged hall. The ceiling is several meters high, with a dazzling crystal chandelier hanging on it, and the light refracts through countless crystals to create a dreamy light and shadow. The floor is paved with imported marble, with a natural and smooth texture, like a work of art. The walls are hung with precious oil paintings or modern art installations, showing the owner's taste. Lin Fan and Sister Hong walked through the hall and entered the spacious living room. The French windows extended from the floor to the ceiling, and outside the window was the blue infinity pool and the mountain view in the distance. The sunlight poured in through the glass, making the whole space bright and warm. They walked up the stairs and entered the master bedroom. The bedroom was spacious and bright, with silk sheets and duvets on the bed, so soft that people wanted to lie down immediately. The background wall at the head of the bed might be hand-embroidered, which looked particularly luxurious. The bathroom in the master bedroom was more like a private spa, equipped with a huge massage bathtub, steam shower room, and double sink. The basement of the villa is an entertainment paradise. The private cinema is equipped with top-notch audio equipment and comfortable sofa seats, making you feel like you are in a luxury cinema. Next door is the wine cellar, which displays famous wines from all over the world, and the air is filled with a light oak aroma. Further in, there is a fully equipped gym, where floor-to-ceiling mirrors and panoramic windows make exercise a pleasure. The terrace is furnished with comfortable lounge chairs and parasols, and next to it is an outdoor barbecue and dining area, suitable for private parties. The garden is full of precious flowers and trees, winding paths, and gurgling fountains, making it feel like being in a private park. After a quick tour, Lin Fan's biggest impression was that the decoration of this apartment alone would cost several million. Sister Hong was so generous that she gave him such a top-notch luxury house. He suddenly thought of something. "Sister Hong, I have something to ask of you." Chapter 91. More than 200 beauties, can you handle it? Sister Hong smiled charmingly. "No matter what you ask for, as long as you ask for it, I will satisfy you." Lin Fan responded, "Then I won't be polite. You are in the entertainment industry. You own countless clubs, karaoke bars, and bars. Call a group of beauties over for me later, the more the better. I won't take up too much of their time, 2 minutes each." Sister Hong was surprised. "I have seen your skills and know that you have outstanding physical fitness, but I didn't expect you to be so strong." Lin Fan laughed in silence. "Sister Hong, please listen to my explanation." The smile on Sister Hong's face was meaningful. "Don't explain. I understand your youthful vigor and vitality, but I still have to say that you are definitely the strongest man on earth. You've asked the right person. I'll arrange it for you right away. But I have something to ask of you. Speaking, spend more time with me in the future." Hearing this, Lin Fan began to criticize mercilessly. "As a big sister, can't you be more reserved? Is it appropriate to talk to me about such a revealing topic? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but look at the skirt you're wearing. It's so tight that I can even see the shape of what's underneath. Ding-shaped, am I right?" Sister Hong was stunned. It was as if Lin Fan had eaten too much gunpowder and was firing at full speed. She was a little annoyed. But, in Lin Fan's mind, the long-lost voice of the provocative system rang out. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target character, Sister Hong." Sister Hong is furious and rewards the host with 10 million RMB and 100 points of charm. Currently, it has been detected that the host's charm value in Sister Hong's heart has reached 303. Sister Hong likes the host even more. Along with the system's voice, the angry expression on Sister Hong's face disappeared completely, replaced by shyness. "You're right, women should be more reserved. I'll be more subtle next time. I've lost some weight recently, so this skirt won't be so tight on me. Also, you're so mean. You even peeked at what someone was wearing." Sister Hong lowered her head slightly, a faint blush on her cheeks, as if the sunset had gently dyed her skin. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, which was both charming and reserved. For some reason, her breathing was a little rapid. Her chest rose and fell gently with her heartbeat, and her whole body exuded a charm that was both charming and shy, which made people fascinated. Lin Fan was in a trance for a moment. Sister Hong was secretly delighted that she was still charming. Otherwise, why would Lin Fan have such an expression? She then began to arrange for beautiful women to come to the imperial villa. Within half an hour, beauties came one after another, and eventually there were more than 200 of them. They are like a gorgeous painting, slowly unfolding. Her figure is like an elf in the night, and every movement exudes charming charm. The beauties were wearing beautiful clothes, some of which fit closely to their curves, outlining their graceful figures, some of which were light and flowing, swaying gently with their steps, as if leaving alluring traces in the air. The beauty's makeup is delicate and sexy, their red lips are slightly parted, and their eyes are as charming as if they can capture people's hearts. The light shines on their smooth skin, reflecting a faint luster, as if every inch of their skin is whispering seduction. Their long hair is either scattered on their shoulders or piled up high, revealing their slender necks, exuding an irresistible attraction. In the villa, Sister Hong played music. The music was low and rhythmic, as if whispering softly in the ear. Some beauties twisted their bodies in the hall to the melody. Their movements were smooth and full of tension, as if every turn and every look was telling a silent invitation. The air was filled with a faint scent of perfume, which made people feel excited. Their laughter is low and charming, as if with a hint of teasing, which makes people's heart beat faster. The whole villa seems to be shrouded in an invisible magnetic field, which makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Such a scene is not only a visual feast, but also an ultimate sensory experience, as if challenging the bottom line of reason every second. Lin Fan had to admit that the girls Sister Hong called were all beauties that caught his eye. Sister Hong smiled and said, "Are you satisfied?" "Not bad. I have called over 200 beauties for you. According to what you said before, each beauty will take 2 minutes, which will take about 7 hours. Can you really do it?" "Sister Hong, I think you still need to listen to my explanation. Although I have no problem with 7 or 8 hours, I won't let them experience that." Lin Fan said with a smile, "Actually, I have a special hobby, which is to provoke beautiful women. That's why I always provoked you before. I feel uncomfortable if I don't provoke you for a moment. The more beautiful women I provoke, the more comfortable I feel." Sister Hong was skeptical. "Is this true? I never thought there is such a hobby in this world." "Excuse me, people like you are the ones who deserve to be beaten. Fortunately, you have incredible skills and great personal charm. Otherwise, you would have been beaten black and blue." Lin Fan smiled. Hee, as long as I feel comfortable. Today I want to break a record, which is to provoke more than 200 people of the opposite sex in a row." Sister Hong was also in a good mood. After all, Lin Fan asked her to call the beautiful woman just to provoke the other party, not to do anything shameful. This way, she no longer felt jealous. Lin Fan's actions aroused the dissatisfaction of the provocation system, which couldn't help but complain. "Host, I've never seen anyone like you. You're such a jerk. Last time you provoked 100 women, I was so exhausted that smoke came out of my mouth. This time, I'm definitely going to get bald. What a challenge. You really have no patience. This is not much simpler than a tongue twister. If I ask you to eat grapes without spitting out the skins, you will go crazy." Lin Fan said disapprovingly, "In fact, gray fertilizer will evaporate and turn black. Black fertilizer will evaporate when it turns gray." "Okay, you win." The system tried it, and was completely confused by the 2 tongue twisters mentioned above. Just when Lin Fan was about to challenge more than 200 beauties one by one, in a single room of a hospital, Taoist Hai Xuan heard the news and rushed over to see Feng Wei, who had just finished surgery. Feng Wei looked pale and dejected, because according to the surgeon, the chicken was saved, but one of the eggs was broken, making him a one-egg Superman. Taoist Hai Xuan said with high spirits, "Mr. Feng, I have come out of seclusion, and my mission is accomplished. Just rest and recover and leave the rest to me." Chapter 92, Make a Crazy Profit of 2.3 billion. Feng Weiqiang perked up and asked, "What does it mean to have accomplished something? What new skills have you mastered?" "If you are not absolutely sure, I advise you not to attack Lin Fan rashly. After all, you've already fallen into his trap before, and it was very embarrassing." "If I'm not sure, I won't come out." Taoist priest Hai Xuan was quite confident. Everyone knows that Lin Fan's defense is very strong, and ordinary physical attacks cannot cause any damage to him. But I will use magic damage on him next. To be honest, I have mastered the art of controlling corpses. Feng Wei was slightly surprised. What the hell is corpse control technique? In short, control and harness the zombies, and use them for your own purposes. Once someone is attacked by zombies and infected with the zombie poison, they will surely die. Very good. A smile finally appeared on Feng Wei's face, as if he saw the light in the darkness. "You must have worked hard in your training during this period, Taoist Hai Xuan." As he spoke, he transferred some money to the other party and said, "Let's go find 2 girls and relax." Taoist priest Hai Xuan was unaware of the severity of Feng Wei's injury, but suggested, "How about we go together? This is undoubtedly rubbing salt into the other party's wounds." Feng Wei's mouth twitched a few times. "I don't need it." When he thought about not being able to be happy for a while, he wanted to cut Lin Fan into pieces. "Master Hai Xuan, as long as you can get rid of Lin Fan, you will have money and beautiful women. I will satisfy you with everything you dream of." "Don't worry, Master Feng. I will never make the same mistake again. I promise that I will get up from where I fell." Taoist Hai Xuan patted his chest and said confidently, although he didn't like Feng Wei in his heart. After all, the other party could give him money to spend and let him pick up girls, so he didn't bear the grudge and was willing to be his vanguard. Imperial Villa. In the huge master bedroom, Lin Fan met with beautiful women one after another, and the content of the meetings was just as he said, that is, provocation. If possible, ask the girl if it would be convenient for her to give him some clothes that he is wearing. After nearly 7 hours, Lin Fan almost foamed at the mouth. "It's really tiring to keep talking there." He was finally able to appreciate the difficulty of challenging the system. The system spoke just as much as he did, and it kept reporting the results of every provocation. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target character Wang Meili. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target person Liu Xiaomai. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target person Han Jai. In the end, Lin Fan earned a total of 2.3 billion RMB through several hours of ultimate provocation. I really made a fortune today. First, he earned 200 million from the young master of the Feng family by racing with Ferrari. Now, he has earned another 2.3 billion from the system. In just one day, he made a huge profit of 2.5 billion. This does not include the 10 million he obtained by provoking Sister Hong not long ago. Making money is like drinking water. In the past, Lin Fan thought that it would be great to make tens of millions a day by challenging the system. Now I think that speed is too slow. It is more satisfying to continuously provoke multiple members of the opposite sex. Hundreds of millions of yuan can be easily obtained. Just by talking, you can reap a lot of rewards. Only with such a speed can his money empire come ahead of time. Yesterday, Lin Fan challenged more than 100 beauties at the Jinbihuiwang KTV and earned 1.2 billion. Together with his previous earnings, the total is 1.7 billion. Now, the money he earned from the system totaled 4.01 billion. In the past, I couldn't even imagine 4 million. Lin Fan was smiling, it was so cool. Not only that, he collected a total of 72 pieces of clothing from more than 200 beauties. The reason why I use the word strip is up to you. Each piece of clothing can increase Lin Fan's punching power by 200 points. This means that the punching power value skyrocketed by 14,400, based on the original 3,800 points. At present, the progress bar of the punch power value of his first divine fist has reached a terrifying 18,200. 18,002, I can't even imagine it. His physical fitness and various functions have all improved significantly. After the beauties left, Sister Hong asked, "How do you feel?" Lin Fan said with a refreshed look, in one word, refreshing. "As long as you are satisfied." Sister Hong looked out the window and saw that it was getting dark, so she said goodbye. "It's getting late, I'll go back first. I hope you get used to living here. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me." "Good." Lin Fan went downstairs, sent the other party to the Rolls-Royce, and then returned to the villa. "Those girls are pretty good. Why don't you stay and have a party and have some fun?" Suddenly, the old and obscene voice of Long Zun was heard from the ancient demon sealing bead. Lin Fan was ashamed. "Old man, you deserve to be sealed in the bead. You must have studied your craft a lot in the bead." The other party did not deny it. "Oh, it's good, kid. You have discovered my secret." "Old man, it seems that your taste is still not good. Although those beauties are beautiful, they are still vulgar women after all. Maybe you haven't tasted the opposite sex for too long, so you are extremely excited when you see a female. You guessed it right, this king can poke a hole in the sky. Old man, don't you feel bored talking about this with a man like me?" Long Zun laughed obscenely again. He, I see that you have good aptitude. Do you want to become as powerful as me and possess the art of stabbing the sky? If the sky falls, it must be because of you." Lin Fan thought of something. "How is my martial soul?" He got a response. "He is being cultivated. I think he will be more promising than you in the future. After all, he is cultivated by my clone. With just a little guidance, he will reach the pinnacle." "Okay, don't let me down." Lin Fan was also full of confidence in himself. From the moment the power of his first divine punch skyrocketed today, he had been eager to use his sword. He is the son of the system, and his martial soul is cultivated by the demon dragon. He is looking forward to who will be stronger and who will be weaker in the future. Long Zun yawned and said, "I will go back to sleep. You've been doing too much manual labor and are seriously weak. Take some Rahmania pills to replenish your body. Don't die early. Little friend, if I were outside the Pearl and you dared to speak to me like this, your grave would have been covered with grass 3 feet high." Lin Fan said frivolously, "Then why don't you come out? I'll take you to the pharmacy to buy some supplements." "Just wait patiently." Long Zun was probably very angry or just too lazy to care about Lin Fan anymore. So after Lin Fan teased him a few more times and heard nothing, he just gave up in disappointment. Before moving to the Imperial Villa, Lin Fan had to go to the rental house to pack his luggage. What he didn't know was that, at this moment, someone else was already planning to go there. Chapter 93, Chen Meijia was poisoned by corpse. Lin Fan returned to the rental house and found the whole house filled with fragrance. It turned out that the landlady Chen Meijiao had cooked another table full of delicious dishes. Moreover, there are several nutritious ingredients everywhere you look. This woman has no good intentions. You haven't had dinner yet, sit down quickly, don't be hungry. Chen Meijiao greeted them warmly, and it must be said that she was quite caring and considerate. Lin Fan was both amused and annoyed. Sister, I am not weak. Why do you need so many waists and whips? As the saying goes, a weak body cannot be nourished. It is precisely because you are not weak that you can eat without worry. Chen Meijiao had a charming smile on her face. It would be better if it were stronger. It's right, Sister Zin. As she spoke, she used chopsticks to pick up a bullwhip and put it into Lin Fan's bowl. There was a seductive look flickering in her beautiful eyes. There is a hint of mystery and temptation in her eyes, as if she can see through people's hearts, but it is also unpredictable. The corners of her mouth are slightly raised, and the smile is vague with an inadvertent charm, as if silently teasing the heartstrings. A 30-year-old woman is indeed like a wolf. Lin Fan felt that sooner or later, he would be raped by the other party. Little brother, what are you thinking about? Chen Meijiao smiled coquettishly. She looked as if she were made of water, very soft. The only difference was that she was more elastic than water. You guess. Lin Fan responded simply. At this moment his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. After he answered the phone, he heard the voice of his ex-wife, Jiang Yan. Lin Fan, why did you block my original contact information? Please add me back. I am happy to do so. Lin Fan, I've always had you in my heart. Give me a chance and let's get back together. You don't deserve it. As Lin Fan spoke, he suddenly reached out and pinched Chen Meijiao's leg, and the other party couldn't help but let out a soft moan. It's so heart-stirring. He signaled with his eyes, and the landlady understood and hummed a few more times. Don't bother me on my date, bye. Lin Fan hung up the phone without waiting for Jiang Yan to react. I guess my ex-wife's face was twisted with anger. Lin Fan praised the landlady. That's good. Chen Meijiao stopped talking and said coquettishly, Little brother, you have no mercy on women. You hurt me just now. She was wearing a tight, short skirt today, and she lifted the hem of her skirt up as if complaining as she spoke. The thighs are toned, the skin is silky smooth and exudes a healthy glow. Whether it is the slender proportions or the well-proportioned curves, they are full of sexy charm that makes people fall in love with them. Lin Fan shrugged. I didn't even use any strength just now. Chen Meijiao's eyes were filled with tears. What if you try harder? I'm scared. I don't know how you can have so much strength. Your ex-wife must be obsessed with your strength, so she wants to get back together. Why don't you give her a chance? Lin Fan asked back. Then why don't you give your ex-husband a chance? Don't mention that bastard. It makes me angry just thinking about it. In that angry moment, Chen Meijiao's chest was like the sea surface stirred by strong winds, heaving up and down with turbulent waves. Every ups and downs silently tells of the inner excitement and dissatisfaction. She then adjusted her mood. Shameless guy, let's not talk about it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Meijiao ran to open the door, saying as she ran, If it was my ex-husband who came, I would ask for the money he owed me. I didn't intend to ask for it, but he kept pestering me, which was really too much. What she didn't know was that there was a group of zombies standing outside. Rotting skin, hollow eyes, twisted limbs, open mouth, the smell of death. Taoist Hai Xuan was cautious when he went out this time. He did not appear directly outside the door of Lin Fan's rental house, but stood at the entrance of the community to control it remotely. The zombies failed to attack Lin Fan, and he was able to escape in the first possible moment. The moment Chen Meijiao opened the door, a foul smell hit her in the face, and she saw a zombie outside the door with its head tilted, and it instantly bit her neck. The rest of the zombies were about to rush over. Lin Fan disappeared from the dining table like an arrow shot from a bow, and came to Chen Meijiao's side. He first kicked away the zombie that bit the landlady, and then facing the rest of the zombies with their bloody mouths and hideous faces, he subconsciously punched them. Boom! The air seemed to be torn apart by this punch, and a visible air wave spread out from his fist. The zombie instantly turned into a blood mist, and the dozen zombies behind it were also blown away and hit the wall heavily. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. Some of the zombies staggered to their feet. Court death. Lin Fan punched out again. The violent air current swept through the entire corridor, and wherever it passed, the zombies fell down like harvested wheat. The walls cracked under the huge impact, and dust fell from the ceiling. This punch wiped out all the zombies. Due to excessive shock, Chen Mei fell softly into Lin Fan's arms. Is it the zombies that my ex-husband hired to take revenge? He doesn't have that ability. I think it must be someone else. The first person that popped into Lin Fan's mind was Taoist Hai Xuan. Therefore, the love poison in Feng Wei was removed, which meant that this bastard Taoist was still in this city. The stinky Taoist priest used the corpse-controlling technique to deal with himself, but by accident, the zombies bit the landlady first. However, even if the zombies bit Lin Fan, it would be useless because his body was so strong that it would only break the zombie's teeth. The reason why Lin Fan knocked the zombie away with one punch and didn't let it get close to him was not because he was afraid, but because he disliked the other party for being too dirty and smelly. Chen Meijiao lay in Lin Fan's arms, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance to leave. Little brother, I've been poisoned by corpse poison, and I'm not far from death. Before I die, can you let me have a taste of a real woman? Then I shall be satisfied. Lin Fan activated his X-ray vision and originally intended to look for the whereabouts of Taoist priest Hai Xuan, but saving people was the most important thing at the moment, so he could only spare the life of that shabby Taoist priest for the time being. He comforted her, "Sister, you won't die. I'll help you suck out the corpse poison." Chen Meijiao's voice was low and soft. "You must use force. No corpse poison can remain." At the gate of the community, Taoist Hai Xuan stomped his feet in anger. All the zombies he had carefully cultivated were wiped out. Not even a hair of Lin Fan was touched. It seems that his corpse-controlling technique requires choosing the right zombies. After this battle, he has realized that ordinary zombies do not pose any threat to Lin Fan. He must find high-level zombies to have the strength to fight. "Mr. Lin, you are lucky today, but you will not be lucky every time. When I find a powerful zombie, it will be your doom." After saying this, Taoist Hai Xuan disappeared into the night. Here, Lin Fan held Chen Meijiao and placed her on the bed, ready to help her remove the corpse poison. Chapter 94, Chen Meijiao becomes a female tenant. The injured part of Chen Meijiao's neck was her neck. Lin Fan looked closely and saw that her neck was slender and elegant, as soft as a swan. Her skin was as delicate as porcelain with a faint luster, and smooth lines from her jaw to her collarbone, outlining a charming arc. The female landlord, lying down, is even more charming and alluring. Lin Fan leaned over, placed his lips on her neck, and began to suck out the zombie poison. It was not known whether it was because of the corpse poison or because of the suction from Lin Fan, but Chen Meijiao's mouth kept emitting confusing sounds. Outside the window, a woman's voice came from downstairs. "Pay attention upstairs, I don't have a husband. If you torture me again, I will go upstairs to find your man." Chen Meijiao's face turned red, and she forced herself to lower the volume. That expression of forbearance is so exciting. "Little brother, you are so good." "Fart." Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of smelly, poisonous water. Chen Mei glared shyly. "You are so bad people praise you, but you still scold me, little brother. Tell me the truth. Do you have a tendency to abuse others?" "Actually, I can cooperate with you." Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I think the poison you have been infected with is not serious enough. Do you want to get some zombies over?" Chen Meijiao's voice softened. "Don't, I'm scared." "You are so mean. You knew I was afraid, but you still tried to scare me. If you scare me into something wrong, you will be responsible for it." She felt that with Lin Fan's timely rescue, her corpse poison had been eliminated. At this moment, Lin Fan felt something was wrong. The body, from the inside to the outside, was full of flesh and blood, as if it was being torn apart, and the whole body was surrounded by unprecedented intense pain. He knew that this was because the power of his first divine fist had skyrocketed not long ago, causing his body to evolve. It's just that the evolution takes a bit too long. It didn't evolve in the Imperial Villa before, but it happened suddenly now. Lin Fan was in so much pain that he was confused for a moment, and he almost saw his grandmother. He lay on the bed, sweating profusely. When Chen Meijiao saw this, she didn't know the truth and thought that the other party did this because he was helping her. "Sister is a person who repays a drop of kindness with a spring of water. I can't just stand by and watch her die." After saying that, her lips landed on Lin Fan's lips like a dragonfly touching the water, and she began to try to suck out the corpse poison with great enthusiasm and skill. What she didn't know was that Lin Fan was like this for another reason, and it had nothing to do with the corpse poison. Before she knew it, Chen Meijiao felt hot all over, as if there was a flame burning inside her body, getting hotter and hotter. If Lin Fan had not been unconscious, and in a serious situation, she would have already taken advantage of him and let herself go. "Now I can only endure." even if it is very hard and uncomfortable to endure. After a long time, Lin Fan regained consciousness and the pain in his body disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked at Chen Meijiao, who was closing her eyes and enjoying the kiss, and immediately coughed twice. Chen Meijiao was pleasantly surprised. "Little brother, the corpse poison in your body is finally gone. It took me nearly an hour to clean the poison out of the corpse. My mouth is almost numb." Lin Fan was full of black lines on his face. "I'm not poisoned by the corpse." "Ah, then you did that on purpose, taking advantage of others. You are so bad." Chen Meijiao punched him on the chest several times. "I think you got it the other way around. You're taking advantage of me and still acting like a good kid." Lin Fan responded, "I lost my first kiss in such a confused way. As long as he doesn't admit it, his first kiss will always be there, even until he is in the coffin." Chen Mei smiled charmingly and said, "Don't worry, I will be responsible." "Little brother, why are you so hot?" The tips of her soft fingers gently circulated on Lin Fan's chest. This is the result of the evolution of the first divine fist. Lin Fan knows it very well, but other people don't know the truth. There is enough yang energy. There is nothing I can do. Lin Fan got up from the bed and said, "Sister, from the looks of you, the corpse poison should be gone. I want to tell you something today. I'm moving." Is it that I did something wrong or am I not good enough? I waived your rent, so why are you moving out?" When Chen Meijiao heard this, she felt extremely lost. Lin Fan smiled slightly. "Sister, don't misunderstand me. You are doing very well, but I already have a house." "Congratulations, but little brother, I have a request. I feel very insecure right now, especially after being bitten by a zombie today. Plus, if my ex-husband knew you were not with me, he would definitely cause trouble. So, can I move in and live with you for a while?" Chen Meijiao stretched out her hand and promised solemnly, "But don't worry, I will pay the rent. Just tell me how much it is. I can pay it off for several years at once." Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "Sister, you have changed from a landlord to a tenant in an instant. The change of identity is not important, as long as we can live together." Chen Meijiao held Lin Fan's hand and acted coquettishly, which was simply killing him. Lin Fan laughed and said, "My house is a bit big and I just happen to be in need of a servant. Are you willing?" "Brother, you finally asked the right person." Chen Meijiao patted her plump chest and said confidently, "I have always been diligent, just like this rental house before. Since I came here, it has become clean and spotless. Don't worry, I promise to keep your big house clean and pleasing to the eye, so that you can live comfortably." Lin Fan hummed, "Then the rent will be waived, but you have to behave well. After all, Huangfu Villa is so big, and it would be much better if Chen Meijiao helped with cleaning. Otherwise, you will have to hire another cleaner." Chen Meijiao's mood immediately became better. "Really? That's great." She originally thought that she would part with Lin Fan, but unexpectedly, she could now live together as a female tenant and a male landlord. Nothing could be better than this. Lin Fan smiled wickedly. "The house is big, and no neighbors will hear you and complain if you scream because of the corpse poison in the future." Chen Meijiao understood what was going on and pinched his arm. "Little rascal." The two of them packed up briefly, and then headed straight for the imperial villa. After arriving at the villa, Chen Meijiao was completely shocked. Although she is a real estate tycoon, the few houses she owns are nothing compared to the luxurious mansion in front of her. "Brother, I didn't expect you to live in this neighborhood. This is the city's top-notch residential complex for the wealthy, and your house seems to be the best building. Even if you win the lottery, you can't afford to live in this house. What is going on?" Chen Meijiao was completely confused, with big question marks all over her head. Chapter 95, The Plump Maid. Lin Fan responded, "Maybe I'm just too charming, so it was given to me by someone else." Chen Meijiao couldn't imagine how rich a woman must be to give such a super luxury house. She asked tentatively, "Isn't he in his 60s or 70s? "Sister, what are you thinking? I sell my art but not my body." "That's right. With your physique, if that rich woman is really old, she will be tortured to death by you. To be honest, I've never lived in such a spacious house before. It would need an 8-meter wide bed to be suitable." Chen Meijiao was very happy. She originally thought that she would move to an ordinary house with Lin Fan, but she never expected that it would be such a luxurious villa. Lin Fan smiled and said, "If you move here, I'm afraid you won't be able to find your ex-husband anymore." Chen Meijiao smiled and replied, "Your ex-wife is the same. Little brother, you see, we are quite compatible. We are both divorced and single." Her beautiful eyes were watery like a lake, and her words were full of obvious guidance. Lin Fan felt that as long as he nodded, the other party would pounce on him. "Oh, why am I so charming? It really worries me." He pointed to a spot on the ground and said, "Wipe it here." "Okay." Chen Meijio seemed to have no airs in front of Lin Fan. She quickly found a rag, turned her back to him, knelt on her knees, and wiped the floor. Lin Fan took a casual glance and immediately felt his nose getting hot, and he almost had a nosebleed. Chen Meijia was seen kneeling on the ground, holding the rag tightly in both hands, wiping the floor attentively. Because she was wearing a skirt, the graceful lines and elegant figure displayed under the skirt were unforgettable. Fat but not greasy, the ultimate goddess. This is the maid that many men dream of, and she is a plump maid. Chen Meijio's figure is already very exaggerated, and now she is kneeling, and viewed from behind, the visual impact is even more incomparable. Lin Fan even suspected that the other party did it on purpose. She could obviously use a mop, but she insisted on kneeling down and using a rag. Her back was slightly curved, showing off her graceful lines, and the tight clothing outlined her graceful figure. This kind of sexiness is unforgettable. Lin Fan, like a big boss, leaned on the sofa and admired the perfect figure. At this moment, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. I originally suspected that it was my ex-wife, Jiang Yan, who called from a different number, but that turned out not to be the case. After the call was connected, a young man's voice came from the other end. "Mr. Lin, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Jimmy, Shurek's agent." Shurek. Lin Fan felt that the name sounded familiar, and he quickly remembered that the opponent was the king of the underground boxing in the city. But he was hit by a punch from him, and his winning streak was ended, and he was also seriously injured. "You guys are really capable. You actually found my contact information." "It's okay." Jimmy got straight to the point and said, "Shulek lost the game last time because he underestimated his opponent. We want to have a rematch with you. Don't you think the last defeat was bad enough?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Whether he underestimates the enemy or not, it won't change the outcome." "What if I don't accept it?" Jimmy's words were filled with threats without disguising them. "Then don't blame Shurek for beating the Dragon Country players to death. Shulek thinks his life is too long." Lin Fan's expression tightened, threatening me. "You can understand it that way." Jimmy said arrogantly, "If you are really capable, accept the second fight." "When? The sooner the better." "Tonight then." Lin Fan looked at the time and found that there was still time. "Okay, Shurek and I are in the underground boxing gym." At this time, Jimmy's phone heard Shurek's extremely arrogant voice. "Lin Fan, fuck you. I'm going to crush your little head this time." Lin Fan hung up the phone. "See you in half an hour." Chen Meijio stood up and asked with concern, "Is someone causing trouble for you?" "I'm going to an underground boxing gym. My hands are itching. Do you want to come with me?" "Okay." Chen Meijio readily agreed. "The house is too big. I'm scared to live alone without you." Soon, the two left the Imperial Villa and headed straight for the underground boxing gym. In a single room in a hospital in Linjiang City, Taoist Hai Xuan was reporting to Feng Wei. "I'm sorry, Mr. Feng, the mission failed." Hearing this, Feng Wei said angrily, "Master Hai Xuan, what on earth are you doing? Didn't you swear that you had developed a corpse-controlling technique that could kill Lin Fan?" "Everything was planned well. I controlled the zombies and came to Lin Fan's residence. As long as he opens the door, he will not have time to dodge and will be bitten by the zombies, and then he will be infected with the corpse poison and die." Who knew that it was a woman who opened the door, so Lin Fan was on high alert and didn't give the zombies a chance to get close. And the zombies I controlled this time were relatively ordinary. I will learn from this lesson and prepare to use the corpse control technique on some high-level and powerful zombies. Taoist priest Hai Xuan began to make assurances with extra confidence. "Master Feng, don't worry. Next time I will definitely kill Lin Fan. Then you should quickly go find a powerful zombie, preferably one at the Zombie King level. That way, you will be more confident of dealing with Lin." Taoist priest Hai Xuan nodded heavily. "I understand. I will go to work then." He expressed his resignation and left the ward immediately. The underground boxing gym is as bustling as ever. The air was filled with the smell of blood, dopamine, and alcohol. A dense crowd of people were watching the desperate fight in the octagonal cage. Near the ring, Shurek was sitting with his agent Jimmy. He did not go on stage to fight, but was waiting for Lin Fan to arrive. "He's here." Jimmy was a young man in his mid-20s with a rooster comb. He kept his eyes on the entrance until he finally saw his target person. Lin Fan looked around slowly and soon spotted Shurek, so he walked over leisurely. Shurek stood up. His huge body was a head taller than Lin Fan. He looked down at the newcomer with an oppressive aura and shouted, "Boy, you are really brave to come here." Lin Fan responded calmly, "I'll gladly serve you if you want me to kill you." Shurek raised his sandbag-sized fist and said arrogantly, "Last time I underestimated you and you got away with it. You won't be so lucky every time. Today I will let you know who is the king here." Lin Fan's face was as calm as water. "I think it's the deceased, the deceased." Upon hearing this, the other party immediately flew into a rage and could not wait to say, "Wait until the boxers in the octagonal cage finish fighting, then we'll compete." Chapter 96, Second Fight with the Underground Boxing Champion. Soon, Lin Fan and Shurek appeared on the stage. When they heard that they were about to have a second match, the audience immediately became excited. Without a doubt, this is the highlight of the night. The audience was talking about it. Shurek is back and determined to win. I heard that he underestimated his opponent and lost to Lin Fan. Shurek took the initiative to propose the second match. It seems that he is still very confident in his own strength. I hope Lin Fan can withstand the pressure and win glory for the country. Shurek took off his shirt, revealing a huge body as steady as a mountain, his muscle lines as distinct as sculptures under the light, and he was as strong as a bear. Lin Fan stood opposite him, inconspicuous, but his cold eyes revealed an unshakable confidence. Shurek shouted, "Lin Fan, I promise that you will lie at my feet like a dead dog." Lin Fan snorted coldly. "Did I hit you stupid last time?" Court death. Shurek was furious and started punching. He used all his strength to punch Lin Fan in the chest accurately. There were exclamations from the audience, expressing concern for Lin Fan, but his body remained motionless like a mountain. Shurek threw several powerful punches, but he was still unable to shake his opponent. Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment. "That's it. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it." After saying that, he took action. Although Shurek was well prepared this time, he was still a beat slower than Lin Fan's lightning speed. When Lin Fan swung his fist, the speed was so fast that the trajectory was almost invisible, as if a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. That punch with tremendous force was precise and deadly, and directly hit the opponent's vital point. The underground boxing champion didn't even have time to react before he flew out like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily to the ground and was unable to stand up for a while. The whole place was silent, except for Lin Fan, who slowly retracted his fist, as if he had just done something very ordinary. Everyone was stunned. Shurek, who did not dare to underestimate the enemy, was like a child in front of Lin Fan. His attack power was ineffective, and his defense became extremely fragile, like paper. The disparity in strength between the two sides was almost beyond everyone's expectations. After all, Shurek is the king here. No matter what, he won't be so vulnerable. Lin Fan shook his head. "It's boring." He turned around and tried to leave, but Shurek stopped him from behind. "Wait." He turned his head and found that the other party took a glass bottle filled with blue liquid from his agent Jimmy across the octagonal cage. The liquid was glowing strangely under the light. Shurek picked up the glass bottle, the liquid slowly flowing in the bottle, and thought to himself, "The latest technological product can give people superhuman strength within 10 minutes. The liquid was cold and metallic. Shurek felt it slide down his esophagus and explode in his stomach. It was warm at first, then burning, and finally a tearing pain. He fell to his knees, digging his nails into his palms. Swishy, swishy. Because of the rapidly expanding muscles, the pants were torn apart. A conceited smile appeared on Shurek's face. He felt unprecedented strength surging in his muscles, as if he could punch through a wall. He looked down at his skin and found something wriggling beneath it, like countless tiny worms crawling in his blood vessels. Afterwards, he grabbed the octagonal cage with his bare hands and tore the iron net apart. The battle has just begun. Seeing this scene, the audience immediately went wild. Shameless guy actually took illegal drugs to cheat. Damn it, he has no sportsmanship at all. Even if this foreigner wins, I still look down on him. It seems that Lin Fan is in danger this time. Lin Fan, don't fight with that bastard. He's taken drugs. You definitely can't beat him. Everyone was worried about Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan did not choose to escape, but turned around with a smile and stayed on the ring. Very good, I will smash your technological dream with one punch. Lin Fan, come on. As long as you can defeat him safely, I will change into all kinds of sexy clothes for you tonight. At the side of the ring, Chen Meijiao cheered for Lin Fan in a unique way. Lin Fan raised his lips slightly. Okay, it's a deal. The audience was also dumbfounded. Lin Fan's life was hanging by a thread, but he still had the mood to flirt with the beauties in the audience. Shurek was also furious, because it was obvious that Lin Fan still did not take him seriously, even though he had become extremely powerful after taking the mysterious contraband. He pointed at Lin Fan and said, "Boy, you are brave, but you will pay the price for your arrogance." Lin Fan sneered, "In my eyes, you are not even worth a hair." Shurek made a throat-slitting gesture towards Lin Fan and said, "These will be your last words in this world." Then he couldn't wait to raise his fist as big as a casserole and rushed over. This blow was extremely powerful and landed accurately on Lin Fan. In fact, Lin Fan was able to dodge the attack easily, but he deliberately stood still, which showed his absolute confidence in his own defense. He firmly believed that even if Shurek took 10 more bottles of the mysterious liquid, it would be of no use. Because his physical fitness is already beyond belief. People like Shurek, even if there are 100 of them together, are still as tiny as ants. Bang! Shurek punched Lin Fan in the ribs. The back of his fist cracked instantly, revealing the sharp bones. Lin Fan's figure still did not shake at all, as if the opponent's attack was as soft as cotton. He even sarcastically said, "Did you take fake medicine?" Shurek's pupils were filled with disbelief. He has now become as strong as an ox, and so terrifying that even a tiger would be knocked down by one punch. However, in front of Lin Fan, his lethality becomes so small that it can almost be ignored. "Even you are the one who gets hurt." Lin Fan said calmly, "Get out now, it's still not too late." "Fuck." Shurek cursed angrily, then changed to his left hand and raised his fist, hitting Lin Fan directly on the chin. Seeing this scene, the whole audience exclaimed again, because the human jaw is relatively fragile, and after being hit, it often falls into a brief coma. What was unexpected was that Lin Fan still gave up on defending himself, standing there like a wooden stake, allowing his opponent's fist, packed with powerful force, to attack his jaw. Lin Fan didn't defend himself. Isn't he worried that he'd be knocked out by a punch? Chapter 97, actress Kaio Zhu is actually a neighbor. Boom! Lin Fan was hit hard on the chin. Almost everyone believed that no matter how strong a fighter was, if he did not dodge at all and was hit by such a powerful punch, he would faint. However, Lin Fan acted as if nothing had happened, as if Shurek's fist had hit someone else. It is hard for people to imagine how terrifying his defense is. Shurek was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of him. In fact, the disparity in strength between the two sides is like that between a real dragon and an earthworm. It is obvious that Lin Fan is a real dragon. Shurek retracted his fist in horror, his mind full of question marks. He had clearly taken banned drugs to significantly increase his attack power, but why was it that when it came to Lin Fan, it was like a drop in the ocean, disappearing without a trace? It seems that Lin Fan's defensive ability is far beyond his imagination. "It's over." Lin Fan spoke in a calm tone, and then casually threw a seemingly ordinary punch. When that punch hit Shurek, all the bones in his body were broken in that instant. Shurek fell to the ground with a bang and soon died, his eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness. He never understood until his death why, even though he was so powerful, he was still so weak that he could be almost ignored compared to Lin Fan. Shurek's agent witnessed this scene, grabbed his coxcomb with both hands, his face full of despair and collapse. They brought contraband with the intention of having the mutated Shurek defeat Lin Fan, but who knew that the other party would be so powerful that he would be like a god descending from heaven. The whole audience first fell into a brief silence, and then broke into thunderous applause. "That's awesome. Lin Fan is the only true god in the arena. He will be able to make his mark in the world of boxing, and will most likely win the title again. Yes, with Lin Fan's attack and defense power, he can completely defeat the current world boxing champion." At the scene, Lin Fan was treated like a hero. He was thrown high into the air by the audience and then caught, over and over again. The eyes of the people looking at him were filled with passion and worship. Chen Meijia was even more delighted, and she felt more and more that she had fallen in love with this charming young man. A man with explosive fighting power fills people's hearts with endless reverie. Which woman wouldn't love it? Lin Fan left the underground boxing gym with remarkable glory, while Chen Meijia followed him like a little bird, never leaving his side. The latter praised him highly. "Little brother, you are so powerful few people can handle it." Lin Fan smiled evilly. "Sister, I think you are driving, but I have no evidence." Chen Meijia said lovingly, "Don't blame me, I'm actually very conservative, I'm only loyal to you, you know." By the way, I'm a man of my words. I said that if you can win the game, I'll give you a reward and wear all kinds of clothes for you to see. However, there are not many clothes in the royal villa, so I will buy a few more. She then took out her phone to look up a map, and went to a nearby electronic toy store and bought some clothes she would wear, including uniforms, underwear, bunny ears, eye masks, and the like. That night, Chen Meijiao lived up to her promise and showed Lin Fan several sets of uniforms, including stewardess, maid, bunny girl, racing girl, office white-collar worker, etc. They were extremely sexy, making people excited and unable to stop. It's just that Chen Meijiao's period hasn't completely passed yet, so for Lin Fan, it's pure torture. Finally, Chen Meijiao's performance was over. Lin Fan quickly kicked her out of his bedroom, closed the door, and took a cold shower to cool down. His whole body felt hot as if there was a volcano inside him. Not long after taking a shower and wrapping himself in a bath towel, Lin Fan vaguely heard a woman's exclamation from a distance. "Chen Shengji, what are you doing?" That was not Chen Meijiao's voice, and there was no sound in the villa, so the sound seemed to come from outside. He subconsciously turned on his X-ray vision, looked in the direction of the sound, and soon made a discovery. It turned out that the noise came from the villa next door. A beautiful woman in luxurious pajamas was being controlled by a strong young man in a suit and tie, who tied her up roughly with a rope. Lin Fan thought to himself, play a special game. He is really getting too into the role. Look at that beautiful woman, she looks so pitiful. Is he really into the role? He always felt that the beautiful woman looked familiar. Hey, isn't this Cairo Zhu, the popular actress from Longguo? Cairo Zhu's appearance and temperament are very similar to Dilraba Dilmurate, but she is younger, more beautiful, and has a perkier butt. She has been the most popular female star in China in the past 2 years, and has been rated by authoritative media as the sexiest Asian female artist in the past 50 years. Both her singing and acting skills are first-rate, and she is not just a pretty face. Many tycoons spent a lot of money to get close to Cairo Zhu, but were rejected every time. In the entertainment industry, she is a rare person who remains untainted by the mud. The unspoken rules of directors don't work for her. Few people know that Cairo Zhu has a house in the Huangfu Villa community in Linjiang City, and she occasionally returns here for vacation. Today, the female star returned to the Huangfu Villa in a low-key manner with her bodyguard Chen Shengji. Who would have thought that her bodyguard had lost a large sum of money in online gambling, so he kidnapped her and prepared to extort her. Chen Shengji pulled off Cairo Zhu's pajamas, revealing her nose-bleed-enough proud figure. Paired with black tight clothes, her skin looked like the white snow on the Tiantian Mountains. Then he took out his cell phone and kept taking pictures. "I'm sorry, Sister Zhu, you have to give me some money. As long as you don't call the police, I promise that these photos will not be leaked. Otherwise, I'm afraid your sexy body will be admired by countless netizens around the world. You beast, you bastard. I've always been so nice to you, and you actually dared to kidnap me." Cairo Zhu was indignant, her chest heaving. She had treated her bodyguard very generously, and she never expected that Chen Shengji, whom she trusted so much, would turn out to be a traitor. Chen Shengji smiled coldly. "There are only you and me here, no one can save you, you just need to give me 5 million, and everything will be fine. I just want the money. I also believe that for a star like you, a mere 5 million is just a drop in the bucket compared to your wealth." Cairo Zhu's beautiful eyes were burning with uncontrollable anger. "Actually, if you were in trouble and asked me for money, I would consider it, but I didn't expect you to resort to such shameless means. I was really blind and misjudged you." What? After Lin Fan silently admired Cairo Zhu's figure, he thought to himself, "I didn't expect the female star's figure to be as outstanding as her looks, and I didn't expect that she was actually my neighbor." Chapter 98. Female stars have the potential to be female lickers. After Lin Fan secretly sighed at Cairo Zhu's sexy figure, he quickly climbed over the wall and came to her house. It is said that a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. "Boy, how can you hurt my neighbor?" His sudden appearance really scared Chen Shengji. How did you get in?" Chen Shengji clearly remembered that the door of the villa was locked before he took action. "Please go out immediately, and don't disturb our game between husband and wife." He was afraid of being exposed, so he quickly picked up a piece of underwear and stuffed it into Cairo Zhu's mouth. After all, it's not uncommon for rich people to play bundled games. Lin Fan stood still and said, "Boy, if you don't take a piss and look at yourself, how can you be married to the great star Cairo? I've already given you a chance to live in peace, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being rude." Seeing that the truth was revealed, Chen Shengji decided to give Lin Fan a ride, because his kidnapping and extortion of Kairo Zhu must not be known to a third person. You have no chance of escape. He was very confident in his skills. After all, he was a professional bodyguard, and it was no problem for him to fight 10 people at once. He even believed that he could beat someone of Lin Fan's physique with just one hand. Why should I run away? Lin Fan chuckled, his eyes falling on Kairo Zhu from time to time. The deep V neckline of the pajamas was slightly open, revealing a hint of an alluring collarbone, and her delicate skin glowed faintly under the soft light. The whole person is extremely beautiful, especially when tied up, which adds a different charm and makes people very interested. Court death. Chen Shengji was furious and kicked Lin Fan in the temple with a whip-like kick. His first move was fatal. After all, the temple is one of the most vulnerable and deadly parts of the human body. Since you don't want to leave any survivors, then I'll let you do as you wish. Although Lin Fan attacked later, his speed was so fast that his fist landed on the opponent's chest faster. Banged! The explosive power of his punch was so terrifying that just by holding back his strength, he was able to shatter Chen Shengji's heart. The other person died instantly and fell to the ground without moving. Lin Fan shook his head. It's too fragile, it's really boring. He walked up, took out the clothes stuffed in Kairo Zhu's mouth, and helped untie her. Thank you, handsome, for saving my life. The female star who survived the disaster looked a little pale. If Lin Fan had not appeared in time, she would not only have been photographed by Chen Shengji, but also even violated by him. The consequences are disastrous. Out of excessive tension, Kairo Zhu stood up, her legs weak as she fell headfirst into Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan joked, "Hey, beautiful lady, although I know I'm handsome, you can't be so direct. Are you planning to pledge yourself to me?" Through the clothes, he could clearly feel the softness and elasticity of Kairo Zhu's body. In fact, even if Kairo Zhu is not a big star, but just an ordinary person, her charm at this moment is still very dazzling. Her charming appearance is like the warm sun in spring, which can melt people's hearts. Kairo Zhu blushed, me. Her legs were still so weak that she stayed in Lin Fan's arms for a long time. Lin Fan said reluctantly, "Hey, I am a soft-hearted person who likes to help others. Since your intention to meet me in person is so obvious, I will reluctantly agree to your request. However, this will not happen again." Kairo Zhu finally steadied herself. "Sorry, handsome guy, I was too nervous just now, so." "It's okay. It's normal to be a little nervous the first time." "Buff." Kairo Zhu couldn't help laughing. "I didn't expect you to be such an interesting person." Her smile is refreshing and pleasing to the eye. As expected of a popular female star, her every frown and smile seems to have the magical power to attract people like a magnet. Kairo Zhu was very curious. "How did you get in?" A wicked smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. "I haven't come in yet." His words, which were full of rogue content, were undoubtedly a provocation to the female star, who was usually extremely noble. "Bite." The system's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person, Kairo Zhu. The system detected that Kairo Zhu was feeling very shy. Reward the host with 10 million RMB and 100 points of charm. The host's current charm value in the eyes of the target person, Kairo Zhu, is 103. She has a good impression of you. Was this provocation successful without any reason? Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that even popular female stars might become his female bootlickers in the future. After all, he has already created charm in the other person's mind. Just a simple provocation brought me money and charm, which was so cool. In time, Kairo Zhu, female President Su Yumo, and Chen Meijiao will all become his female lickers, or even like Chen Meijiao, willingly serve as a maid. That scene is so beautiful that I dare not imagine it. Even though Lin Fan was talking nonsense, Kairo Zhu was not angry after all he saved her. Moreover, Kairo Zhu was not aware of the existence of the provocation system, so she thought that the reason she had a slight liking for Lin Fan was entirely because of the other party's help. In fact, it was not just that. "I mean, the door of my villa is locked. How come you are here?" Lin Fan did not hide it. "I am your next-door neighbor. I jumped over the wall and came in." "Then your physical fitness is too strong." Kairo Zhu looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief, but soon she chose to believe him. After all, the fact that he was able to kill her bodyguard with one punch was enough to explain everything. Because Chen Shengji's boxing skills are also very impressive, but in front of Lin Fan, he was not able to withstand a single blow. She suddenly remembered something. Handsome guy, let me ask you something. You are not allowed to be angry. Lin Fan responded, Don't ask, I still have my first kiss and I'm still a virgin. Kairo Zhu was both amused and annoyed. Who would ask you these questions? You are so frivolous. I mean, what are you doing jumping over the wall into my house in the middle of the night, without even saying hello? Because I saw with my own eyes that you were in danger. You mean you have X-ray vision? Kairo Zhu's face was full of suspicion. You are talking nonsense again. How can anyone in this world have X-ray vision? Prove it to me. Good. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his lips raised. There is a cute little mole on your chest. It's not big, about 1/20th the size of a fingernail. And then, his eyes moved downward. Your panties are white with laces. Tusk, they look pretty good. I don't know if I'm right. Chapter 99, Kairo Zhu takes the initiative to invite. Well, Kairo Zhu originally thought that Lin Fan was talking nonsense, but unexpectedly, everything he said was correct. She was shocked. You really have X-ray vision. Then you have seen me all over. Lin Fan did not deny it. That's right in front of me. No matter how many clothes someone wears, it will be useless. Kairo Zhu blushed. You really got a bargain. But you are an upright gentleman. You can tell me the truth, which is admirable. I was kidnapped by my own bodyguard just now. Thank you for your timely rescue. Since you are so skilled and honest, why don't you be my bodyguard? Salary, 100,000 per person, how about that? The salary she offered was higher than that of the previous bodyguard, already $1 million a year. Not interested. Lin Fan shook his head without hesitation. I can afford to live in a royal villa. Do you think I would be short of those small things? Kairo Zhu thought for a moment. That makes sense. I was careless. I never thought you would have achieved so much at such a young age. You have an amazing fortune and are very skilled. You really have a bright future ahead of you. Thank you for your appreciation, big star. Lin Fan smiled and said, I believe that one day I will become your idol. Kairo Zhu couldn't help laughing when she heard this. You are quite funny and humorous. In Dragon Country, there are many men who are better than you and who favor me. But without exception, they are not worthy of my attention, let alone becoming my idol. You must be a narcissist. Lin Fan still had a smile on his face. Then we'll wait and see. He said confidently, Although you are a popular female star, I believe that one day you will be as gentle as water, as obedient as a sheep, and as cuddly as a little bird in front of me. Kairo Zuhua smiled so coquettishly that her pajamas trembled. Well, as long as you are happy. She thought that Lin Fan was a little mysteriously confident. However, how could she know that the other party had a bug-level system? It was only a matter of time for Lin Fan to conquer a member of the opposite sex and turn her into a loyal female licker. Just like the charming housewife Chen Mei Jiao, who is currently willing to be his maid. This is simply unbelievable in the eyes of others. In the future, the beautiful CEO Su Yumo, the hot policewoman Yang Tao, the female godfather Hong Jai, and the like will surely become servants like Chen Mei Jiao. Kairo Zhu suddenly suggested, I'm a little hungry. Would you like to go out with me for a midnight snack? She was indeed a little hungry, and there happened to be not much food in the refrigerator. If she went out alone, it would be unsafe because of her special identity. So she might as well invite Lin Fan to go with her. After all, the other party was very skilled. Lin Fan doesn't look like a bad person. Although he talks nonsense sometimes, his words and actions are not obscene. With him around, I feel safe. Okay, let me get rid of your bodyguard's body first. Lin Fan reminded him, You can change your clothes while you're here. Kairo Zhu nodded, Well, see you later. She then went to the bedroom on the second floor. Lin Fan carried Chen Shengji's body into the courtyard and said to the ancient demon sealing bead, Dragon Lord, are you there? After a few seconds, an old man's wretched voice came from the bead. Little friend, what can I do for you? Use your fire attribute to burn this body. No big deal. As soon as Long Zun finished speaking, a red light flashed in the bead, and then Chen Shengji's body was enveloped by flames. In a few seconds, the body disappeared, leaving not even ashes. It can be seen that the flames are many times more powerful than ordinary fire. Lin Fan fully believed that this fire could melt even steel instantly. I don't know if my martial soul will be able to possess such abilities in the future. Long Zun said, Little friend, I helped you, but you didn't even say thank you. How rude of you. Lin Fan said with a smile, Why are we being so polite? It's really too formal. I curse you to never find a girlfriend in your life. I hope you will never be able to get out of the ancient demon sealing pearl in your lifetime. The two of them started a verbal battle. Long Zun sighed and said, I will not argue with a kid like you. Pick up your girl and go to your meeting. Lin Fan joked. Then I won't hinder you from practicing your craft with the beads, but you have to be moderate. Long Zun sighed deeply again and ignored him. On the second floor of the villa, Cairo Zhu stood by the window and saw flames coming out of Lin Fan's body and burning Chen Shengji's body to ashes. She was immediately shocked. I didn't expect that this young man not only had the ability to see through things, but also had other special abilities. I don't know how many magical abilities Lin Fan has. Unconsciously, Cairo Zhu developed a strong interest in it. She had rarely been so interested in a member of the opposite sex as she was now. Lin Fan is destined to be an extremely special and unique man in her life. Otherwise, why would Cairo Zhu take the initiative to invite Lin Fan to dinner when they first met? Soon, Cairo Zhu reappeared in front of Lin Fan. She was wearing a glittering long dress that cascaded down like a waterfall. The delicate silk shone with a soft luster under the light, as if starlight was woven into the fabric. The skirt fits her graceful curves, and the waist is embellished with delicate embroidery, outlining her slender waist. The slightly open neckline reveals her elegant collarbone. A dazzling diamond necklace around her neck and the tassel earrings on her ears complement each other, as if stars have fallen to earth. Cairo Zhu's makeup is delicate yet natural, her red lips slightly parted, her smile full of smiles, her eyes moving around as if they can capture people's hearts. She looks like a fairy walking out of a painting, so beautiful that it takes one's breath away. Lin Fan was mesmerized for a moment. She was indeed a famous female star with an elegant temperament and stunning beauty. If he could really turn her into a female bootlicker, it would be so cool. Even the scene of Cairo Zhu squatting down and washing his feet had emerged in his mind. Cairo Zhu then took out a mask and put it on her face. The reason was very simple, to avoid being harassed. Although the mask covered most of her face, one could still tell that she was a rare beauty in this world. Lin Fan stretched out his hand. "Give me a mask too." Cairo Zhu was slightly stunned. "Why?" Lin Fan grinned shamelessly. "After all, I'm too handsome. It's not safe to go out at night. If I get entangled by a group of beauties, it won't be easy to get away." Cairo Zhu was very upset. She had not expected that the other party's narcissism was far beyond her imagination. She made a bold move and took Lin Fan's arm. "There are no masks left, but if I get close to you like this, I believe other beauties will retreat." Chapter 100. Enemies meet on a narrow road. When Cairo Zhu took Lin Fan's arm, she was also shocked in her heart, because she was too abnormal. She had never been so proactive towards any member of the opposite sex before. How could she know that it was the charm value of the system that worked? She just thought that she had a good impression of Lin Fan because he saved her. Soon, they arrived at a nearby hot pot restaurant. Although Cairo Zhu was wearing a mask, her beautiful eyes alone aroused the endless imagination of the diners in the restaurant. Such a woman is really charming. And the beautiful figure under the gorgeous dress is also a particularly eye-catching and beautiful landscape. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with envy. How could this boy be so worthy as to have dinner with such a mysterious and noble beauty? If everyone knew that the beautiful woman wearing the mask was the popular star Cairo Zhu, they would probably be even more jealous, envious, and hateful towards Lin Fan. There was a table of guests not far away, and there was a familiar face. The other party was Jiang Yan's new boyfriend, Li Wenhai. However, when Lin Fan revealed that Li Wenhai was suffering from the plum blossom virus, Jiang Yan decisively chose to break up. Li Wenhai always held a grudge against this. Therefore, the moment he saw Lin Fan, he immediately cast a dagger-like gaze at him. At the same time, he noticed that the beauty next to Lin Fan was not Su Yumo, but her temperament and figure were comparable to those of the cold and arrogant president. Li Wenhai suddenly felt extremely unhappy. Damn, why are all the women Lin Fan has top beauties? When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Today, he must deal with Lin Fan and dampen his arrogance. The people eating at the same table with him were all a bunch of bad friends. Li Wenhai said, "Brothers, that guy has a grudge against me." The group of drinking buddies immediately made their stance clear. "Mr. Li, he dares to go against you. I must punish him. Even the gods and the gods cannot help me." "That's right, Mr. Li, leave this matter to us today. We guarantee that we will do it beautifully. I was already upset when that guy brought such a pretty girl out to eat. And now that he has offended young Master Li, he deserves a beating even more." Here, not long after Lin Fan and Cairo Zhu entered the box, they saw Li Wenhai leading a few lazy young people and pushing the door. "Hey, isn't this Lin Fan? I bumped into you today, so you have to give me an explanation," he said as he closed the door from the inside. Mr. Lee, why are you running here to act wild instead of curing your plum blossom disease? Don't blame me for not reminding you. I won't spoil you. If you disturb my meal, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Grass. Li Wenhai cursed unconvincedly. Today, I must subdue you, and I must also play with your woman properly. As he looked at Kairo Zhu's figure, an obscene look appeared on his face, and even an extremely obscene scene had already emerged in his mind. As a top actress, Kairo Zhu had never been humiliated like this before, so she immediately said angrily, Lin Fan, help me teach him a lesson. I won't treat you unfairly. Lin Fan smiled and said, Then I will make a small request later, can you agree to it? Kairo Zhu nodded, no problem. Li Wenhai sneered, Lin Fan, who gave you the confidence that you can teach so many of us a lesson by yourself. You want to show off in front of a beautiful lady, but I won't give you the chance. I will make you fall to the ground. Then I will step over your head and let you feel the humiliation of being under my crotch. His friends also started clamoring. You little bastard, kowtow to Master Li and apologize immediately, or you'll avoid a beating later. You little jerk, how can you afford to offend young Master Li? You blind fellow, I'll teach you a lesson today. Mr. Li's father is the vice president of a fund management association. He can kill you with his money. How dare you talk back to Mr. Li? I will slap you in the face later. Lin Fan didn't even look at these guys. Come on, don't delay my meal. Li Wenhai had his friends around to give him courage, so he rushed forward first and raised his palm to slap Lin Fan in the face. Banged! Lin Fan raised his foot and kicked him away. The other party fell out along with the door panel and fell on the corridor. If you dare to hit Master Li, I'll kill you. The rest of them rushed forward without saying a word. Lin Fan kicked them one by one, sending them flying. Every person who flew out fell heavily on Li Wenhai, causing him to suffer unspeakably in excruciating pain. In a few seconds, the box became quiet. Lin Fan didn't even throw a punch. He just moved his feet and quickly ended the fight. Kairo Zhu was stunned. When she was filming movies, she had seen many martial artists, but no matter how good a fighter they were nothing compared to Lin Fan. Lin Fan is so awesome. She would like to call him the world's most powerful man. Kairo Zhu thought to herself, it would be great if her male neighbor could become her personal bodyguard. Unfortunately, this was just her wishful thinking. She had proposed it not long ago, but was rejected. Finally, the people outside got off Li Wenhai and quickly helped him up. Mr. Li, are you okay? Li Wenhai felt so painful all over his body as if it was falling apart. He couldn't believe that several people on his side were no match for Lin Fan. He had never seen Lin Fan's skills before and thought he was just an ordinary guy, but he didn't expect him to be a good fighter. Having suffered such a setback in front of his friends, Li Wenhai naturally would not give up. He did not dare to enter the house, but cursed from a distance. Lin, if you have the guts to fight back against me, you are dead. Lin Fan hooked his finger at the other party and said, if you are not convinced, come inside and continue fighting. Li Wenhai didn't dare to take a step forward, but slipped aside and decided to ask someone to deal with Lin Fan. Soon he called the cell phone of Cao Sixi, a gangster in this city. Fourth Master, this is Li Wenhai. How could I not recognize my nephew's voice? Cao Sixi knew Li Wenhai's father and was aware that the other party was worth a lot of money, so his tone was quite casual. Fourth Master, I was beaten up by a kid in the hot pot restaurant. I hope you can help me vent my anger. Everyone in Linjiang City knows my nephew's background. How dare the other party hit you? They are simply blind. Cao Sixi said on the other end. Okay, I'll bring people there soon. I want to see how that kid is capable of not giving face to you, my nephew. After receiving the promise from the Fourth Master, Li Wenhai quickly became arrogant and pointed at Lin Fan from a distance and said provocatively, Little calf, you will cry later. He had full confidence in Cao Sixi's strength. After all, he was a big boss in the underworld second only to Sister Hong. Chapter 101, Even the Fourth Master is not helpful. Lin Fan said calmly, Mr. Li, I hope the people you call here are more capable, otherwise it will be too boring to fight. Li Wenhai sneered. It's scary to say it out loud, Fourth Master. Everyone in Linjiang City knows this. If he personally takes action, your good days in this city will be over. The few good-for-nothings beside him also started to flatter him at the right time. Mr. Li is indeed amazing. He was able to invite the legendary Fourth Master. Even if you are the Fourth Master, you have to give our young Master Li some face. The Fourth Master is ruthless and merciless. I guess he'll scare Lin Fan to death as soon as he shows up. That's what Lin deserves. He doesn't know how to behave in front of Master Li. Kairo Zhu asked with concern, How confident are you? Lin Fan gave a thumbs up. 1%. Lin Fan smiled calmly and said, I've always been confident. Kairo Zhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she felt that the male neighbor she just met was very interesting and humorous. What is even more commendable is that he remained fearless and did not show any panic in the face of the impending crisis. But no matter how good you are at fighting, you are still alone. I'm worried that if the other party calls too many people, you will be in trouble. She suggested, how about we change stores? No, I just want to eat the hot pot here, but we can change to another private room. Lin Fan then took the female star into another private room. The group of guys who followed Li Wenhai all started talking when they saw this. That bastard is so arrogant that he doesn't even take the fourth master seriously. I think he doesn't want to see the sun tomorrow. Although Lin is quite good at fighting, every one of the fourth master's subordinates is a strong and capable soldier. It would be easier to defeat him than to crush a grasshopper. This kid doesn't have much time left to show off. Inside the private room, Lin Fan began to add various ingredients into the hot pot. Seeing this, Kairo Zhu couldn't help but ask, It's urgent, are you really going to eat it? Lin Fan said disapprovingly, Big Star, you are only half right. It is true that the situation is urgent, but the one that is burning is someone else. About 20 minutes later, a dozen sturdy men rushed into the hot pot restaurant aggressively. Two of them pushed a wheelchair. The boss sitting on the wheelchair was the well-known underworld boss fourth master, Cao Sixi. The reason why Cao Sixi was sitting in a wheelchair was because he was injured by Lin Fan last time. Of course, he was not the only one injured at that time. Almost all of his more than 100 men were also injured. Li Wenhai hurried forward and said, Fourth Master. When the diners in the restaurant saw Cao Sixi coming, they were all like frightened birds. They hurriedly ended their meals and hid far away, fearing that they would be affected. Cao Sixi nodded slightly. My dear nephew, where is the boy who attacked you? In the box, I'll take you there right away. Afterwards, Li Wenhai led the way and came to the box where Lin Fan and Kairo Zhu were. Then he gathered all his strength and kicked the door open. Then he pointed at Lin Fan smugly and cursed, You little jerk, you're still eating, this will be your last dinner. Cao Sixi's wheelchair was pushed into the house. He said in a menacing voice, I want to see. However, his words came to an abrupt halt, because a face that frightened him so much came into view. Lin Fan. He blinked his eyes vigorously several times and realized that he was not mistaken. The young man who was leisurely eating hot pot was indeed Lin Fan. The young man who taught himself a lesson and made him look like a lost dog. The young man that he least wanted to meet. That young man whose fighting power is comparable to that of a god of war. Lin Fan turned his head and said with a smile, Hey, isn't this the fourth master? Are you asking me for medical expenses? How dare you, Mr. Lin is joking. Cao Sixi waved his hands quickly. No matter how brave I am, I wouldn't dare to do that. Lin Fan asked again, Are you here to seek justice for Master Li? Absolutely not. Cao Sixi waved his hands again, trying his best to distance himself from Li Wenhai. Which Mr. Li is this? I don't know him. Then why did you come here? I heard that Mr. Lin was having dinner here, so I came here specially to offer you a glass of wine. After all, we are all in Linjiang City. I hope you can take care of us in the future, Mr. Lin. Cao Sixi said with a flattering smile on his face that he had originally thought about taking revenge on Lin Fan. But in the end, reason overcame impulse. After so many years of hard work, he has become a big shot, so he must be smart enough. Even the female godfather sister Hong was respectful to Lin Fan. The latter's strength might be far beyond people's imagination. Cao Sixi was absolutely unwilling to do something like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. He turned to one of his men and said, Bring me a bottle of white wine. Yes. The subordinate also recognized Lin Fan and ran to the front desk with lingering fear, got a bottle of fine white wine and returned. Back then, Lin Fan kicked hundreds of people away with one kick, and he was one of the victims. Li Wenhai was stunned. The scene in front of him left him completely confused. What is going on? Why was the fourth master, whom he had called over, treading on thin ice and trembling with fear in front of Lin Fan, the target he was to teach a lesson, and even offering a toast on his own initiative? This was definitely not the powerful fourth master that we remembered. Facing Lin Fan, he didn't even dare to breathe. It doesn't make sense. After all, fourth master Cao is a local tyrant. How could he become such a coward? A bad premonition flashed through Li Wenhai's heart. Cao Sixi personally filled Lin Fan's glass and began to toast. At the same time, he cursed Li Wenhai in his heart. You little bastard, you are pushing me into the fire. looking at the entire Linjiang city who dares to cause trouble for Lin Fan. Last time he didn't believe in evil and paid the price of half of his family property, and luckily he managed to save his life. Because Cairo Zhu put on a mask in time when someone broke into the box, no one recognized her true identity. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would be shocked by Lin Fan's ability to pick up girls, as he can even pick up popular Asian actresses. After Lin Fan finished drinking, he put down his glass and said slowly, "Fourth Master, you came at the right time. Mr. Li, you should know what to do if you interrupt my meal." Although he was teaching the Fourth Master how to do things, the other party did not dare to show any displeasure but instead tried his best to cooperate. "Mr. Lin, leave it to me." The Fourth Master pushed his wheelchair in front of Li Wenhai and slapped him without saying a word. Banged. "No matter whether you are Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, or Mr. Zhang, you are not even a hair of Mr. Lin. Even my Fourth Master is very respectful to Mr. Lin. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge Mr. Lin? Are you tired of living?" He then gave an order, "Beat him until Mr. Lin is satisfied." Chapter 102, Cairo Zhu is drunk. A group of strong men punched and kicked Li Wenhai, and soon the latter's face was beaten like a pig's head. He begged for mercy hastily. "Fourth Master, spare my life." The Fourth Master said expressionlessly, "Whether I can let you go depends on what Mr. Lin thinks." Li Wenhai simply couldn't believe it. A gangster boss actually had to act according to Lin Fan's instructions. It was too unbelievable. Lin Fan said, "Just take him out and beat him up. Don't delay my meal." "Yes, yes, yes. Then please enjoy your meal, Mr. Lin. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go ahead." The Fourth Master then ordered his men to take Li Wenhai away. When they got to the outside of the hot pot restaurant, the latter was beaten again. "My dear nephew, please don't blame me. I am actually saving you. My men will be careful when they take action. But if you let Mr. Lin take action, you will probably be in danger." Li Wenhai sat on the ground and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Fourth Master, you are exaggerating too much. See what I am like now. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin. He can severely injure 100 people with a single move. This is not an exaggeration, but my personal experience. My dear nephew, listen to my advice. It is better for you to avoid provoking Mr. Lin. You go your way and he goes his way." After saying this, the Fourth Master led the crowd away. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Cairo Zhu finally took off her mask, and for a moment the scene in the box became lively. As expected, she is a woman with a similar appearance to Dilraba Dilmurate, with skin whiter than snow, and exuding a charming temperament in every move. A tycoon once offered $1 million to have dinner with Cairo Zhu, but was ruthlessly rejected. However, Lin Fan was invited actively. Cairo Zhu looked Lin Fan up and down and sighed sincerely. "You have proved the saying that you can't measure the ocean, and you can't judge a person by his appearance. Look at that Fourth Master. He should be a very powerful person in Linjiang City. I didn't expect that when he saw you. He was trembling with fear and trying his best to please you. If I'm not mistaken, he should be sent by young Master Li to deal with you. I didn't expect that young Master Li's enemy is you." She gave him a very high evaluation. "A golden fish cannot be kept in a pond. You are destined to be extraordinary in the future." Cairo Zhu suddenly thought of something. "Oh, right. Just now I asked you to teach Li Xiao a lesson, and you asked me to fulfill a small request of yours. Please tell me." Lin Fan grinned. "Then I won't be polite. I want one of your articles of clothing." Ahumed. Cairo Zhu almost spit out the enoki mushrooms in her mouth. "You actually still have this hobby. Aren't you afraid that I will reject you?" Lin Fan shrugged. "It's okay if you refuse, just pretend I didn't say anything." Cairo Zhu was also in a dilemma. "I'm just wearing a skirt. If I give it to you, will I still be able to go out later?" Lin Fan frowned. "There is still something underneath the skirt. You are not going topless." Cairo Zhu rolled her eyes. "You wish. Don't say we just met. Even if we get to know each other better in the future, I won't do that." "You are very brave. Since you've helped me, I won't bother with you." Cairo Zhu was fully convinced that if any other person of the opposite sex dared to make such an extraordinary request to her, she would definitely get angry. Moreover, she has an explosive water physique, so there are some things that cannot be given to her, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Since it's the clothes on my body, then this should count as well. Cairo Zhu slowly took off the necklace worth $1 million and handed it to Lin Fan. Although the necklace was valuable, it was insignificant compared to her wealth. Lin Fan also noticed how expensive the necklace was. He didn't expect the female star to be so generous and give it to him as a gift. At the same time, A voice of the provocation system came into his mind, reminding him that the power value of his first divine fist had increased. This is fine. What he cares about is the power of the first divine fist, not the specific items given by the women. In fact, no matter it is stockings, uniforms, panties, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, there is not much difference to him. After all, he is not a collector of special items, and has no hobby in that area. All actions are based on rules set by the system. At this moment, at a mass grave on the outskirts of Linjiang City, Taoist priest Haixuan walked over the ground covered with dead bones. The hem of his dark blue Taoist robe swept across the humus soil, startling clusters of faint blue fireflies. Rise! The copper bell rang suddenly, and the talisman paper spontaneously combusted. The cypress coffin in the center exploded with a loud bang, and the smell of rotten flesh mixed with the blue-black smell of corpses rose into the sky. The zombie, dressed in tattered ancient official uniform, stood upright with a 3-foot-long scarlet tongue hanging between its rotten lips. The moonlight shone on its blue-gray nails, reflecting a cold light like a knife blade. Taoist priest Haixuan learned from his experience of controlling corpses last time and decided to control zombies at the corpse king level, so he came here. The zombie in front of him was very powerful, so Taoist Haixuan did not dare to neglect him. He bit his index finger, and a drop of blood condensed into a soul command in mid-air. The zombie growled like a beast and jumped in front of the former. Just as the rotten knuckles were about to touch the Taoist's throat, the copper coin hanging on the corpse's seal suddenly burst into golden light. "Evil beast!" Taoist priest Haixuan shouted, and the ink line from his sleeve entangled the zombie's neck. The cinnabar soaked in black dog blood in the line suddenly boiled, burning 9 smoking holes in the rotten flesh. The zombie struggled for a few times, then stopped moving, and the murderous light in his eyes faded a little. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Kaio Zhu suggested, "Let's have a drink to celebrate our acquaintance." Lin Fan agreed, "No problem." On the table, the white wine that the fourth master had his men bring was still there. Kaio Zhu and Lin Fan drank up the bottle of wine. Before she even left the box, she was so drunk that she could hardly walk. Usually Kaio Zhu drank low-proof red wine and had never drunk 52-proof liquor. In addition, she was not good at drinking, so it was expected that she would get drunk. Due to the effect of alcohol, a blush appeared on the fair face, which gave it a unique flavor. Her lips slightly parted, making people even more confused and bewildered. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. "Hey, if I wasn't drunk, there would be no chance. I just knew that I was too handsome and fascinated you, so you gave me a chance." In response to him, he heard the female star's even and gentle breathing. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Lin Fan took Kaio Zhu back to her own villa and gently placed her on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, the female star in a daze stretched out her arms and hugged him, mumbling, "Big bear, hug me." "I'm not a big bear. A big place is not called a bear." Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He noticed from the corner of his eye that there was a furry teddy bear on the bed. He thought Kaio Zhu must have mistaken him for the other person. Chapter 103, Deliberately Making Things Difficult for Su Yumo. Lin Fan let Kaio Zhu hold him until she fell into a deep sleep. Then he slowly got out of her arms, covered her with a blanket, left the actress's home, and returned to his own villa. Although he now has the opportunity to get his hands on Kaio Zhu, which is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he disdains to take advantage of others. He looks forward to the day when the female star will take the initiative to become his female bootlicker. Perhaps because she was too tired from doing housework, Chen Meijia went to bed early tonight and did not notice Lin Fan coming back from outside. The next day, Lin Fan came to Jiaoying Group. Su Yumo called him to the office. "I have some bad news. Our company is short of funds recently. However, at this critical moment, Li Ruifeng, the vice president of a fund management committee, just contacted me and informed me that he would not approve the loan to our company." Vice chairman of the fund management committee, Li Ruifeng. When Lin Fan heard the name, he seemed to think of something. "If I'm not mistaken, he is the father of that Li Xiao, Li Wenhai." Su Yumo was stunned. "Mr. Li, the one your ex-wife Jiang Yan dated." "That's right." Lin Fan nodded and continued. "It should be Li Wenhai who asked his father to deliberately make things difficult for you. After all, he knows the relationship between you and me. Since he can't beat me, he wants to make things difficult for the people around me." Su Yumo was furious. How despicable. Lin Fan smiled and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, this matter has nothing to do with you, but Li Wenhai guessed that we were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so he deliberately made trouble for you. He was not wrong. After leaving the hot pot restaurant last night, Li Wenhai ran home to complain. When his father saw his son being beaten into a pig's head, he was immediately furious. After all, in the entire Linjiang city, few people dared to touch the young master of the Li family. Li Wenhai claimed that it would be troublesome to use force against Lin Fan, but he and the people around him would never have an easy time. He seemed to have a girlfriend, Su Yumo, the president of Jiaoying Group, who could strangle the company financially. At this moment, Su Yumo received another call from Li Ruifeng. Boss Su, you must be very busy with the funding issue. Actually, there is room for negotiation. Your boyfriend's name is Lin Fan, right? Ask him to kowtow to my son and apologize, and I will consider giving your company a break. Su Yumo glanced at Lin Fan, and it seemed that things were just as he said. She refused decisively. A man's knees are made of gold, and he only kneels to heaven and his mother. I know Lin Fan's character, he will never kneel, and I won't allow him to do so. I'll find a way to deal with the money. After saying that, she ended the call. Lin Fan asked, how much capital does our company need to operate? Su Yumo responded truthfully, about 50 million. I'll transfer 100 million to you. Lin Fan did what he said, without any ambiguity. Where did you get so much money? Su Yumo was shocked for a moment. Although she knew that Lin Fan had made a fortune and had a lot of money, she just didn't expect that he could transfer 100 million yuan with just a wave of his hand. How could she know that with Lin Fan's current wealth, this amount of money could be easily taken out? Lin Fan smiled calmly. I don't steal or rob, I make money lying down. Su Yumo said, I only need 50 million. Lin Fan joked, the other 50 million is for emergencies, just don't spend it at the White Horse Club. The beautiful CEO couldn't help rolling her eyes. I don't have that hobby unless you go to work there. She changed the subject and said gratefully, by the way, I will report to the chairman. You saved the company from the dire situation. I will ask him to give you a promotion and a raise or let you join the board of directors directly. Lin Fan hastily refused. Don't do that. I'm not interested in any of this. If I were really interested, I would have acquired the company long ago. If Su Yumo had heard these remarks in the past, she would undoubtedly have thought that her male subordinate was bragging. But now she believes that the other party is fully capable of doing so. Lin Fan added, it's best to maintain the status quo. He then casually asked, by the way, Mr. Su, do you know who is the chairman of the management committee that Li Ruifeng is a member of? Su Yumo thought for a moment and replied, her name is Zhao Liwan, she's a woman in her early 40s. What do you want to do? Woman, okay. Lin Fan grinned. Since Li Ruifeng dares to deliberately make things difficult for you, then I won't let his life go so easily. He expressed his intention to resign. Boss Su, if you have nothing else to do, I'll go out for a walk. Okay, you can arrange your own time in the company from now on. Su Yumo issued a pass. Just because Lin Fan took out 100 million yuan to help the company without blinking an eye, she had no reason to restrict the other party's freedom. Even if Lin Fan held a party in the company, she would not object. After all, this kid's contribution is so great. If he were Su Yumo, any other CEO would have kowtowed to Lin Fan a long time ago. This person is not just an ordinary employee, he is my father. Lin Fan hummed a little tune and left the company, thinking to himself, Mr. Li, you think you can threaten Su Yumo with the privileges in your hands. But I'm sorry, I can easily resolve the difficulties you set. Originally, this is a matter between me and your son, but you chose to bully the weak. I'm sorry, but I'll let you know that I'm not a persimmon, and I'm not that easy to bully. Lin Fan went straight to a fund management meeting. When he arrived at the destination, he was stopped by a beautiful guide. Sir, what business do you want to handle? Lin Fan got straight to the point and said, I'm looking for your president, Zhao Liwan. Do you have an appointment? No. Excuse me, sir. If you don't have an appointment, then I'm sorry, you can't see President Zhao. Why would I ask her for an appointment? I'm your chairman Zhao's gigolo. I can meet him whenever I want. Lin Fan deliberately started to pick a fight, shouting at the top of his voice. Liwan, I know you're hiding in there. Why didn't you answer my call? Are you tired of the old and in love with the new, and have you kept another pretty boy? I'm so handsome, and I'm good at kung fu, it doesn't make sense. His words made the beautiful guide blush, and the people waiting to handle their business in the hall also laughed and talked about it. What are you doing? Stop making trouble or I'll kick you out. A middle-aged security guard came over with a baton in hand. Lin Fan was not afraid. "Uncle, I advise you to be more discerning. I am Zhao Liwan's pretty boy. If you hurt me, I don't need to tell you the consequences." Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately hesitated, thinking that the young man who was causing trouble had a point. It is better to be a gentleman by talking rather than taking action. Chapter 104, Confused Female President. The security guard thought for a moment and decided that it would be better to report to the president first. Soon, he hurried to Zhao Liwan's office. "President Zhao, there is a young man outside who is not very emotional and threatens to look for you," Zhao Liwan said without even raising her head. "Just drive him away. Do you still need to discuss this with me?" She was wearing a well-tailored dark blue business suit with the hem falling just above her knees, making her look both capable and elegant. She wore a silk white shirt underneath with the neckline slightly open, revealing a delicate silver necklace. Her makeup is delicate but not ostentatious, with soft eyebrows and slightly upturned eye corners, which makes her look firm and charming. Her lips are a light rose pink, which perfectly sets off her complexion. She is in her early 40s, and when she smiles occasionally, a few fine lines appear at the corners of her eyes. But this does not diminish her charm at all, but instead adds a bit of charm that comes with the passage of time. "You have to show up in person." The security guard came up to Zhao Liwan, covered his mouth with one hand, and whispered, "I claim it is yours." "My what?" "Your little white face." "Bullshit, I don't have a gigolo. This is an insult to my character." Zhao Liwan immediately became furious. She then stormed out into the hall. "I just happened to run into Lin Fan talking nonsense." Zhao Liwan said angrily, "Who are you? Do I know you? Please don't slander me." Lin Fan shamelessly said in front of everyone, "Liwan, I am your gigolo. Last night you called me little sweetie, but today you are pretending not to know me." His actions were clearly a blatant provocation. What is Zhao Liwan's identity? She is the chairman of the Fund Management Committee, a position that is 1 in a million. As expected, a voice provoking the system rang out in Lin Fan's mind. "Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Zhao Liwan and arousing her strong anger. Reward the host with 20 million RMB and 200 points of charm." It's still not enough. Lin Fan believed that this provocation was insignificant, because the purpose of his trip was to deal with Zhao Liwan as soon as possible and make her obedient so that he could deal with Vice President Li Ruifeng. He and Zhao Liwan were strangers to each other. If he wanted to achieve his goal, the fastest way would be to use the provocation system to increase his own charm value and make her a loyal female licker. Although Zhao Liwan's overall appearance is not the best, Lin Fan is willing to go all out to punish Li Ruifeng. Lin Fan started a new round of provocation. He said to Zhao Liwan affectionately, "My new uniform has arrived today. Wear it tonight. I guarantee you'll look sexy." Many people were whispering. They didn't know whether what Lin Fan said was true. After all, considering Zhao Liwan's age, status, and wealth, it is normal for her to keep a gigolo, but this kind of thing cannot be brought to the table. In everyone's opinion, it was probably Zhao Liwan's fickleness that made Lin Fan angry. Zhao Liwan has a very anti-vibe, and she still looks particularly charming. For some men who like older women, Zhao Liwan undoubtedly exudes a special and irresistible charm. Some people even cast envious glances at Lin Fan, envious of the fact that he once possessed such a charming woman. Soon, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind again. "Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target person Zhao Liwan again, and aroused unprecedented anger from the other party. Reward the host with 30 million RMB and 300 points of charm." Currently, the host's charm value in Zhao Liwan's mind is 503 points. Zhao Liwan frowned and scolded coldly. "Please be respectful. We are strangers. Besides, I have never had that kind of hobby." "Security, kick him out." After receiving the order, the middle-aged security guard said to Lin Fan rudely, "Get out of here." At the same time, he raised the baton in his hand, ready to strike Lin Fan at any time. "Wait a moment." At this moment, Zhao Liwan suddenly called a halt. The reason why she changed her mind was entirely because of Lin Fan's charm in her mind. The security guard turned his head, confusion evident on his face. Zhao Liwan looked at Lin Fan and said, "You come with me to the office." Lin Fan said with a smile, "That's right." He then turned to the security guard and said, "Luckily you didn't do anything, otherwise you might have to pack up and leave here." The other party was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall, whether they were customers or staff, looked at each other in bewilderment. "Oh my God, It seems that Zhao Liwan and Lin Fan are really having an affair. Otherwise, why would President Zhao suddenly invite the latter to her office for a secret talk? It seems that this young man must have something extraordinary that made President Zhao linger and have endless aftertastes. Yes, if it were a place with no one around, I believe President Zhao would treat this young man with a different attitude, and he would definitely be enthusiastic and proactive. This kid is really lucky. President Zhao is actually quite feminine. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. This feeling is really irresistible. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Lin Fan slowly followed Zhao Liwan and walked towards the office. The latter's walking habit seems to be that he likes to twist his hips left and right, and his hips are plump, so he looks very eye-catching and makes people feel hot in the nose. If you look at it for a long time, your nose will probably bleed. After entering the office, Zhao Liwan turned her head and looked at Lin Fan. "Have you seen enough?" Lin Fan did not look away but smiled and said, "No." "You're quite courageous." Lin Fan said casually, "It's not just courage that's not small." "Yeah." Hearing this, Zhao Liwan looked at Lin Fan up and down with interest. "You're not bragging, are you? I like honest people. Boasting is not my thing." Zhao Liwan's eyes were burning. "I'll believe you for now. What's your name?" "Lin Fan." "Lin Fan." Zhao Liwan read out the name and said seriously, "You made me look bad today. If I wasn't broad-minded, I would never forgive you." In fact, she was extremely shocked in her heart, because she originally wanted to chase the troublemaker away. But unexpectedly, she suddenly felt like she was possessed by a ghost and actually developed a good impression of this person. That kind of good feeling was so strong that it couldn't be concealed even by the anger in my heart. Not only that, Zhao Liwan was looking at Lin Fan at this moment. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that he liked her and was comfortable with her. It was so pleasing to the eye that it even made her heart beat faster. Chapter 105, Dealing with the Female President. What on earth is going on? Zhao Liwan was secretly more and more surprised. Her psychological changes were really too abnormal. Because what Lin Fan did was indeed too much, and she somehow chose to forgive him. Not only that, she also developed a good impression of him. She had always focused her energy on her career, which led to her current success. But she had delayed her relationship issues and is still an older single woman. Is life going to have a second spring? Zhao Liwan couldn't help but look at Lin Fan again. Although the young man didn't look like the handsome guy that people imagined, the charm he exuded was even better than that of a male model. It was really amazing. And from what Lin Fan said just now, he seems to have some extraordinary qualities, which is really exciting. While Zhao Liwan was fantasizing, her dopamine surged, so much so that her eyes and eyebrows were full of charm. "I don't care why you're here. I'm in need of a driver. Are you willing to be my exclusive driver? As for the salary, I will definitely not let you down." Lin Fan began to paint a rosy picture for the other party. "It's not convenient for me. I have a stable job at the moment, but in the future, everything is possible." "Okay, don't keep me waiting too long." Since it was an independent office with no outsiders present, Zhao Liwan enthusiastically placed one hand on the back of Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that the current charm value of 503 points was not enough to make the female president obedient, so he had to provoke her again. A smirk appeared on his face. "I want to see you on your knees." "What are you talking about?" As expected, Zhao Liwan looked unhappy because she felt that the young man was too rude. After all, she is the female president of the Fund Management Committee. How can she kneel down in such shame? She tried her best to control her emotions and took a deep breath. "We have just met and haven't gotten to know each other well yet. I am not such a casual person, so your wish cannot be fulfilled for the time being, but if you perform well in the future, I can satisfy you." Lin Fan continued to provoke the other party. "Kneel now, there is no room for negotiation." Zhao Liwan was immediately furious. "Mr. Lin, don't be so presumptuous. Don't say that we have no relationship at the moment. Even if you are my gigolo, you can never be above me. From your tone, it feels like you are my immediate superior." Lin Fan smiled without saying anything. He was waiting for the voice that would provoke the system. Within a few seconds, he heard the system's words. "Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the target person Zhao Liwan. The system detected that the other party's anger value has skyrocketed. Reward the host with 30 million RMB and 300 points of charm." The host's charm value in the eyes of the target person Zhao Liwan has now accumulated to 803 points. Zhao Liwan has developed an unprecedented liking for the host. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. He had provoked the female president repeatedly today and earned 80 million RMB in a short period of time. He felt really good. Although 100 million was spent today to help Su Yumo, it was earned back quickly. In fact, as long as Lin Fan is willing, it is not a problem to make billions a day, just like before in the magnificent KTV, and asked Sister Hong to call more than 200 beauties to provoke him. As Lin Fan expected, the anger on Zhao Luan's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by embarrassment. Hate it? Are you really that hot-tempered? Can't you wait until they get off work before making your request? In the past, Lin Fan simply couldn't believe this scene. The arrogant female president, whom he had never met, would actually speak to him in a coquettish and shy manner. A woman of this age, who is like a ripe peach, looks really charming when she is shy. Lin Fan sat on the leather sofa opposite Zhao Luan, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and smoked leisurely. I like obedient, well-behaved, and docile women, Zhao Luan said shyly. I understand everything. I will cooperate with you. She almost said the word master. The effect of charm was fully demonstrated on her, which made Lin Fan secretly exclaim in excitement. With the provocation system in hand, if he lets go, he will be the master of picking up girls. Next, Zhao Luan actually knelt in front of Lin Fan as requested, with a bit of shyness and a bit of reluctance on her face. Then she adjusted her direction, turned her back to Lin Fan, and knelt on the ground. The visual impact was extremely strong, a visual feast that was beyond words. This young man is teachable. Lin Fan commented, it has the potential to be a good tune. Humph, that's really bad. Zhao Luan stood up and said boldly, if it weren't for working hours, I would have killed you in the office. She then couldn't wait to ask, baby, do you have time tonight? Let's celebrate our acquaintance, just the two of us alone. You can come to my house, I'm always available, and if you can stay overnight. She had been single for so many years, and suddenly, a charming man of the opposite sex opened her heart. She no longer cared about her womanly reserve, and her intentions in words became more and more straightforward. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so impatient? Zhao Luan whispered softly in Lin Fan's ear. High-speed trains have increased their speed, so we have to speed up as well. Don't you like uniforms? How about I wear one for you tonight? When Lin Fan heard this, he felt a tingling sensation spreading through his body. He was fully convinced that if he went to the female president's residence tonight, he would not be able to get a good night's rest. There will be opportunities in the future, don't be so anxious. Lin Fan finally made his intention clear. President Zhao, I asked you to come here today because I really want you to handle something. You're still calling me president? Why are you so formal? Zhao Luan's eyes were filled with tears. You want me to help you, so please start now and call me something nice like baby, dear, etc. No one has ever called me that before. I want to feel it for a while. Her face was filled with deep anticipation. Must I? That's right, baby. As soon as these two simple words came out of his mouth, Lin Fan himself felt so corny that goosebumps appeared all over his body. Zhao Luan smiled with satisfaction and said, That's right, my dear. Tell me, how do you want me to help you? Lin Fan said calmly, Among your subordinates, is there a man called Li Ruifeng? The other party nodded. Yes, he is the second in command of our fund management committee. What happened? Chapter 106, Robbery. He used his private power to disrupt the normal business dealings between your company and Jiaoyang Group. Lin Fan then recounted the incident of Li Ruifeng threatening Su Yumo. Zhao Luan was immediately furious when she heard this. How can this be possible? Li Ruifeng is really going too far. There were two reasons why she was furious. First, Li Ruifeng's use of his private power had indeed damaged the image of the Fund Management Committee. Second, the person the other party really wanted to teach a lesson to was Lin Fan. But now, the latter's position in her heart is irreplaceable. Zhao Luan likes Lin Fan very much and will never allow anyone to cause trouble for him. Therefore, in Zhao Luan's opinion, no matter which aspect, the mistakes made by Li Ruifeng were extremely serious and unforgivable. Baby, what do you want me to do with him? I want to hear your advice. An incident of this egregious nature will, of course, receive the maximum penalty. Lin Fan said slowly. Otherwise, he will do the same to other companies next time, which will bring negative impact and immeasurable losses to your company, and even your position as chairman will be affected. Zhao Luan nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Lin Fan said seriously. I am actually trying to save your fund management association. After all, if I publish Li Ruifeng's behavior online, the consequences will naturally be detrimental to the Fund Management Association. Zhao Luan was deeply moved and held Lin Fan's hand tightly. It is my fate to meet you. I will remember your kindness in my heart, and I will repay you in the future. Then she gave the other person an extra tight hug. Good job. Lin Fan could clearly feel a surging wave. The female president is really interesting. Such a hug is very enjoyable. Robbery. At this moment, 4 masked gangsters suddenly broke in from outside, armed with guns, and aggressively broke into the hall of the Fund Management Committee. The middle-aged security guard saw this, and just as he raised his baton, he was hit on the head by the butt of a gun. He fell to the ground with blood all over his head. Get the hell down. A gangster holding a shotgun shouted. They had a clear division of labor. Some people quickly closed the door from the inside, while others broke into the counter to prevent anyone from calling the police. The customers and staff were all so frightened when they saw this that they either squatted or lay on the ground, cooperating obediently and not daring to resist at all. After all, the criminals were holding real weapons. Originally, the criminals had no chance to get into the counter. Li Ruifeng happened to be instructing his subordinates at the time and was closest to the door. He could have stopped the criminals by rushing forward and closing the door from the inside. However, before the criminals could say anything, he was so scared that he squatted down first. Zhao Luan heard the noise outside and her face changed. Call the police immediately. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. No need, I can handle it. Don't joke around. If the criminals are ruthless and massacre us here, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to survive. What do you think that is? Lin Fan pointed at the teacup. Zhao Luan was confused. A teacup. Lin Fan pointed his finger in the air, and with a snap, the ceramic teacup broke into several pieces. Zhao Luan suddenly stood there as if petrified. Hitting from a distance was a supernatural power that seemed to appear only in the movies, but Lin Fan somehow possessed it. She blurted out subconsciously, "Your fingers are amazing." Lin Fan smiled without saying anything, but the smile on his face at this moment looked a little evil, which made people think it was weird. However, Zhao Luan did not dare to have any wild thoughts. After all, there were several armed gangsters outside. I want money and gold. One of the gangsters took off his backpack while speaking. At this time, his accomplice noticed Lin Fan and Zhao Luan and immediately shouted fiercely, "Are you too deaf? Get down right now." He waved the pistol viciously, as if he might shoot at any moment. Lin Fan said to Zhao Luan, "Stand behind me." The female president suddenly felt warm in her heart. The current situation was definitely the best test. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Fan actually asked her to stand behind him in order to protect her. She was so moved that she blurted out, "Let's die together." Who said he was dead? Lin Fan smiled meaningfully and said, "Unless it's in bed." Zhao Luan was speechless. The situation was urgent and her life was in danger at any time, yet the other party was still in the mood to make a joke. Lin Fan continued, "Be obedient, dear." The female president said stubbornly, "I won't." One of the gangsters yelled, "Robbery. How dare you two keep talking in front of me? Do you take us seriously?" Lin Fan glanced at the other party and replied, "I will answer you now. I really don't take you seriously, and your accomplices, you are nothing but farts." Li Ruifeng, who was squatting on the ground, immediately raised his head and said to Lin Fan in dissatisfaction, "If you really want to die, don't harm us. Why don't you just cooperate with the 4 big brothers?" Lin Fan sneered, "Look at how cowardly you are. I think it would be better for you to travel back to ancient times and become a eunuch." He pointed at Zhao Luan and introduced her to the 4 criminals. "She is the person in charge here. I have a good impression of her. If you dare to cause trouble in her territory, I think you are tired of living." The criminals were stunned. They never expected that the robbery plan would be so ridiculous and unexpected. There was actually a fool who was not afraid of death. Facing the gun, he still dared to challenge with a smile. In the eyes of others, Lin Fan's behavior was undoubtedly courting death. One of the gangsters ordered, "Lao Kui, I'll leave it to you. Let's pack the money quickly." "Yes." A gangster named Lao Kui walked towards Lin Fan with a pistol in hand. "If you don't get down, I'll shoot you." Lin Fan said calmly, "I think you should get some sleep. As for the rest of you, I'm afraid you won't get anything today. You can't take any money or gold with you." In everyone's eyes, his words were undoubtedly excessive bragging. "You fucking..." The gangster named Lao Kui became furious upon hearing this and raised his gun to pull the trigger. He would never allow anyone to look down on him like this. However, at the critical moment, Lin Fan raised his arm and poked lightly with his index finger from a distance of several meters. Boom! Lao Kui fell on his back with a blood hole as thick as a finger on his forehead, as if he had been hit by a bullet. The remaining criminals were all dumbfounded, killing people from a distance. This was too unbelievable. They looked intently at Lao Kui, who was lying motionless on the ground. His accomplice was indeed dead, and the bloody hole on his forehead was clearly visible. Crash! The three gangsters simultaneously aimed their guns at Lin Fan. Chapter 107, Dismissal. Fall! Lin Fan pointed his finger at the air 3 times in quick succession, as if he was dying. The 3 gangsters fell to the ground before they could even fire a shot, with blood holes visible on their foreheads. Lin Fan retracted his index finger and said loudly, "It's okay, everyone get up." Everyone stood up in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they saw. Lin Fan actually defeated 4 armed gangsters with his bare hands. This is not a movie, it really happened. Shark people from the air, it's really incredible. Hero, great hero. Several salesgirls ran over. Having survived the disaster, they were filled with deep gratitude towards Lin Fan and couldn't help but hug each other tightly. What are you doing? Seeing this, Zhao Liwan immediately stopped him. He is mine. No one is allowed to hug him except me. The salesgirls then let go of their hands. Many customers came forward with lingering fears and expressed their gratitude to Lin Fan. Handsome man, thank you so much. If you hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid we would be in great danger. Yes, after the robbery, the criminals will most likely take some hostages to threaten them in order to avoid the police pursuit. It was you who pulled us back from the brink of death. Handsome man, your skills are really amazing. Not only is he handsome, he's incredible. His fingers are more powerful than bullets. Your woman must be blessed. The last sentence made the female president Zhao Liwan's eyes flicker with deep expectation. It must be that God couldn't bear to see me being single for so many years, so he sent down such a charming and handsome guy, who is also very skilled in martial arts. There is no doubt that he has extraordinary physical strength. If I were to compare myself to a field and Lin Fan to a cow, then this field of mine would probably be plowed to make it very fertile. Lin Fan, I really don't know how to repay you. Zhao Liwan spoke with deep affection, and the words, "I will commit myself to you," were almost written on her face. Lin Fan responded calmly, "No need to repay, just take care of what I told you to do just now. I'm leaving first," etc. Zhao Liwan pulled him aside without saying anything and whispered, "Baby, you haven't left me your contact information yet. How can I find you when I miss you in the future? I just want to be with you tonight." She then added Lin Fan's contact information, smiling and feeling extremely happy. Lin Fan reminded, "I have a lot of female liquors." "Then you definitely don't mind having one more. Actually, apart from my age, I'm not bad in any other aspects. I'm as delicious as a peach. I promise you won't be disappointed." "Ahem, President Zhao, can't you be more reserved? Call me baby, it's because you are so charming. I want to be reserved, but I can't control the real impulse in my heart. If you're not busy at work, let's spend some time together this afternoon and get to know each other better." Zhao Liwan originally wanted to use the phrase in-depth understanding, but she changed her words temporarily. She had to maintain the image of a woman to some extent. "No time, I'm leaving now." Lin Fan said this and turned away. "I send you." Zhao Liwan chased after him enthusiastically and sent him to the gate. She waved her hand reluctantly. She looked at Lin Fan's back, admiring him very much, and murmured, "So cool." When she came back, she immediately said to Li Ruifeng with a cold face, "President Li, come to my office." Li Ruifeng saw that Zhao Liwan looked unhappy, so as soon as he entered the room, he took the initiative to take the blame. "President Zhao, calm down. This matter is my negligence. Our fund management committee should not have only one security guard. But don't worry, I will recruit immediately." Zhao Liwan responded coldly, "It's no longer necessary. President Zhao, I don't quite understand what you mean. From now on, you are no longer a senior executive of this fund management committee, nor even an ordinary employee. You have been fired." Li Ruifeng was terrified and said, "President Zhao, please stop joking. I am more serious than ever. You abused your personal power and tried to threaten Jiaoyang Group in order to retaliate against Lin Fan. You can resolve your conflict privately, but you are using public affairs to handle private matters, which is a discredit to this fund management committee. To prevent future troubles, I have no choice but to do this." Zhao Liwan cut the Gordian knot and said, "Don't blame me, blame your stupid impulse." Li Ruifeng looked extremely embarrassed. "You know everything. President Zhao, I admit that I was confused for a moment, but please consider my hard work and give me some leniency. I will withdraw my threats against Jiaoyang Group. It's too late, Zhao Liwan said seriously. If everything could be forgiven, the world would have been in chaos long ago. There were two reasons why she was so determined. One was that Li Ruifeng had indeed gone too far, and the other was that the person he had offended was Lin Fan, and now the latter's position in her mind was like a mountain. Li Ruifeng knelt down crying, "President Zhao, please give me a chance. It would be more decent for you to leave now." Zhao Liwan was not moved at all. "I don't need to tell you how embarrassing the consequences will be if the security guards ask you to leave later." Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Li Ruifeng had no choice but to stand up, wipe away his tears, and leave the office. He never expected that he would lose his job because of helping his son Li Wenhai to get revenge. The vice president of the Fund Management Committee was a rare and good job, but he lost it right in front of his eyes. Li Ruifeng felt heartbroken and extremely uncomfortable. What he didn't understand was why Zhao Liwan was so heartless and insisted on firing him. Most likely she was worried that she would threaten her future position. At the same time, Li Ruifeng hated Lin Fan even more. If it wasn't for revenge on the other party, how could he have lost his golden rice bowl? He thought to himself, "Mr. Lin, I'm never done with you." And there was Su Yumo, the female president of Jiaoyang Group. It must have been this woman who reported her to Zhao Liwan. After all, he only threatened her over the phone. "Bitch, if you dare to mess with me, I will definitely mess with you." Li Ruifeng thought of killing two birds with one stone. He decided to go all out and find an opportunity to manipulate Su Yumo. In this way, he could get his hands on the city beauty of Linjiang City and take revenge on Lin Fan. After all, the latter's girlfriend was toyed with by him. If the plan had succeeded, Lin Fan would probably be furious. Thinking of this, Li Ruifeng couldn't wait any longer in his heart. Lin Fan, you will see my masterpiece soon." Chapter 108, The Death of Taoist Priest Hai Xuan and Zombie King. Li Ruifeng called Su Yumo and said, "Boss Su, do you have time after get off work? Let's have a quick meal and talk about funding. Maybe there is still a chance to turn the situation around for Jiaoyang Group." He planned to find an opportunity to get the cold and beautiful president drunk at the dinner table, and then take advantage of her. Originally, his plan was very thorough, but he didn't expect that Zhao Liwan contacted Su Yumo as soon as he left the fund management meeting. "Boss Su, I'm Zhao Liwan, the president of a fund management committee. I'm really sorry that my employee Li Ruifeng has been making things difficult for your company. But don't worry, he has been fired. Our fund management committee will not deliberately make things difficult for Jiaoyang Group and will still regard it as a partner." "Thank you, President Zhao. I believe that the fund management will get better and better under your leadership and reach a higher level." Su Yumo was in a good mood when she heard such good news. She didn't expect Li Ruifeng to lose his golden rice bowl so quickly. If she guessed correctly, Lin Fan must have contributed to this. Therefore, the latter left the company and must have gone to the fund management committee. Now Su Yumo received another call from Li Ruifeng, and naturally guessed the other party's ill intentions. "President Li, no, I can't call you president anymore, because I got the news that you are no longer a member of a certain fund management committee. So, I don't think we will have any business dealings anymore, and there is no need for a dinner party." After saying that, she hung up the phone without any hesitation. Li Ruifeng was so angry that he was fuming. Damn it, his plan was aborted so quickly. When Lin Fan returned to the gate of Jiaoyang Group, he happened to run into a familiar figure, Taoist Hai Xuan. Next to the messy-haired Taoist priest, there was a zombie standing. It was dressed in ancient clothing, and its body was filled with murderous aura. Its skin was bluish-gray, its muscles were knotty, its eyes were glowing a strange red, and its fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth, dripping with smelly liquid. You can tell at first glance that it is many times more powerful than the ordinary zombies before. "Lin Fan, I finally got you." Taoist priest Hai Xuan smiled sinisterly. "I will accept you today. How much cat urine did you drink? You're pretty drunk." Lin Fan sneered. "Where did you find this zombie? Is she your girlfriend?" Hearing this, Taoist priest Hai Xuan immediately flew into a rage. "How dare you? You are about to die, yet you still dare to be so disrespectful to me." Lin Fan reminded him. "Damn Taoist priest, I think you have forgotten the pain now that the wound has healed. I once warned you not to show up in Linjiang City again, but you ignored my kindness. It seems there won't be a next time." Humph, I dare to appear in front of you this time because I am absolutely sure that the zombie I control is not an ordinary zombie, but a zombie king. It will take your life for me. My reputation has been ruined in your hands, and I must regain it. Besides, if I kill you, I can collect the reward from Master Feng. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, I can't let you go. Taoist priest Haixuan then gave an order, kill him for me. The zombie king roared, leaped up suddenly, and aimed its sharp claws straight at Lin Fan's throat. Its speed was so fast that ordinary people could not see its movements at all. But Lin Fan just raised his hand lightly. Call out. Banged. An invisible energy wave shot out from his palm as fast as lightning and hit the zombie king's body with a force like thunder. In an instant, the zombie king's body collapsed and shattered into countless pieces. The sky was filled with blood mist and clothes that were torn into thousands of pieces. Taoist Haixuan was stunned. The one he was controlling was the zombie king, who had great powers, but Lin Fan turned him into ashes in one move. Not even a complete body was left. Lin Fan calmly withdrew his hand. Damn Taoist priest, how many zombies do you have? Release them all. I'll go back and look for her. The mountains remain green and the water flows on forever. See you later. Taoist Haixuan used the excuse of looking for zombies and prepared to escape. However, he heard a cold voice. Did I ask you to leave? Lin Fan said, if there are zombies around you now, you can release them. If not, there is no need for you to look for them anymore. I have already let you go. It is you who do not value your good luck. Not only did you dare to return to Linjiang City, but you also tried to go against me. So you can't stay. In the next life, I will work hard for Master Feng again. Lin Fan raised his hand and clapped again. Don't want. Taoist Haixuan was terrified. He originally thought that with the zombie king in his hands, he had already secured victory. However, he still seriously underestimated Lin Fan's strength. The zombie king could not even last one round in the latter's hands. I was too careless. He will pay for it. Lin Fan acted decisively. His palm energy was like a cannon hitting Taoist Haixuan's body. There was another explosion, and the situation of the mixed-haired Taoist priest was exactly the same as that of the zombie king. He immediately turned into ashes and filled the surrounding air. How could Taoist Haixuan know that after just a few days of not seeing each other, Lin Fan's attack power had already changed a lot, and the power of the first divine fist had increased many times? Let alone one zombie king, even if he faced hundreds of them, Lin Fan would still kill them all without leaving a single piece of armor, and the blood would flow like a river. Taoist Haixuan died with his eyes wide open, because Lin Fan never gave him any chance to beg for mercy. Not long after dealing with the weird Taoist priest, Lin Fan unexpectedly received a call from Zhao Liwan, the president of a fund management association. President Zhao, what are your instructions? My dear, please don't call me President Zhao. It makes me feel so strange. I like you to call me my dear. Zhao Liwan's voice was so sweet and coquettish, completely different from her usual cold and aloof image. I have something to report to you. I kicked Li Ruifeng out. If he dares to offend you, he must be prepared to lose his golden rice bowl. Lin Fan hummed. The word report is well used. I like it. Who would have thought that a few hours ago, he and the other party were completely strangers? But just by repeatedly provoking Zhao Liwan through the provocation system, he easily turned the other party into his loyal female licker. It's really wonderful. It's so cool. Zhao Liwan said softly. As long as you like it, I will be willing to report anything to you in the future. Ever since Lin Fan left her unit, she has been heartbroken. Perhaps this is the feeling of lovesickness and missing someone. She has never had this feeling before. It is so sweet and torturous. She wishes she could be with Lin Fan 24 hours a day. It would be even better if they could be in close contact with each other. Zhao Liwan asked expectantly, Baby, when are you free? Let's make an appointment. I will wear the sexiest and hottest clothes and show them to you alone. Chapter 109, UFC Invitation. Will you make $500 million US? Lin Fan simply responded, We'll talk about it later. He didn't expect that the female president would get entangled with him so quickly. He had to admit that the provocation system was powerful. However, Lin Fan felt a little guilty about this woman. After all, the purpose of contacting her was actually to punish Li Ruifeng. However, he had to face a reality, which was to make her his loyal female licker. Even so, in Lin Fan's opinion, Zhao Liwan's charm is far greater than that of his ex-wife, Jiang Yan. Speak of the devil appears. When Lin Fan was about to go to the company, he heard an exceptionally soft voice behind him. Lin Fan. He turned around and saw that it was Jiang Yan. He ignored the other party. A good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has left. What's more, he now has more grass to eat. Although my ex-wife was dressed very fashionably and beautifully today. However, he didn't feel anything at all and couldn't muster any interest at all. Here's the lunch I brought you. Jiang Yan handed over a thermos box containing 5 or 6 sumptuous dishes. You have to know that when Lin Fan and Jiang Yan were together, it was always the former who cooked, but it still made the other party dissatisfied, and in return she was disliked. Unexpectedly, after the divorce, Jiang Yan changed her usual behavior and cooked and brought the food over herself. He tried to repair the relationship between the two in this way and make Lin Fan change his mind, but a broken mirror could never be mended. What's more, in Lin Fan's mind, his ex-wife no longer had any attraction for him. You've never cooked before. Is the food you cook edible? Go talk to your rich second-generation boyfriend. You won't get any results with me. Take out a mirror and look at yourself now. How can you compare to the woman next to me? The most important thing for a person is to know himself. Lin Fan's original intention was to persuade his ex-wife to leave, because he knew that if he tried to persuade her in a friendly manner, she would definitely pester him, so his tone was not polite. That's good, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully provoked the target person, Jiang Yan. Next, there was the system's monetary reward, and the increase in Jiang Yan's charm value in her mind. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and thought to himself, not good, because he knew very well that once his charm value increased, his ex-wife would like him more. Although he earned 10 million, Lin Fan did not want his ex-wife to become his bootlicker. As expected, Jiang Yan looked at Lin Fan lovingly. I was wrong before. I went too far. Please give me another chance. One time is enough. You are the only one in my heart. I won't talk about boyfriend or girlfriend with anyone else. I know I can't compare to the beauties around you, but I love you sincerely. If you can't make it happen, I can be your junior. In the end, she lowered her proud head. How arrogant she was before, how humble she is now. Lin Fan said bluntly, you don't deserve it. The women I want to marry must be pleasing to the eye, and make me happy when I see them. And you're just the opposite. If you don't leave, I'll call security. He could have used sharper words, but considering the existence of the provocation system, that would make his ex-wife like him more, so he forced himself to control himself. Jiang Yan said unwillingly, I won't give up. I'll come back to see you. Here's the food for you. If you don't want to eat it, just throw it away and feed it to the dog. After saying that, she placed the incubator on the ground. Lin Fan held the insulated box and handed it to the security guard at the gate. Eat it while it's hot. The security guard took it and said flatteredly, thank you, Brother Lin. The reason why he was so polite to Lin Fan was because he knew that he had a special relationship with the group's female president, Su Yumo. Lin Fan was chatting with the security personnel when he suddenly received a strange phone call. The other party was a middle-aged man, speaking Chinese that sounded a little broken. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin? That's right. The middle-aged man got straight to the point and said, I am the boss of UFC, Black Dana. I saw your underground boxing video that was leaked, and I think your fighting skills are exceptionally impressive. I want to open up the Dragon Country market and select a Dragon Country player to compete against Da Wying, the top active UFC fighter, in a world competition. The prize money is very generous. As long as you participate, you can get a reward of 20 million M gold. Of course, if you can defeat the Great Eagle, you can earn 500 million US dollars. 500 million US dollars. Lin Fan smiled and said, actually, I'm not interested in the money, because I want to find a top expert in the world to compete with. Black Dana responded, it seems that you are very confident that you can win the 500 million US dollars. Lin Fan was not modest. Isn't that a piece of cake? He was just telling the truth. Very good. I admire players who have confidence in themselves. But your skills are indeed impressive, and you deserve this confidence. Of course, I also want to remind you that our UFC is the world's top fighting competition, which brings together the top fighting masters from all over the world. You are fighting underground. Although you are extremely fierce, you are in one city after all. You are very limited and your opponents are relatively weak. Once you step onto the top ring, you may be in trouble. But it doesn't matter. As long as you are willing to participate, you will get a guaranteed reward of 20 million M gold. As for the 500 million US dollars, it depends on your ability. Lin Fan smiled and said, I will accept it reluctantly. Black Dana was extremely surprised and said, "So you agreed." Actually, it is not surprising when you think about it. After all, how many people can refuse such a high salary from the bottom of their hearts? Of course, he didn't know that Lin Fan made money so easily with his super system that he didn't care about his small profits. Instead, he wanted to find a peerless master to fight with. With his current skills, he was really invincible. Lin Fan suggested, "I have a condition. Speaking, that is, the competition will be held in Linjiang City. If you can agree to this, I promise to show the world my amazing offensive and defensive capabilities." Lin Fan said calmly, "In this world, all the most powerful top fighting champions under your command will be left far behind." "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Black Dana then asked, "I will fly to Linjiang City right away to talk to you. How is your current fighting condition?" Lin Fan responded, "You can join the battle at any time." Chapter 110, Fame End. A few days later, Linjiang City became famous, and Lin Fan also became famous. Because major media began to report that the world's top fighting event, UFC, will be held in Linjiang City. The city has never hosted such a top-level event in the fighting world. On the cover of the online promotion, there are only two people in the most eye-catching position, namely Lin Fan and Daying. The rest of the fighters are just serving as a foil. There will be multiple fights on the day of the competition, but the heaviest fight will undoubtedly be between Lin Fan and Daying. De Wying is a household name in the world. His record is 29 wins and 0 losses, with a winning rate of 100%. Therefore, he also won the title of the greatest mixed martial artist of all time. De Wying is best at ground fighting. Once his opponent is dragged to the ground by him, it basically means that he will be surrendered. In the entire UFC, he can be said to be truly invincible. However, no one knew Lin Fan, Daying's opponent in this battle. This phenomenon was extremely rare. Because of the UFC events, the contestants are basically well known to fighting fans. Now, for the first time in history, a strange face appears. Of course, there are also people who have seen Lin Fan's amazing skills in the underground boxing ring on certain foreign websites, and they know that his opponent's strength is far greater than his fame. So these people believe that the match between Daying and Lin Fan will be incomparably exciting. Regarding Lin Fan's upcoming participation in the UFC event and his challenge to the most powerful fighting champion in the world, Eagle, the beauties around him also sent their blessings. The cold female CEO Su Yumo, the beautiful tenant Chen Meijio, the hot policewoman Yang Tao, the pure school flower Liu Chuxia, the popular female star Kairo Zhu, the president of the fund management committee Zhao Heiyin, the female godfather Hong Jai. They all knew Lin Fan's skills, so even though they knew their opponent Daying was extremely powerful compared to the former, he was nothing but a dwarf compared to a giant, and there was a world of difference between them. Sure, Lin Fan, you're about to become famous. You will definitely beat the big eagle into a small eagle. I heard that Daying has been wrestling with a little black bear at home since he was a child, so his wrestling skills are invincible. But when he meets you, Lin Fan, his trump card will become vulnerable. I will be there in person to cheer you on and witness your great moment, wearing the gold belt that will attract worldwide attention. As long as you can defeat the great eagle, I will be your female licker for the rest of my life. A few days later, the Linjiang Olympic Sports Center was packed with people. The much-anticipated CFC event finally arrived as scheduled. There are many exciting matches in this event, and the most watched and most important one is undoubtedly the match between Lin Fan and Daying. After all, Daying's popularity is top-notch, and he is a super idol in the eyes of many fighting fans. In their opinion, Daying was about to get his 30th victory from Lin Fan. No matter how good Lin Fan was at fighting, he would be defeated by the former. What's more, the latter was an unknown person, and his strength was mediocre in comparison. He was just a stepping stone for Daying to achieve consecutive victories. It can almost be said that no one is optimistic about Lin Fan, except for his army of ladies. Su Yumo, Chen Meijio, Yang Tao, Hong Jai, Liu Chuxia, Kairo Zhu, and Zhao Heiyin were all present and all came to the scene to cheer for him. At the same time, these peerless beauties also became a beautiful landscape in the Olympic Sports Center. These beauties secretly sighed to each other that Lin Fan's charm was so great that he could attract so many stunning beauties at the same time. It also proved that their vision was correct. It seemed that they would have to compete for Lin Fan's favor in the future. Also coming to help Lin Fan were Wang Lao-hu and others. Although the latter was a local bully, he had already been completely conquered. He said sincerely, Master Lin, you are about to create a record, that is, the undefeated myth of defeating the Big Eagle. Wang Lao, who had seen Lin Fan's skills, so he was extremely confident in his strength. In his opinion, even if 10 Big Eagles attacked together, they would be defeated by Master Lin. After several games, the finale finally began slowly. Lin Fan and Daying appeared one after another. Many fighting fans were cheering in the audience. Daying, I love you. Big Eagle will win. With the blessing of the idol Halo, fighting fans admired Daying extremely. Wang Lao, who was not willing to be outdone, and shouted loudly, "Come on, Master Lin." The women's army also cheered, "Come on, Lin Fan." On the ring, Lin Fan stood opposite the Big Eagle. There was a trace of disdain on the other's face, as if he didn't take him seriously. In fact, Big Eagle really couldn't understand why Black Dana would arrange such an unknown person for him. If it weren't for the $500 million, he would not have agreed to this competition. Although Daying also obtained the video of Lin Fan showing his prowess in the underground boxing ring from his assistant, he felt that the video was fake because it was impossible for someone to knock a tall and strong opponent out more than 10 meters with one punch. Big Eagle grinned at Lin Fan and said, "I will press you to the ground and rub you hard." Lin Fan smiled back. "In order to make the audience less disappointed, I decided not to end the game early, but to finish you in the third round." Upon hearing this, Daying immediately became angry and said, "Are you so arrogant? From your tone, you can defeat me in the first round." Lin Fan nodded and responded, "In fact, it only takes 1 second to defeat you." De Wang glared angrily, "I will make you realize how ignorant you are." Soon, with the referee's signal, the match between the two officially began. De Wang swung his fist at him, but when his fist hit Lin Fan, it was like hitting a solid wall. Then he used his trump card and tried to knock him to the ground. However, no matter how hard the eagle tried, it could not shake Lin Fan at all. Lin Fan's body was like a mountain, unmovable and unshakable. The strength that the eagle is so proud of seems as small as a drop of water in the ocean in front of him. This scene shocked the audience. They could never have imagined that the inconspicuous and unknown Lin Fan could make the top fighter in UFC unable to do anything to him. It was really incredible. The first round ended quickly. De Wang was exhausted and out of breath, but he still couldn't knock Lin Fan to the ground. The look of astonishment in his eyes was stronger than ever before. The same thing happened in the second round. Lin Fan seemed to have the body of a god, while the Big Eagle was just the strength of a mortal. The script seemed to be unfolding according to Lin Fan's plan. Soon it was the third round, and Lin Fan spoke to Daying, whose face already showed fear. "In the first 2 rounds, I didn't take the initiative to attack. I was always on the defensive. Now it's my turn to attack." He simply threw a punch and made the arrogant eagle fall into coma. The referee ran over to check and then signaled the end of the game. Lin Fan won the match with a clean KO, ended his opponent's undefeated streak, and won the gold belt. At that moment, he became famous all over the world and conquered fighting fans all over the world. While earning $500 million, he also conquered the army of ladies in the audience. From then on, Lin Fan made money from time to time by provoking the system, becoming a billionaire, and completely made Su Yumo, Chen Meijio, Yang Tao, Hong Jai, Liu Chuxia, Cairo Zhu, Zhao Heiyan, and others his loyal female lickers. Soon after, they moved into the royal mansion villa one after another and started a shameless and happy life with Lin Fan. End of the full text.